So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Jiraiya refuses to train Naruto. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Perverts, foxes, and cloak-wearing freak. If you're going to live as a ninja, live wiser. If you remain an idiot, it will be tough to live in this world. That's the harsh truth. As the old man concluded his speech, he couldn't even bring himself to look at the young blonde. Or, rather, to look at himself, trying to get Orochimaru to return once more. Alright. Naruto was sure it was a bluff, and he couldn't give up on his friend or his promise. If that's what it means to be wise, I'll be an idiot all my life. I'll think of an even greater technique and save Sasuke for sure. And then, I'll beat Akatsuki up. If someone like you tries to do it all alone, all you'll think of is a bunch of useless perverted techniques. Time is of the essence for him, but I can't let him continue down this path. It's too painful, and it could crush him completely. I know I said it would depend on the issue, but… Naruto got a hopeful look on his face. He just knew Iro-Sennin was going to agree to train him anyway. Instead, I will have you banned from leaving the village at all. Naruto's face fell immediately. Anbu will be watching you around the clock and you won't be allowed to perform missions. Excuse me, I need to speak with Tsunade. Just like that, Jiraiya was gone. Naruto just lay there in the hospital bed, wondering what to do. Kuzo. Now even he doesn't think I'm strong enough to do anything on my own. But, he's probably right. The only ones I've ever created were perverted, and even those weren't really new, they were just changed. If I really want to get stronger, though, I'll have to prove him wrong. I can't be Hokage if I never make any of my own anyway. For Sasuke, Sakura, and my dream. I have to get stronger. What do you mean you won't train Naruto? Tsunade was waiting until he mentioned data gathering to break all of his ribs. If you don't train him then he won't stand a chance. I mean exactly that, Tsunade. He kept his voice calm, deciding not to test her temper. I won't train him until he gives up on chasing Sasuke. Her eyebrow twitching slightly, she forced herself to lower her voice. Ah, so that's how it is. You won't train him if he makes the same mistakes that you made, even though the circumstances are completely different and they are not. Jiraiya couldn't help but interrupt if she was going to say something like that. Sasuke and Orochimaru are very similar, Tsunade, you can't deny that. They will both do anything to obtain power, and neither could ever be convinced to change their ways, even by their best friends. Jiraiya. Truthfully, she had reached the same conclusion, but she didn't want to believe it. Naruto is just the type of person that can convince Sasuke to come back. Seeing Jiraiya about to interrupt, she held up her hand and continued. He changes people, Jiraiya. I've seen it and I know you have too. I was thinking along the same lines as you, but Naruto is just the kind of person to prove us wrong. He will bring Sasuke back. Hearing Tsunade say something this naive was leaving Jiraiya with a bad taste in his mouth. The idea that she could believe something so absurd, even after what had happened with Orochimaru, was unsettling to say the least. If you want to believe in fairy tales, I won't stop you. Still, I won't train someone just to watch their spirit be crushed by utter failure a few years down the road. If you won't convince Anbu to watch him, I will. If you really won't train him, I won't. Not liking where this was going, Tsunade knew what she had to do. If that is really the case, then you're right. Naruto can't be allowed to leave the village and I'll have someone watching him at all times. As much as I hate to do it, I'll have to stop letting him take missions too. So you finally came to your senses? No. She wasn't going to let him think he'd won. I just don't want any headaches while I wait for you to come to yours. He'll just keep complaining to me if I give him D-rank missions. I guess I should go tell him now. Using every ounce of her willpower to not hit Jiraiya square in the face, although she wasn't sure that it wouldn't be worth it, she headed to the hospital. Stopping just outside of Naruto's hospital room, Tsunade could hear him talking to Sakura. She decided that this conversation shouldn't be interrupted. Wait just a little longer, okay? I'll definitely keep my promise. Oh, they're talking about that. Maybe I should interrupt. No, it can wait. She was a little surprised that Sakura seemed so determined to help all of a sudden, but forced herself to focus on what she had to tell Naruto. When Sakura left, Tsunade waited a few seconds before entering. When she did, she decided to start the conversation on a soft note. So, Naruto, I heard you ran away from the hospital. Naruto's face tensed. Relax, Naruto, I'm not nearly as mad as Shizune. Still, you might want to listen to her next time. She couldn't help but form a grin, knowing that Naruto would never willingly lie down for an indeterminate period of time just because a medic told him he wasn't okay yet. When Naruto didn't respond immediately, Tsunade knew there was a problem. He had one of the biggest grins she had ever seen, which meant that he was probably troubled by something. Right when she was about to ask if he was okay, he decided to speak. So. Can I go yet? No. What? I'm fine and I need to start training right away. About that, Naruto. Now's as good a time as any. Jiraiya told me that he won't be training you. As Naruto's face suddenly became an over-exaggerated scowl, she decided that he was probably okay. I don't like what I have to do, but you can't keep me in the village, Bachan. Naruto. He closed his mouth instead of screaming out whatever protest he had ready. With the threat of Akatsuki and the current situation with Sasuke and Orochimaru, I have no choice but to keep you in the village. Without Jiraiya to protect you, the risk is too great. Jiraiya will come to his senses eventually, but until then all I'm asking is for you to wait patiently, alright? Maybe you could even use that time to make yourself stronger instead of arguing with everyone just because you're upset. Obviously, that was the wrong thing to say. Naruto wouldn't even look at her while she tried to cheer him up and she ended up leaving him in sour spirits. Naruto, realizing what had been wrong with Sakura during their conversation earlier that day, managed to break free of the bed and ran towards the town gate. Immediately after he had convinced her to let him come with her, wherever she was going, Jiraiya came out of his hiding spot in the nearby forest. Don't try to stop us, Iro-sennin. Seeing Sakura figure out who he was, Jiraiya found himself slightly disappointed that he wouldn't get a chance to introduce himself. Still, he didn't show his disappointment, he just sighed and shook his head. I'm not going to stop you. Well, I'm not particularly happy to see you two turn Nin. What really bothers me is the stupid way you're handling this. I already told you, I'll bring Sasuke back for sure. Stupid perverted bastard. That's not what I meant, although I stand by what I said before. At Sakura's confused look, he kept going. What I'm saying is stupid this time is that, instead of taking the 3-year window that's been given to you as training time, you've decided to go attack Orochimaru while you're still weak. Even if you do convince that boy to come back, which will never happen, the 3 of you won't be able to get away from Orochimaru. But, Jiraiya-sama. Sakura didn't know what 3-year window he was talking about, but she didn't think it was that stupid. The sooner we get him back. Wrong. What is it with these kids and rushing, anyway? He won't be any less willing to come back in 3 years than he is now, the only difference will be how strong you've gotten. But. I'm going to tell you what I told Naruto. Forget Sasuke. He left entirely on his own, and, no. She honestly didn't know which was worse. Not getting Sasuke back or remaining useless all her life. Still there was one thing she could never do and that was giving up on chasing Sasuke. Even if he did leave on his own. Sasuke is our friend, our teammate. We won't leave him behind and we won't forget him. If we need to get stronger to save him, then we'll just train and get stronger. So they're both idiots, huh? Well, Tsunade, I guess the situation is different, but. If you want to be an idiot, I can't change that. Just tell me now whether you're leaving or not so I know what to tell Tsunade. We won't leave. Naruto gave her a grin at that statement, but she didn't notice. We'll stay here and get strong enough to save Sasuke. Right, Naruto. Right, Sakura-chan. I really hope there were no Anbu watching me tonight. Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't believe how stupid they were. Eventually you'll realize that I'm right and give up on Sasuke. Until then, I'll be around. As soon as you come to your senses, we can start training. Then I guess I'll just have to get stronger than you on my own because there's no way I'll ever give up on Sasuke. Naruto put on a nice big grin and Jiraiya left. Sakura, more confused than she had probably ever been in her life, left knowing that somehow, in some way, she needed to become strong. Naruto, who had snuck back into his hospital bed without bothering to replace his restraints, was given a rude awakening by Shizune. Naruto-kun. Opening his eyes, he could swear that there were flames in hers. You snuck out again. After a long, boring, and exceptionally loud speech about why he shouldn't leave the hospital until the medics tell him that his wounds are healed, Naruto was given another checkup. Finding nothing wrong with him, Shizune was forced to let him leave, though she was tempted to lie just to get back at him. While Naruto was glad to leave the hospital, he knew it wouldn't change much. Training would, of course, be necessary, but without Jiraiya it just didn't seem like it would be enough. He decided to start in the obvious place and work from there. Boy. Kakashi-sensei. I need you to. Sorry Naruto. Kakashi had, of course, been told by Jiraiya not to train Naruto. He probably would have trained Naruto anyway, but Jiraiya was legendary, after all. Crossing one of the few living ninja that could actually beat him with little effort was not high on Kakashi's to-do list. I'm busy. Seeing the slightly nervous look on Kakashi's eye, Naruto realized exactly when he had heard that before. You're training Sakura-chan, aren't you? No, Naruto, I'm not training. Wait. Haven't you heard yet? Heard what? Sakura is going to be Tsunade-sama's apprentice. Tsunade-sama just agreed this morning. What? Bachan's going to train Sakura-chan? Yup. Naruto was a little too shocked to know exactly what his opinion was, let alone voice it. After thinking it over for about a minute, he decided it was a good thing. She'll be that much stronger when we go to get Sasuke. A big smile on his face, he asked, so why can't you train me? I'm too busy with missions right now, sorry. It wasn't a complete lie. He had only one mission, but watching over Naruto every day from noon to midnight didn't really prevent him from training the boy. At Naruto's look, he decided to give him a little help that Jiraiya couldn't detect. Why don't you try asking Guy? I know he and Lee are maintaining a regular training schedule, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to squeeze you in. Super brows. You think he'd actually train me? Remembering how strong Lee had gotten under Guy, he knew that Guy's training would at least take care of his taijutsu needs. Still, it seemed a little odd that they would accept an extra student with no questions asked. If I know Guy at all, he'd be ecstatic to have you as a student. Next to Lee and Guy, you're probably the most willing of all Konoha ninja to work hard and you never give up. That's exactly what he's looking for in students. Kakashi smiled, which was visible only in his eye. I'm sure he'd love to teach you. After many screams of joy and thanks, Naruto was off to find Guy. Guy and Lee were right where Naruto had expected to find them. The training grounds. Oi. Super brows sensei. Fuzzy brows. While Lee happily greeted Naruto, Guy remembered the conversation he had had with Jiraiya. In particular, the threats came to mind. Naruto, I know why you're here, and… He couldn't bring himself to say it. The very idea of not training someone so youthful and passionate was everything that he was not, and he wasn't about to lie about his reasons either. With extreme difficulty and a very deep sigh, Guy made his decision. I can't train you. What? Guy-sensei, surely Naruto-kun, Lee. At this, Lee went silent. I wish that I could train you, Naruto, but I can't. This was the most serious Naruto had ever seen Guy, and it was starting to unnerve him. I'm sure you want to know why, but… I can't tell you. Oh. Does he hate me because of Kyuubi? Is it because of… Suddenly Naruto stopped, glanced at Lee, and put on a big grin. That's okay, super brows. I'll just have to get stronger than you without your help. Just figuring out what Naruto was going to ask before noticing Lee didn't want the boy to have the wrong idea. Interrupting Lee's protests that Naruto was underestimating him, Guy said to Lee, that's enough. Naruto, about your question a moment ago. That isn't the reason. Naruto, happy that Guy wouldn't refuse him because of Kyuubi, but angry that Guy still refused him for some reason that he wouldn't even say, left without saying anything. He had really liked the idea of training with Guy, since one of his main weaknesses was his speed, but he got over it quickly enough. I only know 2 other senses. If I ask Asuma-sensei, I might have to deal with Ino, so I should probably start with Kurenai-sensei. 20 minutes later, Naruto managed to find Kurenai, along with her team, in one of the last places he would have ever expected them. Training Area 8. Seriously, he could understand Lee and Guy training at 8 o'clock in the morning, but these 3. Unfortunately, Hinata, Kiba and Shino had been sparring, and Naruto's sudden appearance within Byakugan's range caused Hinata a temporary lapse in awareness. Kiba, the idiot that he was, took advantage of this blunder in a way that knocked Hinata unconscious. Naruto saw it, but chose to ignore it since he really had no need to see Hinata anyway. Kurenai-sensei. I need to talk to you for a second. This came as something of a shock to the crimson-eyed woman, who could think of no reason that Naruto would want to talk to her. Me? Yeah. I need you to help train me. Train you? Shouldn't Kakashi handle that? Jiraiya's words were flashing through her mind, and she realized that he must have threatened just about everyone that Naruto had ever met. He says he's busy. I asked Guy-sensei too, but… Anyway, I need someone to train me. Could you idiot? It was Kiba. She has her own team to train, she can't train you too. Kiba. Although she felt it was a valid point, it wasn't one she was willing to use. If anyone was priority, it was Naruto. Still, she couldn't train him against Jiraiya's wishes, it would have been too dangerous. Naruto, I'm sorry, but I can't train you. His face fell, and Kiba's went from a frown to a look of pure ecstasy. It's just that. Why don't you ask Asuma? Apparently not noticing the fact that she didn't explain herself in any way, Naruto just nodded and ran off. 5 minutes later, he was exactly where he knew he would find Asuma. Chaoji's favorite barbecue restaurant. He walked up to the table and was about to ask Asuma the question, even though he knew the answer, but was interrupted by Ino. What are you doing here, Naruto? What do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I asked. What are you doing here? I would have told you by now if you would shut up for a few seconds. What did you say? Don't just interrupt our team breakfast and tell me to shut up. I didn't interrupt your team breakfast. You yelled at me. But would you two please be quiet? You're being too troublesome. Shikamaru was convinced that 8 in the morning was too early to be fighting in a restaurant. Naruto, what did you want? Asuma had a bad feeling about Naruto's presence. Remembering what Jiraiya had said to him, he almost thought that Naruto wanted training before realizing how ludicrous the idea was. Asuma-sensei, I actually wanted to ask you. Would you please train me? Asuma dropped his meat, his chopsticks, and his jaw. He had to have been Naruto's last resort, considering that not only did his team not get along with Naruto, but they weren't exactly known for being well trained. Did Jiraiya threaten everyone in the village or something? Suddenly jolted back into reality by his students calling his name, Asuma looked down to see that Choji had taken his meat. Sorry, Naruto, but no. What? Why not? I'm busy. Kakashi-sensei already used that one. I can't tell you why. Sensei. Why don't you ask Kurenai-sensei? I'm sure that Tsunade-sama could just tell me why. At this point, Asuma's team was getting a little curious, too. It was one thing for Asuma to just say no, but to refuse to give the reason showed that it was either something stupid or something serious. I don't care what the reason is, I just want to know. Tsunade-sama could probably find someone to teach you. Many frustrated yells later, Naruto left the restaurant to confront Tsunade. He hoped that she would at least be able to force someone to train him. She almost blew him off before remembering how overly bitter Jiraiya had been and said she'd have someone meet him at Ichiraku's for lunch. As he finished his 12th bowl of ramen, Naruto heard his name from behind him. Naruto-kun. Shizune-chan. You're going to train me? As far as Naruto knew, his chakra control was too poor to be a medic nin. No. Tsunade-sama, you coward. I'm here to tell you that. No one will train you. Eh? It took Naruto a few moments to process that statement. Tsunade, the Hokage, could not find him a teacher. Not one was willing to train him, and knew low. When he finally realized that his face fell. So. That's it, then. Shizune had never known Naruto to look so weak and pitiful. Naruto-kun. Suddenly his head lifted, his face became an enormous grin, and he was laughing. I guess that means I'll just have to get stronger on my own. Who needs a sensei when they have my raw talent? Shizune found herself smiling a bit, even if she knew it was a bluff. So, Shizune-chan, do you want some ramen? I was just about to order some more, so I could get you some if you want. Looking at his stack of bowls, she almost fainted. Where does he put it all? Sure, Naruto-kun. She wasn't exactly eager to get back while Tsunade was still angry anyway. Chapter 2. Enter the librarian. Kakashi relieved the Anbu of his post just in time to watch Naruto and Shizune leaving Ichiraku's. After following Naruto home, he saw a very strange sight. Naruto sat at his table quietly, staring at a wall. For an hour. Of all the spying jobs Kakashi had had, that was by far the most boring. He was almost nearing the level of boredom where he would tell Naruto about his job of watching over the boy just to see the reaction when Naruto suddenly jumped up, shouted "Yada!" several times, and bolted out the door. What he didn't realize, of course, was that Naruto had finally figured out how to start training. The boy had, for the first time in his life, spent an hour just sitting and thinking. His first decision was to not use Kyuubi's chakra anymore unless his life depended on it. If he used Kyuubi's chakra, he would never get stronger and he didn't want to have to rely on the stupid fox. His second decision was to focus on his weaknesses instead of his strengths, another first. Remembering his fight with Sasuke, his weaknesses were his speed and taijutsu style. It had only taken him 4 minutes to realize that much, but the real problem was how to improve them. Then he had a brilliant idea. Why not just imitate his predecessors? He was going to become the greatest Hokage after all, so why not learn from those before him? Running as quickly as he could towards the training grounds, Naruto thought about Yondaime. Widely regarded as the strongest Hokage, as far as Naruto knew, Yondaime had specialized in speed. Although his natural speed was probably impressive, Naruto faintly remembered hearing something about it to increase speed. But how did he do it? Reaching the training ground at last, Naruto ran right into the middle of it and again stood still and silent. Kakashi settled into a tree just in time to hear Naruto screaming. He mentally prepared himself for a long day. Mind racing, Naruto tried to think of how people invented techniques from scratch. Well, it was true that he had invented before, they were both bastardizations of existing techniques. Still, someone had to have invented those techniques, which meant that there had to be a way to invent new ones. All he had to do was think about how to make himself faster. That's it. When the Kyuubi chakra fills my body with chakra. Oh, right. I wasn't going to use his chakra anymore. Well, maybe if I just pump chakra into my muscles, it'll do the trick. To a person as experienced as Kakashi, it was pretty obvious what Naruto was trying to do. Still, it was hard to resist the urge to scrub his eyes and look again. That Naruto would actually believe that he could duplicate Shunshin no, an A rank only known to Yondaime, was absurd. Well, at least it'll be interesting. 2 hours into Naruto's training, Kakashi was stunned. Granted, Naruto's new technique was by no means done and it was certainly no Shunshin no, but it was well on its way. The first few times Naruto had tried it, he had gotten no effect whatsoever. By the end of his little training period, he had been able to multiply his speed by 1.5. If he had kept going, Kakashi was sure he could have gotten it to double, but Naruto was content for the day. Recognizing that he was multiplying his speed instead of adding to it, Naruto realized that it would be much more effective if he trained his speed too. This, of course, meant that Naruto needed to focus on both techniques and physical training if he wanted to get Sasuke back. Cursing his job all the while, Kakashi followed Naruto as the boy ran 100 laps around Konoha. Not only did Kakashi have to run enough laps around Konoha to leave him hard of breath under normal conditions, he had to do it while staying hidden. It was a good thing that Naruto was so slow, or Kakashi might have actually lost him. When Naruto finally stopped, he looked tired, but not nearly as tired as Kakashi had expected. Over 6.5 hours of running, and the boy looked like he could go for at least 2 more. That's enough running for today. The blonde exclaimed his thought as though he knew someone was running with him, which put Kakashi on edge a little. Truth be told, Naruto had no idea who was following him, and he hadn't really been thinking of them when he had said it. I wonder if Ichiraku's is still open. Of course, Kakashi couldn't help but think about the irony of Naruto going against his word as he chased after the boy, who was running through the streets at a much faster pace than Kakashi would have thought possible. By 9 o'clock, Naruto had finished his dinner, which had consisted of 10 bowls of miso ramen and 10 bowls of pork ramen. To Kakashi's extreme chagrin, he once again found himself chasing after a moving target as Naruto ran back to the training grounds. For a moment, he found himself wondering whether Naruto was going to try his technique again, but the boy opted instead for more physical training. Squats, push-ups, kicks, and punches. As midnight rolled around, Naruto headed back to his apartment on a run. Mentally cursing whoever had invented running, as it appeared Naruto would be doing quite a bit of it, Kakashi followed. The midnight to noon guy, as Kakashi called him in his head, came and relieved him of duty. After slowly making his way home, Kakashi fell into a blissful sleep, only to be plagued by nightmares of endless running. Kakashi showed up outside of Ichiraku's a little early the next day, gasp. So that the midnight to noon guy could give him an update on Naruto's progress. Even if he was assigned to tail Naruto, he felt he would be a pretty crappy sensei if he didn't bother to keep up with his students' progress. What he learned left him respecting Naruto more than almost any other ninja he had ever met. Not only had Naruto gotten up at 6 in the morning, meaning that he had only gotten 6 hours of sleep, but the boy had run an additional 100 laps. The most impressive thing about it, however, was that he had improved his time. Significantly. With less sleep and a small breakfast by anyone's standards, let alone his, Naruto had managed to run 100 laps of Konoha in 5 hours flat, meaning that he had reduced the time per lap by a full minute. The Anbu had actually gotten so winded that he lost Naruto after the 90th lap and went back to the spot where Naruto had started to wait for him. This kid is incredible, Kakashi. It's just ridiculous. Even after all that running, he created 50 kg Bunshin and had a Taijutsu tournament. I don't know where he gets his stamina, but I wish he'd lend me some. Thanks for the update, I mean, Hashi. You should probably rest for the rest of the day. Where the hell is this coming from? I understand the stamina, but… After lunch, Naruto started his physical workout first to get it out of the way. It never once occurred to him that weakening his muscles before attempting to use a technique that increased their output would be a bad idea, but with his body, it wasn't really a problem anyway. Kakashi watched as, from 12:30 to 3, Naruto did squats, push-ups, punches, and kicks. I can understand that he's determined, but this borders on obsessive. Not only that, he's improving so quickly that I can actually watch it. And he never runs out of energy. How badly did I underestimate you, Naruto? Then came the part of the day that Kakashi had been waiting for. Naruto's. Even though the idea that Naruto was working off of was different than Yandame's and probably wouldn't work quite as well, it was more fun to watch than anything else Naruto did. For 8 hours Naruto tried this over and over again until he got to the point where his speed was doubled. Then he collapsed, right in the middle of the field. Worked a little too hard, eh Naruto? Kakashi walked over to check on Naruto and wasn't surprised in the least to find him unconscious. Then he realized something very suspicious. Naruto skipped dinner. Having the decency to carry Naruto home and lay him in bed, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the kid's stamina. When Hashi arrived, Kakashi went to get some sleep, deciding to tell Tsunade about Naruto's accomplishments the next morning. Almost 3 weeks from the beginning of Naruto's new training regimen, Kakashi was getting less and less impressed. No major improvements had really been made by the blonde since that first day. He had reduced his lap time to 2.5 minutes per lap and added 25 laps, which had caused midnight to noon guy to cry a little, and he had gotten his new to triple his speed instead of doubling it, but that was it. Having about an hour left until Naruto's training for the day would end, Kakashi was reflecting on the promise Naruto had shown 3 weeks prior when he saw something he hadn't expected. Naruto just stopped. He didn't look like he was suffering from chakra depletion or anything of that nature, he just stopped. Standing completely still, staring into space, Naruto realized something that should have been obvious to him from the start. Hand seals. But which ones? How do people figure this kind of thing out, anyway? What, do they just move their hands at random and happen across techniques? With that he, warily, went through, trying each hand seal with it to see which would work best. He found that the rabbit and sheep seals were the only ones that really changed anything and decided to try them together. He found that using sheep then rabbit actually reduced the effectiveness, but using rabbit then sheep actually doubled it. Though he was low on chakra, he was able to multiply his speed about 6 times by the end of the night. Kakashi was so shocked by the effectiveness of Naruto's technique that he didn't even notice the boy passed out. This boy, a genin, had created an almost as effective as Yondaime Hokage's most frequented. Not only that, his technique showed the potential to overcome Yondaime's, because Shunshin no Jutsu always multiplied speed 8-fold, while Naruto's jutsu's effect was proportional to the chakra used. In other words, the stronger Naruto got, the more useful the technique got. A few minutes later Kakashi finally realized that Naruto wasn't going to get back up, so he took him home and laid him in bed. Saturday came once more, marking the 3-week point, and Naruto had named him. Naruto no, Naruto Flash Technique, was born, and Naruto was able to get it to multiply his speed by 10 without collapsing. Kakashi was curious about where Naruto would go from there, though. If Naruto was really planning on basing his training on the skills of the previous Hokage, he would need to know more about the man. More, in fact, than would be possible to learn. Naruto, noting the same problem, was avoiding at all costs making the conclusion that he knew was necessary. Even if he had known other skills of Yondaime, he would eventually have had to move on to his other predecessors if he was to execute his plan. This, unfortunately, led to an extremely undesirable eventuality. He would have to go to the library. In his entire life, Naruto had only been to the library once. He had only gone because one of his classmates had told him that only idiots never went to the library and he had wanted to find something that could help with his pitiful grades at the academy. Instead, he found a maze of scrolls with no apparent method of navigation, a mean old lady who seemed to think that breathing too loudly should be outlawed, and an odd smell. While he had always enjoyed reading the scrolls that the academy gave him, he had trouble believing that the library was worth the trouble. Suddenly the library was becoming an important resource and he had no idea how to use it. Placing her hand over the cut and using her precise chakra control, Sakura watched it heal over completely. Yada. I did it, Tsunade Shishu. Tsunade looked up to see that the cut was completely healed. Good job, Sakura. You'll need to heal a larger cut just to make sure, but I think you're probably ready for the next dot. She prepared the kunai to make the incision, but there was a knock at the door. Come in. As Kakashi made his way into the room, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Kakashi. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Hi, Tsunade-sama, but I left that in the hands of an Anbu so that I could come speak to you. He glanced at Sakura. It's about Naruto's training. As Jiraiya finally realized that he's being an idiot. No. He glanced at Sakura again, making it much more obvious this time. Anything you have to tell me, you can tell to my apprentice as well, Kakashi. Sakura stiffened slightly. Is he having trouble? Not exactly, Tsunade-sama. Realizing at last that Tsunade was not going to excuse Sakura from the room, Kakashi sighed. The truth is that he's probably doing a better job of training himself than Jiraiya could ever hope to do. Tsunade, who had started making the cut on the rabbit, slipped and made an extremely large gash on its abdomen. Whoops. She started healing the rabbit. Continue please, Kakashi. Yes, well. Aside from having a level of stamina that has, quite literally, brought an elite Anbu to tears, Naruto has nearly doubled his natural speed. He has also doubled. Sakura felt embarrassed about being completely outclassed in such a way. He doubled his speed in 3 weeks. Not quite, Sakura, but nearly. Laps around Konoha, which took him 4 minutes 3 weeks ago, now take him about 2.5 minutes each. He's taken to doing 125 of them each morning after waking up, which is causing Hashi. Does he keep the same pace the entire way? Tsunade felt it was a legitimate question. It would enable her to judge his speed increase and his stamina increase in one go. He does 125 laps in a little over 5 hours, but does he run full speed the entire way or slow down as time goes by? He keeps his maximum pace the entire way. Sakura and Tsunade both had the same expression. One they would probably wear after being hit in the face with a frying pan. Which, as I was saying, causes Hashi to lose track of him for up to an hour at a time. The first time that Naruto reached this pace, Hashi actually did cry a little. Kakashi got a smile on his eye. That was pretty funny to watch. Although, to be fair, it's probably good that Hashi's getting some decent training and while he's on this mission. Anyway, that isn't the impressive part, Tsunade-sama. Not the impressive part. Thinking about it, Tsunade began to wonder if she could hold her maximum pace for 5-hour spurts right after waking up. What the hell could be more impressive than that? Well, for one thing, he's only getting 6 hours of sleep per night and he's skipping breakfast and dinner. Several moments of silence ensued. Although, he added more to break the silence than because he thought it important, that may just be a money issue. Without missions, we can hardly expect him to continue to eat the same amount. Oh crap. I didn't even think about that. I'll arrange to get him some kind of paid leave. So, are we to the part where I can freak out yet, or is there more? She felt there was no real need to ask the question, as little could be more impressive than that level of improvement in stamina with a reduced diet and less sleep. She was, as usual, wrong. There's more. Kakashi had a wide grin on his face, but was thankful that his mask was hiding it. He's already invented a powerful. Sakura could feel a little jealousy setting in. Naruto invented it, are you sure it's really Naruto? Yes, Sakura, I'm sure. Tsunade-sama, you might want to sit down for this. It's one hell of an accomplishment. Tsunade, deciding not to argue at this point in the conversation, sat where she was on the floor and motioned Sakura to do the same. Naruto's. Do you remember Shunshin? No. He's a duplicate of Yandame's, even Jiraiya never figured that out. Relax, Tsunade-sama, he didn't duplicate it. He couldn't help but grin at the relieved look on her face. He made his own technique that has the same type of effect, only Naruto's technique is more effective. More effective. Are you sure? Tsunade-sama, Yandame were my sensei. I'm entirely sure. Sakura, confused beyond reason, decided it was time to get in on the conversation. Excuse me, Tsunade Shishu, but what's Shunshin? No. It was a technique created by Yandame, Sakura. Tsunade decided there was no reason not to tell Sakura since she had been the one to say that Sakura should stay anyway. Shunshin no, which Yandame never taught to anyone and a Sharingan couldn't copy, was a supplementary technique. Using the technique, Yandame was able to multiply his speed 8-fold. Sakura looked completely shocked. Tsunade didn't know whether it was because of the effect of the fact that Naruto's was more effective than Yandame's, but she didn't really care. How effective is Naruto's? Well, Tsunade-sama, it depends. Depends? On what? Naruto's technique is able to change how much it amplifies his speed based on how much chakra is poured into it. At his current level, he can multiply his speed by 10 comfortably. That is, of course, after his daily laps, Kage Bunshin Taijutsu tournament, and physical workout. If I had to guess, I would say that he's capable of multiplying his speed 25-fold without becoming completely useless. Yet more silence met Kakashi's ears at this statement, but it was an expected silence. A stunned silence at the fact that Naruto had essentially surpassed Yandame in 3 weeks. He felt the need to give the kid proper tribute, though, so he added the technique called Naruto no. This caused Tsunade to start chuckling, which in turn brought Sakura to her senses. So he couldn't resist naming it after himself. Huh. What rank do you think it is? B rank. Maybe A rank, but for now I'll say it's in the upper bounds of B rank. Also, there's something odd about it. Odd? Aside from the fact that a genin, who was considered by everyone to be weaker than average, managed to create it to be more powerful than the technique that a genius Hokage created. Yes. My Sharingan was unable to copy the technique even though he uses hand seals for it. Of the many things that were running through Tsunade's mind, the one that came out of her mouth was the one that made her angrier. You tried to copy his first original. Yes, and I'll take the time to be ashamed later. He didn't really plan on being ashamed, as copying techniques was part of what had made him such a powerful ninja, but she didn't need to know that. The important point right now is that I couldn't copy them, meaning that Sasuke and Itachi won't be able to either. Are you sure? Yes. Her mood lightened a little bit. Tsunade decided that Sakura's training needed some stepping up. Is there anything else you need to tell me, or can my apprentice resume her training now? Just one more thing that I forgot to mention. Of course, Kakashi hadn't forgotten it. He had left it out on purpose to add dramatic effect. Since Naruto's works differently than Yandame's, it also has a bonus effect. He paused to watch her reaction, which was priceless. Where Yandame's only increased speed, Naruto's also increased strength to the same degree. What did you just say? I'm sorry, but I could have sworn I just heard you say I did. Sometimes it really pays to wear a mask. And it does. With that, Kakashi left the room to speak to Guy. It took a few minutes for Sakura to feel up to continuing her training, and her chakra control was slightly worse than normal when she did continue. Guy, having heard the same speech about Naruto's training, looked like he had seen a ghost. So you're telling me that your student, Uzumaki Naruto, has created a B rank that would allow him to be stronger and faster than Lee? Actually, his speed and strength would probably be on par with mine if he went all out with it. But if Lee used a Hachiman, he could still. Yes, Guy, but that isn't the point. Kakashi sighed. His obsession with Lee is a little creepy sometimes. My point is that I'm starting to feel guilty about giving in to Jiraiya so easily. With Naruto working so hard, I could probably get him to level in a year or two. Yes, he really does embrace the spirit of youth quite well, doesn't he? Kakashi almost sweat dropped. I regret not being able to aid his training, but Jiraiya can be persuasive. Couldn't you at least give him some kind of scroll without Jiraiya finding out? Kakashi was reduced to pleading, but he still managed to sound aloof. I would hate to see that talent go to waste, and you are the best Jujutsu user in Konoha. Well, I don't really have any scrolls. I could probably get him some weights, but I have a feeling that Jiraiya would find out about that. I'll think of something. The burdens of age will not douse his burning spirit of youth. Pondering the mechanics of Guy's shining tooth, Kakashi made his way back to his mission. There it was. The library. Looming over him like the very gates of hell, the door to this home of demonic old quiet obsessed ladies dared Naruto to enter so that the monsters inside could devour the very essence of his suffering in the air. His interior struggle ending, he decided to take a cautious peek inside. Seeing no one sitting at the librarian's desk, he quickly dashed inside. He was glad to not have to deal with the old lady immediately, but he knew it was coming. Randomly picking an aisle to search, as the numbering system made no sense to him whatsoever, he checked a few of the books. It's a paradise. Why do they have adult books in the library? Oh, so that's where he put it. The owner of the voice, a beautiful young girl with light brown shoulder-length hair and brown eyes, snatched the book from Naruto, smiling at him. I knew he had to have hidden one somewhere, he never comes to the library without doing that. Hiro-sennin was here. Hiro-sennin? You mean Jiraiya-sama? Yes, he was here. Oh. Realizing that he really didn't have a reason to care, Naruto had nothing else to say about it. He stood there silently for a few seconds before turning back to the shelf and looking through the books. After about 4 books, he realized that nothing on this aisle would be of any use unless he wanted a biology lesson. Kuzo. How am I supposed to find anything in this place, anyway? The girl smiled cheerily. I could help you. I'm Mabui, what's your name? He stared at her for a second before asking, you don't know? Frowning slightly, she shook her head. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage. If you're the Uzumaki Naruto? That's so cool. Unknown to Naruto, Mabui was probably the only non-ninja in the village who had ever considered Naruto a hero. She had only been 7 years old when the Kyuubi had been sealed, but she still knew about it all. I never thought I'd get to meet the hero of the village. And on my first day as the head librarian, this is so cool. 3 things about her reaction struck Naruto as wrong. First, even though she clearly knew about Kyuubi, she seemed to be glad that he was there instead of angry that he was breathing her air. Second, she had just called him the hero of the village, which was about the furthest thing from what everyone else called him that he could imagine. Finally, she had said that she was a librarian, yet she was clearly an energetic loud young girl. Deciding not to press his luck on the first 2 points, Naruto decided to ask her about the third. You're a librarian. What happened to the old lady? Oh, she retired yesterday. I'm her replacement. If there's anything I can ever help you with, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be honored to help. Naruto just stared at her in shock, his jaw dropped. If he had heard her correctly, and he wasn't sure that he had, she had just said that she would be honored to help him and that he shouldn't hesitate to ask. Could you repeat that please? I'm sure there was some kind of cruel sarcasm that I missed the first time or something, because for a moment I thought you actually offered to help me. I did offer to help you. Her smile never wavered, but she felt a strike of pity for him. The way the villagers had treated him was horrible, and she knew it. Anytime you need my help, I'd be honored to give it to you. It's the least I could do. Oh. That's a first. Smiling, he decided that she was serious. Could you help me find info on the past Hokages, then? It would really help my training, but I can't. The Hokages? Sure thing, Naruto-kun. You only missed it by 2 aisles. When they got to the Hokage information, Mabui took it upon herself to get him the best information available. He came out of the aisle with 3 scrolls and a book, and she assured him that the assortment was the most detailed account of the Hokages available, including their styles. After getting him set up at one of the research tables visible from her desk, she returned to her post. Naruto, still freaked out by the fact that one of the villagers seemed to think of him as a hero, started with the book. Mabui had recommended a certain reading order, and he wasn't about to question it. The information he got from the book was mildly discouraging though. Apparently most of Shadai's techniques were only usable by him, and they were the core of his style. Doubting his ability to mimic that, Naruto moved on to the first scroll. After an interesting story about Nidame's tutelage, it was revealed that most of Nidame's were extremely advanced water. Naruto, not knowing anything about water, moved on to the third scroll. While Sandame's background story was very interesting, his style was almost the exact opposite of Naruto's. Sandame was known for knowing every non-bloodline technique in Konoha, a feat that would take too long for Naruto to accomplish. Not only that, Sarutobi didn't use Taijutsu at all, opting instead for weapon combat. Naruto didn't like where his excursion was heading, but he forced himself to open the final scroll. The first thing he noticed was that large portions of the scroll, including all references to Yandame's name and background, had been carefully covered in ink. The second thing he noticed was that he looked a lot more like Yandame than the mountain had made him think. Mabui-chan. She rushed over. Yes, Naruto-kun. Can I help you with something? Why is all of this stuff about Yandame blacked out? Oh, that. She had really hoped that he wouldn't ask about that. Well, Sandame passed a law stating that information couldn't be transmitted by any means. Godame has stated that the law is to be upheld, so it would be illegal for us to have an uncensored version of the scroll. Why would his name have to be secret? I can understand the rest of it, maybe, but his name. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but the only way you could learn his name would be to ask someone who knew him, and even then they would have to break the law to tell you. Oh. Thanks. No problem, Naruto-kun. She slowly ambled back to her post. Reading through the scroll, Naruto was surprised to find that Yandame was only famous for 3 techniques, and his physical training methods were unknown to everyone except Jiraiya. Realizing that the scrolls had been something of a waste of time, Naruto tried to think of some way that he could mimic one of them. He finally came to the conclusion that he would just have to improve on the techniques he had and went to put everything away. It was at that point that he realized he had no idea where everything went. Mabui-chan. Where did this stuff go again? Oh, let me help you. With her help, the scrolls and book were back in place in a matter of seconds, which he found marginally creepy. Did you find everything you needed, Naruto-kun? Well, yes, but it wasn't as helpful as I thought it would be. Mabui's face was instantly downcast. Well. She brightened up, if you ever need anything, just ask. I have a lot of free time, so all you'll have to do is find me. Oh. She got a pen and some paper and quickly wrote something down before handing it to him. Here's my address, just in case you can't find me here. You. Give me your address. Is she crazy? She just met me. Of course. I've always wanted to meet you ever since. Well, you know. The way they treat you, it's criminal. Especially after you saved our lives and our village. That and I can tell that you're a really nice person. I'd be honored to help you with anything. Still slightly freaked out by the fact that the librarian made a habit of shouting almost every sentence, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Here was a person who, before even meeting him, didn't hate him for carrying the Kyuubi. She even trusted and liked him. The only other person for whom that held true in his memory was Sandame, but Mabui was different somehow. Well, I've gotta go train. Thanks for everything, Mabui-chan. Kakashi came back to his post just in time to see Naruto leave the library, of all places, and was treated to an afternoon run. Naruto was using the thinking time provided by running around the village 125 times to plan his next move. Over 5 hours later, Naruto came to a sudden halt in front of Training Ground 7. He had a vague idea of how he could improve it, but he wasn't really sure how to work it. Kakashi, an elite and ex-Anbu, had his hands on his knees in his attempt to catch his breath. Suddenly, he found himself very able to sympathize with Hashi. He even considered apologizing for saying that it would be good training for the poor man. How Naruto could keep up such a pace for such a long time so often was completely beyond human comprehension. Naruto's second 5-hour all-out sprint of the day, and the boy barely looked tired at all. When he finally caught his breath, Kakashi was more than a little surprised to see Naruto standing in the same place, staring off into space. It was becoming too common an occurrence in the usually boisterous boy. At this point Kakashi decided it. Naruto was officially the weirdest person to spy on in the history of ninja. Might as well try it. Naruto figured that he could at least give his idea a shot, seeing as how the library was closed. His idea was really pretty simple. Increase the number of directions of rotation in the dot from what he could remember of his training with Jiraiya. Having multiple rotational directions was one of the key elements of power for the technique. He also remembered Jiraiya saying something about the direction of the swirl being different for different people because their coils twisted in different directions. Put simply, the fact that the coils had twists in them limited the number of directions that the chakra could rotate in. The idea that Naruto had come up with, however, seemed to eliminate that problem. He reasoned that, if he introduced a rotation with both hands at the same time, each hand would cause rotation in a different direction. When you place 2 clocks face to face, clockwise on one will be counterclockwise on the other. Thinking this over in his head a few times and finding no flaws, he decided to try it. Placing his hands toward each other with enough space between them for a normal, Naruto concentrated on swirling his chakra. Nothing happened. Frustrated, Naruto tried harder, only to realize a fatal flaw in his plan. If the hands rotate chakra in opposite directions, they cancel each other out. Never one to be discouraged by something as unimportant as logic, Naruto continued to try through most of the night. He found that he could get the rotations on different timings, but he couldn't keep them from meeting at some point in the rotation. Kakashi was a little too tired to figure out exactly what Naruto was trying to do, but he still thought it looked promising. Considering the boys first, he really couldn't wait to see how this would turn out. Still, he seriously hoped that Naruto would get the running out of his system in the morning the next day. Mabui-chan. Could you help me for a second? Naruto had decided during his morning run that he would need to do some research, even if he had no idea how to go about the task. He was certain that his idea would work, but he couldn't think of what he was doing wrong on his own. He actually came back. This is so cool. Sure thing, Naruto-kun. What do you need? Do you know any good books about it? Physics. Physics. You sure have a weird set of interests, Naruto-kun. Although it still freaked Naruto out when she was nice to him, he had to admit that it was nice to know someone who was always so cheerful. What kind of physics? What kind? What do you mean what kind? Well, what do you want to learn about? Physics is just a generalization for a bunch of different types of sciences. Why don't you just tell me what you want to know? I'm sure I can help you. What exactly do I want to know? Through a somewhat sheepish grin, he managed to say I guess I want to know about rotational stuff. Oh, you mean centripetal force. At Naruto's blank look, she explained, centripetal force is the basic force that allows for rotation. Centripetal means center seeking, and it's called that because it provides a push on the object in the direction of the center of the circle of rotation. Huh? It clearly made sense to her, but to him it was just gibberish. I know. Imagine that a horse is pulling a cart through a field. If you walk alongside the horse, pushing its shoulders, you can make it turn, right? Yeah, but what does? Assuming that you apply a constant pressure to the horse, you can cause it to go in circles through the field, right? Naruto nodded. When you push the horse, you don't push it in the direction you want it to go. Instead, you push it towards the center of the circle. The horse will move forward in a straight line if left to itself, but because you push it towards that center point, its path becomes a compromise of your trajectory and its own. That's all that centripetal force really means. That made sense. No one's ever explained anything so clearly before. Are you sure that was science talk? It just seemed like a normal conversation. Well, maybe not normal, exactly. Mabui couldn't help but giggle a little. Yes, I'm sure. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for? Yeah, definitely. I need to learn this stuff for a technique I'm working on. A technique? He wants my help with a technique. I can find you all kinds of stuff. Mabui soon showed that she wasn't a librarian for nothing. Not only had she read seemingly every book in the entire building, she seemed to remember which ones had what information. She made Sakura look like an idiot. Naruto ended up back at the same table with 15 books and 13 scrolls, all bookmarked at the places where Mabui had thought they would be most helpful. Starting into the first book, Naruto instantly realized that Mabui was even more of a genius than he gave her credit for. He couldn't make heads or tails of anything it said. Centripetal force has a magnitude equal to the mass of the object multiplied by the square of its velocity, divided by the radius of the circle. What the hell does that mean? Seeing Naruto almost ripping his hair out within minutes, Mabui got slightly worried. Naruto-kun. Do you need some help? Getting no response, she made her way over to the table. Oh, is the jargon a little hard for you to understand? Jargon? You mean these are actually words? I was beginning to think that the person just wrote random letters to confuse me. Well, it never really gets very busy around here. I could help you learn this stuff if you want. I wonder if that came off as nonchalant. His face brightened considerably. You do that? Of course. I'd be happy to help. Naruto glared at her suspiciously for a second. Why are you so nice to me? What do you mean? I like you. You're funny, smarter than you give yourself credit for, and fun to be around. But no one's this nice to me. Not even Iruka-sensei or Bachan. Bachan? Tsunade. She lets you call her Bachan. Wow. Well, if no one else is this nice to you, then they don't know what they're missing. Naruto's glare disappeared. So. What did you need help with? Actually. Do you want to go get lunch first? He mentally checked his wallet. I know a great ramen place, and ramen? I love ramen. Here, let me just go on break. Kakashi arrived outside Ichiraku's ramen stand to find a very different midnight to noon guy than he was used to. Not only was Hashi's breathing normal, the man was standing in plain sight, even though he was supposed to be spying on Naruto. Kakashi quickly pulled him into an alley to question his behavior. You do realize that Naruto isn't supposed to see you when you're spying, right Hashi? Oh, relax. It's not like he wasn't told we were watching him. Besides, he's way too distracted right now to notice me. Distracted? By what? He made a friend. A real friend. I have to admit, when I first took the job, I didn't really like him, but he's grown on me. This girl he's met though. Wow. She's like the perfect friend for him. What do you mean by that? Kakashi decided to ignore the fact that Hashi had, like everyone else, written Naruto off without even meeting him. It seems she always thought of him as a hero. I haven't heard her explicitly say it, probably because I wasn't paying much attention at first, but it's pretty obvious in her actions and words. A hero? So someone actually did see it the same way as Sensei. How old is she? 20. She lost her father and brother in the Kyuubi attack too. Now that I think about it, though, he really is something of a hero. He didn't exactly plan it, but is there anything I need to know about this girl? Other than the fact that she's a librarian, has an IQ of 210 and a photographic memory, and managed to teach Naruto the basic principles of centripetal force in about 30 seconds. Not really. 210? Yup. Well, that's what all of our reports say, but it might be higher. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some sleep. The kid's getting a little faster with those laps again, and I have a feeling I'm going to need it. 210. Kakashi, wondering how it was that Naruto always happened upon the perfect person for whatever situation he was in, went back to his post. He had to admit, as he watched the two of them eat lunch, that Hashi was right. She really was the perfect friend for him. Perpetually cheerful, energetic, full of laughter, and kind. She enjoyed his company as much as he enjoyed hers, and she was probably the only person Naruto had ever met who had been unconditionally kind to him from the start. The two just sat together, spending more time talking than eating, getting to know each other. Most of the things they talked about were fairly trivial. Mabui knew enough to avoid the topic of Naruto's past. Kakashi was a little surprised to see that her face never faltered when Naruto mentioned his dream of being the greatest Hokage, indicating that she believed wholeheartedly that he would succeed. Considering that she had never seen him in action, it was hard to believe that someone of her intelligence could have such blind faith in the boy. So begins a beautiful friendship. Or something like that. Let's see, how can I explain this? By magnitude they just mean the amount of force. As for velocity, that's just the speed the thing is moving at. Oh. I guess that makes sense, but I still don't really get it. Hold on. Mabui went to her desk, retrieved a pen and some paper, and came back to Naruto. Let's go back to the example we used earlier, for getting the cart. The average horse is, what, 1,000 pounds? As he honestly didn't know, Naruto just shrugged. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. She scribbled it down on the paper. As for velocity, a horse's steps are probably about 3 feet, and most horses probably take 1 step per second or so we'll just say 3 feet per second. She wrote down the new figure. Assuming that you want to force the horse to walk in a circle with a diameter of 40 feet, she wrote this down as well, you would need to apply 450 pounds of constant pressure. That's it. But the horse weighs so much more than that. Yeah, but I already told you, you and the horse are working together. Applying force to a body in motion will cause. Kakashi just watched in awe as Mabui held Naruto's interest for 5 more hours with, of all things, physics. He was surprised, to say the least, that Naruto was trying to understand the physics of the dot, how it was supposed to help. Kakashi had no idea, but he knew it couldn't hurt. What amazed him was the fact that Mabui managed to explain things like centripetal force and vector addition to Naruto in such a way that the boy could understand. Even he, the elite genius, was learning a few new things from their conversation. In fact, he was slightly disappointed when it came to a close. Oh, Naruto-kun, the library's going to close soon. Already? But we just got started. I could let you stay late, if you like. I'm pretty much in charge around here, so it isn't a problem. No, that's okay. I should try out all of this stuff you've taught me today and see if it's helping yet. He put on a big grin, surprised that he didn't have to fake it. If you say so. Kuzo. Well, maybe next time. Just remember. Anytime you need any help, I'm always at the ready. Thanks, Mabui-chan. And with that he was gone. He's going to make an excellent Hokage, don't you think? Kakashi was a little startled. You knew I was there. So they were right, you are a genius. Does that mean you agree with me, or are you just commenting on my observational skills? A little of both. So, according to what Mabui-chan was telling me earlier, my problem is that the hands aren't working together. I think. Instead of avoiding the other rotation thingies, they're meeting head-on. If their, what did she call them, magnitudes are equal, they cancel out, and otherwise the stronger one continues on in a weakened state. Yada. I actually understood it. Kakashi was getting frustrated. I'm for God's sake. Why the hell can't I figure out what he's doing? Is it just because I don't know how to use them? The main part of why watching Naruto develop Naruto now was that Kakashi had known what Naruto was trying to do, and he could gauge the boy's progress. Watching a boy standing in a forest with his hands a foot apart talking to himself was not something that interested them. I guess that means I'll have to find a way to make them not collide. Maybe if I put them on different timings. Grinning at how much Mabui had helped him, Naruto tried to do just that. 5 minutes later, the blonde sat on the ground with a heavy sigh. Kuzo. I can't get the timing right. Rasengan takes enough concentration normally. How am I supposed to concentrate on two hands? At once. That's it. Jumping back up, Naruto formed a cage bunshin. If I can only concentrate on one hand at a time, then someone else needs to concentrate on the other hand. Standing side by side, Naruto and his bunshin prepared the technique. Naruto held out his right palm towards his bunshin's left palm, and Naruto went first. Taking turns adding rotations to the Naruto and his bunshin were able to create nothing. The process of cinching with the bunshin was more difficult than Naruto had anticipated. As midnight came around, no progress had been made on the technique. Kakashi, who had almost fallen asleep several times, followed a frustrated Naruto home before leaving Hashi in charge. It escaped the way Naruto could have gone from dropout to genius and back to dropout in the course of less than a month, but he didn't really want to think about it. For all he knew, Naruto's idea, whatever it was going to be some spectacular all-powerful thing that could kill hundreds of ninja in the blink of an eye. Wednesday rolled around, and Naruto was making almost no progress with his technique. The additional days of study with Mabui had helped him understand them almost completely, but they hadn't helped him understand the problem with his new technique. As he pulled on the library door, confident that Mabui's help would eventually get the problem solved, he found that it wouldn't open. Trying the door a few more times, he was sure that it was locked. Chikyushu. What am I supposed to do now? Several minutes later, a thought occurred to Naruto. Oh yeah, she gave me her address. I don't really want to bug her at home, though. Well, maybe we could go out to lunch again. I remember thinking a lot better after having lunch with her the first time, so it might help. Hashi, crying on the inside, followed as Naruto sprinted across town to his apartment and then back across town to Mabui's apartment. It wouldn't have been too bad, except that Naruto had not only just finished his morning run, he had finished it in record time. Some days, it just didn't pay to be an Anbu. Naruto just stood outside of Mabui's apartment, unsure of what to do. No one had ever given him their address before, much less invited him to come to their home whenever he wanted to. He couldn't help but think that it would be rude to show up unannounced, even if she had said it would be okay. What if she had company or was still asleep? Or worse, what if she was sick? He definitely didn't want her to strain herself. In the end, he decided that he wanted to talk to Mabui badly enough that he didn't mind the rudeness factor. She had been the one to invite him over unprompted, after all, and she hadn't said what times would be convenient, so he had no real reason not to give it a shot. He knocked twice. Humming. Naruto could hear the sound of pans crashing to the ground and dresser drawers being thrown open. So he had woken her up. Oh, Naruto-kun. Can I help you with something? I'm sorry to bug you while you're sleeping, but I couldn't get into the library for some reason, and, oh, you didn't know. The Konoha library is closed on Wednesdays and Thursdays. What? Why Wednesdays and Thursdays? Someone figured out that those were the days when the smallest number of people used the library and that librarians needed 2 days off per week, so they just used those days. I could let you in though. Huh? Oh, that's okay. I actually came to ask if you wanted to have lunch with me, but if I'm bugging you it's alright. Bugging me? Don't be ridiculous. I'd love to have lunch with you. I was going to go to that ramen place you showed me anyway, I've never had ramen so good. You really want to have lunch with me? Of course. Just let me grab my shoes. But the way he had been training, it was an extremely odd feeling for Naruto to walk to Ichiraku's, but he didn't mind. The extra time gave him a chance to talk to Mabui a little bit more. When they finally arrived they both started off with 10 bowls of ramen. 4 miso, 4 pork, and 2 teriyaki chicken. So, Naruto-kun, how's your technique coming along? Has your studying been paying off? Naruto's face darkened slightly. Well, a little. I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong, but I know I'm missing something. Still, I'm a lot farther along than I would have been without your help. That's good. The ramen arrived, at which point they yelled in unison and began eating. What does the technique do? It's a little hard to explain. Basically I'm taking a technique that someone else invented and making it better. The technique rotates air in a ball with chakra, creating a little typhoon, and, like Yondame's technique. Yondame had a technique like that, he called it Rasengan. Yeah, that's the technique that I'm improving. How do you know about it? I don't remember seeing it in that scroll that you gave me about him, and I know it isn't one of his famous techniques. Oh, well, Mabui looked like she was trying to hide something, so Naruto cut her off. You don't have to tell me, I was just curious. Anyway, I'm trying to make a little change to the technique that should make it way more powerful, but it's turning out to be harder than I thought it would be. There were a few moments of silence as they both ate their ramen. Could you show me your technique? Maybe I could help you figure out what's wrong. Are you serious? It seemed a little ridiculous that she would waste her day off helping him train. You'd give up your plans to help me? Well, yes, but I didn't really have any plans. No way. A great person like you? Yeah, well. My dad was killed during the Kyuubi attack and my little brother died shortly thereafter. That takes care of my family, except my mother, who I can't stand in the least. I haven't really had any friends since I was a kid, mostly because I can't stand jerks that don't recognize a hero for what he is, and I don't have much of a love life, so why do you keep calling me that? Calling you what? A hero? It's not like I really did anything. That's not true. You're the most heroic person I've ever met. Naruto looked up from his ramen. It might be true that you didn't have any choice when it came to. You know what, but you still saved the lives of all of the villagers. Not only that, but the way you've handled things has been, well, amazing. Growing up completely alone, with people fearing and hating you when they should have been loving and honoring you, you still managed to become such a cool person. A determined, hard-working, caring funny dreamer who'll stop at nothing to protect the people he cares about. And that's just what I've seen of you in the few days since I met you. Even though these people have hated you all of your life and they let you know it, you turned around and sought the job of being their protector. You've got a strong spirit, Naruto-kun, and that makes you a hero as far as I'm concerned. Even AM and the old man were left staring in shock after her outburst. They had to admit to themselves, though, that she had a pretty damn good point. Most people would have killed themselves in Naruto's position, or else killed everyone around them, but Naruto had taken to the idea of becoming their protector. The Hokage. You really think that? Even though you're dad, that wasn't you. That was the thing that you saved us from. If I hear you associate that thing with yourself again, I swear I'll hit you. Anyone who hates you because they lost a family member should be thanking you that they didn't get killed as well, and you shouldn't let them get away with blaming you for their actions. Naruto smiled for a moment before frowning again. So. The reason that you don't get along with people is me? I'm wrecking your life. Far from it, actually. Her face lit up. That's one more reason I've always thought of you as a hero, actually. I can separate out the completely idiotic jerks from the reasonable people based on how they think of you. It's true that there are people who dislike me simply because I don't dislike you, but those are people I never would have wanted to get involved with anyway. The way I see it, you're saving me from involving myself with the wrong kinds of people. Naruto's grin flickered back to life. So, will you show me the technique? Technique? Oh, right. Sure. If you really have nothing better to do, I could use the help. Cool. I hope I can help. Let's go right after lunch then. Kakashi arrived a few minutes later, 5 minutes before he was supposed to go on duty. Although it had been extremely difficult for him to arrive early, for a real reason, Tsunade had been very persuasive in the matter, as he had an extra side mission. Seeing the pair eating quickly and quietly, he decided that it would be the perfect time to interrupt. Yo, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here? Mabui's smile faltered as she looked up from her ramen. This is your sensei. Why was his sensei the one sent to spy on him? Yeah, I'm his sensei. Anyway, Naruto, I was told to give you this. He handed Naruto an envelope and told you to expect the rest in the mail. Rest? Rest of what? Your pay. You didn't really think that Tsunade-sama was going to stop giving you missions and leave you to starve to death, did you? Pay? How can I get paid without doing missions? You're technically on paid leave right now, Naruto. Unless you'd rather not be paid, because I'm sure I can arrange that. No. Don't do that. Seeing the boy nearing tears, Kakashi couldn't help but think that Naruto was just no fun. It's okay, Naruto, I was just joking. Instantly cheering up, Naruto asked the first question that came to mind. How much am I getting? She didn't tell me, but probably not very much. Completely missing the fact that the first check had taken more than 3 weeks to get to him, Naruto opened the envelope to see how much the check was worth. His mouth opened, but no sound came out and his eyes became as wide as they had ever been. Naruto-kun. Seeing him completely freeze up for several seconds, Mabui peeked over his shoulder at the check. How much is it? Whoa, oh my god. That's a lot of money. Let me see. Kakashi couldn't help but be interested after Mabui's reaction. His face would have been priceless if it hadn't been hidden. What? That's more than I get paid for S-rank missions. She's giving you this much every week. He realized only a moment too late that hysteria is not cool and embarrassedly recomposed himself. Yeah, well. I have to go now, Naruto. I've got a mission. Later. Naruto stood completely still, staring at the check for a few moments until AM commented that his ramen was getting cold. He and Mabui instantly continued with their lunch, not wanting to let perfectly good ramen go to waste. Naruto and Mabui arrived at Training Ground 7 at about 12:30. Mabui, who had never bothered to attend the academy because she had never had a desire to be a ninja, was getting slightly anxious. From everything that she had read of ninja techniques, most of the difficulty was in chakra manipulation and she had no experience with that. She decided to trust Naruto's judgment, considering that he was a professional. So, Naruto-kun, why don't you start by showing me the original technique? Yashi? Naruto, utterly convinced that Mabui would figure out the problem, formed a cage bunshin, which proceeded to swirl chakra in his hand. A few seconds later he dispelled the bunshin and held out the newly formed for Mabui to look at. This is what Yondaime came up with. Mabui stared at it for a few seconds, seemingly in a daze, before switching her gaze to Naruto and adopting a serious look. Okay, I think I've gleaned all I can from seeing this one. What was your idea to make it better? Huh? Oh, right. He quickly explained his idea and his progress, which Mabui took a moment to process. Do you know what I'm doing wrong? Mabui stayed silent, a frown on her face. When Naruto went to ask her again, though, she cut him off. I might, but I'm not really sure. Could I see you try it? Okay. Naruto was a little embarrassed to be demonstrating an unfinished technique to Mabui, but if it was going to help. Naruto and his newly formed cage bunshin stood side by side, just like every other time, and started their technique. Mabui watched intently as the technique seemed to work, but suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. She had been right after all. I don't know why, but it always stops right there. It doesn't have enough room. Naruto stared dumbly at her for a second. Huh? What do you mean? It's just spinning air, how can it not have enough room? It's not just spinning air, Naruto-kun. The seriousness of her tone freaked him out a little bit and she could tell, but she didn't let it bother her. Your chakra mixes with the air, taking up space on the surface of the sphere. The original attack never had space as a factor because, despite your bunshin's method of introducing rotation, it could pretty much be as big as it wanted to sit on your hand. It auto-sized itself to be as compact as possible with the amount of chakra that you were pouring into it, which made it more powerful than if it had been more loosely put together. Oh, I get it. But what does that have to do? Everything. Because you're trying to add more directions of rotation, you're putting more chakra into the technique, which means that the technique will take up more space. It looked like you and your bunshin left barely enough space for a normal, meaning that your new technique was out of the question. So? When Naruto finished processing what she had said, he had the biggest smile that Mabui had ever seen. So all I have to do is give it more room. Yada. Thank you so much, Mabui-chan. Just glad that she could be of help, Mabui smiled on as Naruto got ready to try the technique again. Betting the distance down was not as easy as it sounded, however. Naruto tried for hours, Mabui watching all the while, but he couldn't get the technique to work. If the hands were too far apart, the rotations never met, and if the hands were close enough for the chakra to meet, it would fizzle out after a few seconds. Just as Mabui was getting frustrated, thinking that she had either been wrong or overlooked something, Naruto thought of something. I have an idea, Mabui-chan. He put on a big fox grin. You said that it adjusts its eyes while it's being formed, right? Huh? Yeah, I think so. I'm not a ninja, but that's what it looked like. Can you think of any reason that it couldn't adjust from small to big? She shook her head slowly, trying to grasp his idea. Just watch. He put his hand out just far enough from the bunshins for a normal-sized dot as they started forming, he and his bunshin pulled their hands apart. They did it far too quickly, resulting in the technique's dispersal, but Mabui understood his idea. That's a great idea, Naruto-kun. I never would have thought of that. I really wouldn't have. It'll probably throw off your timing a bit, but I'm sure it'll work eventually. Naruto's grin just grew wider. A few hours later, the grin was completely gone. He hadn't even managed to get the separation speed down, let alone the technique. Even Mabui's cheer had visibly fallen several notches. She had been sure that he would get the hang of it quickly, but then again, she didn't really know what quickly meant in the ninja world. Kakashi, watching from his hiding spot, knew exactly what quickly meant in the ninja world. For 5 hours, he had watched Naruto progress more quickly than he could ever have imagined. The boy showed more intuition and determination than Yondaime and Kakashi combined. Even though he hadn't understood the explanation that Naruto had given, he could tell that Naruto was going to get it within a few days, at the rate he was going. I think that's it for today, Mabui-chan. You're giving up already, Naruto-kun. Of course not. His grin returned. I'll just have to keep trying tomorrow. There's other training I need to do today, and I don't want to fall behind. Do you have more training? Do you mind if I stay and watch? You want to watch? Why? I don't know, I just do. Her smile finally returned. Do you mind or not? I guess not. Great. We should get some dinner first, though. It can't be healthy for you to train all night without eating. After dinner, Naruto's training amazed Mabui. She knew that ninja had more stamina and strength than normal people, but he was expending more energy than she did in a month, and he didn't even look winded. Naruto, meanwhile, couldn't understand why she would want to watch him repeatedly punch and kick a log, jump rope, and do push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, but she refused to leave unless he said that he specifically didn't want her there. He couldn't bring himself to lie to her, so she stayed. By the time that midnight rolled around, Mabui was still watching. Even though she couldn't say exactly what had caused her to stay so long, she felt no desire to leave. Naruto, finishing his last squat, looked over to her. That's it for today. She smiled at him. Then I'll see you tomorrow. He glared at her suspiciously for a moment. Why are you so interested in me? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? I mean exactly what I asked Mabui-chan. Why are you so interested in me? It's one thing to be willing to help me, but you almost act like there's nothing you'd rather do than hang around me all day. You must have a reason. I don't really know. A big part of it is that you're just fun to be around, and some of it is that you remind me of my dad, but there's just something about you. I can't really explain it, but I feel better being around you. Better about myself, my life, my everything. She stared off into space for a moment before continuing, I guess it's just the kind of person you are. Your attitude, your actions, what you say and how you say it. I can't get enough of you. Naruto, taking this the wrong way, panicked. Kuzo. Would she have to fall in love with me? Aside from the fact that she's 7 years older than me, it just seems creepy. Laughing nervously, he tried to let her down easy. Mabui-chan. I don't really like you quite, that way, but immediately figuring out what he was thinking, Mabui had a sudden urge to vomit. Something about the idea of Naruto even thinking that she had feelings for him felt sick and wrong. Oh. No, I didn't mean it like that. Seeing his face relax slightly made Mabui much more comfortable. I meant it in a platonic way, like a family member or a really close friend. Oh thank God. Naruto walked Mabui home, but not before she made him promise to have lunch with her the next day. Kakashi, making a mental note to report a few things to Tsunade in the morning, switched with Hashi before going to get some sleep. Kakashi really didn't like the way that his meeting had turned out, but he really had no choice about what he was about to do. Although he had tried to assure Tsunade that Mabui's intentions were pure, she demanded to meet the girl. With a sigh, he came out of the shadows. Orders are orders, after all. Yo, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing at Mabui-chan's apartment? Well, Naruto. How can I put this so as not to piss him off? I'm actually here to see Mabui. Who? Me? Mabui, having only spoken with Kakashi twice, was more than a little surprised. Why? Tsunade-sama asked to see you. I'm supposed to take you as soon as possible. What? Naruto was outraged. Why does Bachan want to see Mabui-chan right now? We were about to go to lunch. Kakashi sighed. This didn't promise to be easy. She just wants to ask Mabui a few questions, Naruto. Seeing Mabui getting worried, he added, it's nothing bad, Mabui-san. She didn't cheer up. I probably shouldn't do this, but why don't you guys have lunch before we go? Mabui looked even more worried. What? I can't let you get in trouble for me. If you keep Hokage-sama waiting, she could. Don't worry about it. Kakashi's eyes smiled. I'm pretty well known for being late and it really isn't that important anyway. I've already told her the answers to all of her questions, she just wants to hear it from you. Oh. She smiled and turned to Naruto. So, Naruto, where do you want to go for lunch? I feel like going to Ichiraku's again, but if you'd rather have something else I wouldn't mind. Naruto, of course, didn't feel like going somewhere else. 20 bowls of ramen, each. Later, Naruto and Mabui had to part ways. Mabui was disappointed that she wouldn't be able to help Naruto with his technique, but she knew that she couldn't oppose the leader of the village. As Kakashi led her to the office, Mabui felt a little anxious. What kind of questions did the Hokage have for her and why weren't Kakashi's answers satisfactory? Kakashi had made it pretty clear on their first meeting that she had been thoroughly researched and as a civilian, she wasn't exactly a master of hiding things like ninjas were. Try as she might, she couldn't think of what questions were coming, which of course meant that she couldn't prepare herself for them. Tsunade's angry voice jerked her out of her thoughts. You're late, Kakashi. Ah, sorry Tsunade-sama. I was attacked on the way to her apartment by 3 merchants from Wind Country carrying a magic lamp and save your stories for Guy, Kakashi. Where the hell were you? Mabui wasn't really sure that it was a good idea, but she didn't want Kakashi to get in trouble, so she said the first thing that came to her head. It's my fault, Tsunade-sama. Clearly, it had been the wrong time to speak, as Tsunade gave her a look somewhere between who asked you. And I will kill you in the most inconceivably horrible and painful way I can think of. Still, in an amazing feat of bravery that few were capable of, she continued to speak in coherent sentences. Kakashi-san told me that you wanted to see me immediately and that you had important questions to ask me, but I insisted on having lunch first. If you're going to blame anyone, blame me. Nice try, but I know you're lying. Tsunade was bluffing, of course. Mabui's lie had been completely flawless, but Tsunade knew Kakashi too well to believe that he would have said the questions were important. What really happened to Kakashi? It had better not involve Naruto, or so help me I'll. Why can't it involve Naruto? I'll deal with you in a moment, so I suggest you keep quiet until then. Kakashi, answer the question. Kakashi, who had been interrupted the first 2 times he had tried to answer, waited a moment to make sure that there wouldn't be any interruptions. I allowed her to have lunch with Naruto before coming here, Tsunade-sama. She eats as much ramen as Naruto, actually, which is why it took so long. You let her have lunch with Naruto? I specifically ordered that you not allow her to have contact with Naruto until after I have this talk with her. As it is, with her skill in lying, I'm tempted to have Anbu lock her up just to be safe. If she turns out to be a spy, I'm holding you personally responsible for any. I already told you, Tsunade-sama, she isn't a spy. Kakashi sighed. He really didn't appreciate having his judgment questioned this completely, even if Tsunade was just trying to look out for Naruto. The idea is ridiculous. When she first met Naruto, she practically worshipped the ground he walked on, and that's exactly why I'm suspicious of Kakashi. You know as well as I do that the people of this town, especially civilians, hold an irrational hatred of Naruto. She's old enough to know about Kyuubi, so it's absurd for you to trust her because she doesn't hate him. I don't like it any more than you, but that's just. Tsunade stopped speaking as Mabui slapped her in the face. Tsunade had crossed the line, and Mabui wasn't about to let her get away with it. You think that people who recognize a hero can't be trusted? It's absurd to trust me because I don't hate the boy to whom I owe my life. Wow, that really is suspicious. You'd better arrest me now before I start calling Sandame and Yondame heroes too, you old hag. Tsunade, still holding her face where Mabui had slapped it, stared at Kakashi in shock. He hadn't been kidding. She really did get angry at people who didn't recognize Naruto as a hero. Overriding her fear of getting slapped again, Tsunade decided to answer the poor girl. I didn't mean it like that. Another slap met her face. Yes you did. You wouldn't have even felt badly about it if I hadn't pointed out how horrible the idea was. Hell, you were one step from saying that Naruto-kun is better off without friends because anyone who would associate with him is suspicious. That you could actually think that. That someone Naruto-kun likes and respects as much as you could actually think such a thing about him is horrifying. Even if the villagers are betraying him, at least they aren't doing it from the position of a friend. If she could have gotten away with it, Mabui would have stormed out of the office, but she somehow doubted that the Anbu at the door were left as speechless as the Hokage in front of her. Kakashi, however, was. He merely stared wide-eyed at the idea of someone not only standing up to Tsunade while she was in a bad temper, but slapping her, twice, and living to tell the tale. Tsunade hung her head in shame, realizing how true Mabui's statements were. For what it's worth. I'm sorry. I just want what's best for Naruto, and considering the people who are out to get him right now, we really can't afford to be lenient on anyone. Mabui thought for a few moments. Is this about Uchiha Itachi? How do you know that? Even Kakashi adopted a somewhat relaxed fighting stance at the mention of Itachi. That is the single most classified piece of information in Konoha. There's no way you can possibly know about that group if you're an average civilian. Group? I thought Uchiha Itachi was a single person, not a group. Don't play stupid. You can't possibly know that Itachi is after Naruto unless you know about Akatsuki. Akatsuki? So there's a group called Akatsuki after Naruto, and the perpetrator of the Uchiha massacre is in it. That's why Jiraiya-sama was acting strangely. You know Jiraiya? That changes everything. He never could shut up around cute girls. Mabui suddenly smiled. You really think I'm cute? Kakashi gave her a quick glance before deciding that she had to be kidding. She was easily the most stunningly beautiful girl he had seen in his entire perverted life. Tsunade, thinking along the same lines but with a more jealous twinge, took a moment to respond. If you know Jiraiya, I'm surprised you don't know more about Akatsuki than I do. Mabui left Tsunade's office extremely disappointed. Although she had managed to completely clear her name, she had spent the entire day doing it, finally leaving at midnight. She had no chance to help Naruto develop his technique, and she was most likely not going to get to be there when he finished it. Naruto was fairly disappointed as well. He had finally gotten down the speed at which his hand needed to separate from the buncheons, but the timing was drastically different during the separation than before or after it. If Mabui had been able to come, he was sure that she would have been able to help somehow, but she had never shown up. On Friday, he stopped by the library and the pair had lunch, but Mabui couldn't think of any way to help Naruto. She did have to work, after all. He had been extremely curious about what Tsunade had wanted, but Mabui didn't tell him anything. Training continued as usual, resulting in Naruto not quite having the technique down, but he was showing plenty of promise. It was on Saturday that Kakashi decided that Jiraiya could take his books and shove them up his. Well, you know. Naruto, finally succeeding in getting the timings down, had tested his new variation on the dot to say that it was more powerful than its predecessor would be, like saying that a bolt of lightning is more powerful than a static cling, in Kakashi's opinion at least. Not only was the tree he attacked completely obliterated, but the impact caused a sphere of destruction at least 20 times as large as the attack itself. The ground was cracked, 15 trees were completely destroyed, and the winds released had knocked over several other trees. Rasengan would have just damaged the main target and that would have been the end of it. Naruto concluded the day by giving his attack a name. Great Sphere. Kakashi concluded the day by leaving a scroll and a note on Naruto's table before Hashi arrived, hoping against hope that Hashi didn't notice and deciding that another talk with Guy would be necessary. Chapter 3. Eyes wide to bursting. As much as I admire his youthful spirit Kakashi, I can't just listen. Kakashi was interrupting Guy and Lee during their morning training to talk about Naruto, but Guy wasn't in the mood to talk about it again. Still, Kakashi couldn't let himself fail Naruto again, not when the boy was showing so much promise. Naruto is turning out to be some kind of closet genius. From what I've seen, I would bet my life that he'll be Hokage, with or without your help. All I'm asking you to do is give him a little boost to help him improve more quickly. That's not all you're asking me to do, Kakashi. If that was the only thing to consider, I'd have helped him without you asking me. You can't honestly think that I would risk opposing Jiraiya-sama to. You know Guy, Jiraiya doesn't have to know. How would he not know? Is he supposed to just think that some other teacher gave Naruto giant leg weights that say guts? I could tell Naruto to hide the weights and not mention them to anyone. But then he'll get suspicious and I'll blow off his questions like I always do. Seeing that Guy was still looking unsure, Kakashi decided to throw in one last incentive. Also, Tsunade-sama will be very happy with anyone who helps Naruto right now. She might even be willing to do that thing you were asking about the other day. Guy's eyes widened. You mean she might? Yup. But, if you're too scared of Jiraiya, I guess that you'll never get her to do it. No. I mean. The burning passion of youth shall not be doused by the foolishness of elders. Take these, he took off his own weights, to Naruto, and tell him to revel in the springtime of life. He handed the weights to Kakashi, who promptly fell over. How much do these weigh? About 1,000 pounds, why? Kakashi managed to pick them up off of the ground, but mused that he might have thrown his back out in the process. Don't you think that's a bit much? Naruto's youthful spirit can handle it. Just make sure that Jiraiya never finds out. Yeah, whatever. Kakashi really hadn't been listening for a response, so he had no idea what it was that Guy had said, but he was sure it wasn't worth hearing again. Curse you Kakashi. Your attitude is hip which makes you're angry, blah blah blah. Later. With that he was gone, leaving an infuriated Guy to his training. When Naruto woke up that morning, he got quite a surprise. A week earlier he wouldn't have even glanced at his table in the morning, but Mabui had impressed on him that eating 3 meals a day could benefit his training, so he made some ramen for breakfast. Sitting down to eat, he found Kakashi's note and scroll. He started with the note, which read, Naruto, you'll have to keep this a secret, but the scroll I left you is a special scroll only accessible by the Hokage. In it you'll find instructions for a technique that extends Kage Bunshin no. Guy probably has something to give you too, I'll have to check. Kakashi, there was a crude drawing of Pakin showing a peace sign in the bottom right corner. Naruto reread the note suspiciously a few times, not sure what to think. The last he remembered, Kakashi and Guy had declined to train him altogether, neither giving a real reason. He couldn't imagine any reason for them to change their minds, but he decided to take the help where he could get it. After his customary morning laps, Bunshin sparring tournament, and lunch with Mabui, Naruto headed towards training ground 7, only to be stopped by Kakashi. Yo. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? I had a present for me to give you. He tried to hold the weights out casually, but instead fell over again. I would have been here sooner, but it's hard to run with these things. Naruto looked like he was about to weep with joy. He had wanted to try wearing those weights ever since he had seen Lee remove them during the exam, and now he had his own pair to work with. From the looks of things, they were even heavier than Lee's, too. He was sure to get strong quickly if he used those in his training. Well, what are you waiting for Naruto? Put them on already. Yashi. Naruto eagerly reached down to grab the weights, but couldn't quite stand back up. With Kakashi's help, he managed to get the weights under his pants legs, but was barely able to move his legs at all. Super bros have weights like this all the time. How much do these things weigh? That's not important. I am not looking forward to our next sparring match if he doesn't replace them. What is important is that you never let anyone know about the weights or the scroll I gave you. Guy and I can get in a lot of trouble for this, so why? Why what? Why would you get in trouble for training me? Does Bachan hate me now or something? The size of your paycheck should tell you that she doesn't hate you. Anyway, it's not Tsunade-sama, and I really can't tell you any more about it. Later. Naruto was about to ask again, but Kakashi disappeared. He continued, very slowly, on to training ground 7, grumbling about secretive perverts the whole way. Opening the scroll that Kakashi had left for him, Naruto was annoyed to see that it actually looked pretty complicated, but then the name of the technique caught his eye. Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, exploding shadow clone technique. It explodes. He was able to think of dozens of situations where that ability would be useful in a Bunshin, and instantly knew that it was a perfect technique to go with his style. Still, it looked so complicated. Reading through the scroll, Naruto found that it was complicated. So complicated, in fact, that the author of the scroll had placed a warning and the rank in bold print, along with an explanation of what the ranks mean. Warning. Anyone attempting this technique should know that it is an A-rank ninjutsu and will be well beyond the capabilities of most. The ranking system is as follows. S rank. Beyond the abilities of most kage, most often requiring too much chakra to be practical. Usually never taught because no one can learn other than the creator. A rank. Kage or elite level, most likely requiring ridiculous amounts of chakra control. B rank. Jounin level, difficult to learn and too draining for most to use. C rank. Chunin level, most ninja with a few years of field experience can master in a matter of weeks. B rank. Genin level, the most basic techniques such as Bunshin no and Kawarimi no. If you are not a kage or among the best in your village in ninjutsu, it is highly recommended that you not bother to attempt this technique as it will likely be too difficult for you. Below the warning, Naruto could see that Kakashi had scribbled a little note for him. Naruto, just thought you should know. Chidori is a B-rank technique and is an A-rank new version of that you developed has been classified as S-rank and the Naruto no Jutsu has been classified as B-rank. Naruto read through the note twice before realizing something very odd. He had skipped straight from Genin level techniques to Jounin level techniques before getting any field experience. The next thing he realized was that he had never told anyone, even Mabui, about Naruto no. Eventually he reasoned that whatever Anbu had been watching him at the time must have reported it to Tsunade, who in turn told Kakashi. As for why they had bothered to rank his technique, he found he didn't care. After reading through the instructions for the technique, Naruto was fairly confident that he would be able to get the hang of it in a day or two. His hands flew into the boar, dragon, and cage Bunshin seals, he molded his chakra, and nothing. More accurately, a puff of ninja smoke which quickly cleared to reveal nothing. Not one to be discouraged so easily, Naruto continued to try. Kakashi, watching from his vantage point in the trees, was curious as to just how long it would take Naruto to learn the technique. Kakashi had spent the better part of 2 months mastering the move because he was unable to find someone to copy it from, only to find that he didn't have the stamina necessary to effectively use it more than 2 or 3 times per day. Naruto, on the other hand, had more than enough stamina to use it 20 times per day. That the move would become an integral part of Naruto's style was obvious, the only variable factor was how long it would be before Naruto started using it and Kakashi had decided that sooner was better than later. Jikyushu? Heal yourself, you stupid rabbit. Sakura had had enough of failing at this, but she knew that Tsunade wouldn't allow her to progress without it. Having a little trouble, Sakura. Tsunade Shishu. Why am I so pathetic? Of all the things that Tsunade would have thought to call Sakura, pathetic wasn't one of them. Hell, the girl was learning more quickly than Tsunade had learned at her age. Where did that come from? Well, it's just. I've only managed to learn 3 C ranks in the time I've been spending with you, and you're Naruto, the dead last of our class, was able to develop his own B rank in the same amount of time, and he's working alone. Naruto was the dead last in your class. That's funny. What's funny about it? Oh, just that he was probably only the dead last because of the type of techniques they teach in the academy. What do you mean, Tsunade Shishu? The academy only teaches D rank, which are the most basic and easiest to perform, yes. Normally. Naruto is a special case, as far as techniques are concerned. At Sakura's quizzical look, she decided to explain. There is a reason that Naruto's chakra control has always been subpar. From a young age, he's had a chakra capacity far beyond what he should have considering his level and the extent of his training. By the time he was learning to mold chakra, his chakra capacity was probably at about level. What? How can that be? To be honest, I have no idea where he gets all of that chakra. Many of the more, how should I put this, prejudiced belief that his extra chakra comes from a certain condition that he has, but I don't think that's true. At any rate, he has the extra chakra and it affects his chakra control greatly. How would having extra chakra make his control worse? Shouldn't it just mean that he has more to practice with? But therein lies the problem. Sighing, as Sakura obviously didn't understand, Tsunade tried to think of how to explain. The reason that chakra control needs to be taught while chakra capacity is still small is simple. It's easier to control how much of something you let out at a time if you have a small amount to begin with. I wish that Mabui was here to come up with a better example, but all I can think of is, boo. Mabui? Just a friend of Naruto's. Anyway, the only example I can think of is bladder control. When you learn bladder control, the muscle that holds the liquid in is weak, but the amount of liquid it needs to hold in is relatively small. As you grow older, even though the amount of liquid increases, the strength of the muscle increases and everything balances out. Yeah, what about it? To put the example in proportion. Imagine having that muscle at the strength of a newborn baby's and a bladder the size of a fully grown man. Oh. So, Naruto was a genius all of that time? No. Genius isn't determined by raw potential, it's determined by natural skill. Although, even if his chakra levels made D and C rank techniques more difficult, they didn't make B and A rank techniques any easier, so his mastery of was definitely Rasengan. What's that? You don't know? I would have thought you would have seen it at some point. Rasengan is an A rank technique invented by Yondaime. The only people who have ever learned it are Yondaime, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Yondaime spent 3 years developing it, Jiraiya spent 4 months learning it from Yondaime, and Naruto learned it in roughly a week from Jiraiya. A week? That's what I said. I had actually made a bet with Naruto that he wouldn't be able to learn the technique that quickly, and I lost my grandfather's necklace. He learned an A rank technique in a week. And he didn't even gloat about it. It would appear that way. Actually, Kakashi tells me he's already created a new S rank technique that looks just like the, except that it's larger and many times more powerful. S rank. But S rank means, yes, it means that the technique is probably too difficult for most Kage to master. Based on Kakashi's description, though, that rank is appropriate. Getting back to your original question. You aren't pathetic. Naruto is just incredibly gifted and determined, and you can't hope to compete. No one can. You've actually been progressing more quickly than I did at your age, so if you call yourself pathetic again I'll be tempted to hurt you. Smiling at the revelation that her falling behind wasn't a sign of weakness, Sakura was determined to strengthen her resolve and keep up with Naruto. She started towards the rabbit to try to heal it again, but realized she had one more question she had to ask. Tsunade Shishu. What is it now, Sakura? Why bladder control? Couldn't you have used a floodgate or a dam or something? I'm a medic, not an engineer. If you want better examples then get Mabui in here before you ask questions. When Kakashi arrived at Ichiraku's to take over the next day, he was greeted by a very happy Hashi. Apparently the new weights were just a bit too much for Naruto, as they had slowed his lap time from 2 minutes and 15 seconds to over an hour. Hashi didn't know about the weights, and he didn't care enough to investigate, but Kakashi got a little nervous at such a drastic change. Several days passed before Naruto started to get used to the extra weight. By the end of the week he was back up to 5 laps per hour, which meant 25 laps per day. His technique wasn't going quite so well, but Kakashi wasn't really expecting him to get it within a week anyway. Mabui found Naruto's sudden lack of ability to run or jump slightly disconcerting, but he told her that it was part of a new secret training regimen and that it would make him stronger, so she let it go. When she saw that the size of his daily lunch had doubled she knew that he had to be working hard and she didn't want to question his training unless she was sure that he was doing something unhealthy. By the following Wednesday, Naruto was able to make bunshin that could explode, but the explosions were so small that he doubted they could really hurt anything. Mabui insisted on watching his training on Wednesdays and Thursdays, something he didn't object to, so she got to see the completed demonstration on some unsuspecting trees. To say that she was surprised by the power of the attack would be an understatement, and she found herself filled with pride in Naruto and in herself for helping him. It was on Friday that Sakura began to get over her jealousy enough to be worried for Naruto. Her teammate had seemed very depressed in the hospital after his failed mission, then he had turned around and become even more determined to keep his promise, and then he stopped talking to her for 6 weeks. It was unlike Naruto to stop talking to her for 2 days, let alone 6 weeks. Something was clearly wrong and she needed to know what. Tsunade Shishu. What is Sakura? Did you get that technique down already? No, it's not that. I'm worried about Naruto. He hasn't spoken to me in 6 weeks, which is really weird for him, and you want to check on him personally, don't you? Well yeah. He is my teammate after all. Is that really the only reason you want to see him? What do you mean? Of course it is. Tsunade allowed herself a little laughter at that. Alright then, if you say so. What do you have in mind? I was thinking. If it's not too big of a problem, could you maybe get the Team Kurenai and Team Asuma the day off tomorrow? And Team Guy. You want me to take 9 ninja off duty for a day to check up on one person? In other words, the 9 people his age that might be able to convince him to slow down. She must not understand just yet. Okay. What? Just like that. Of course. It's just one day and they're all in town anyway. Besides, I feel like I owe Naruto something and this'll be good for him. And you. But that decided, Sakura went off in search of the other 9 who she hoped would accompany her the next day. Naruto, meanwhile, was finally getting down. He had used the technique several times and he was sure that he was doing it correctly. Although it bothered him that what the scroll described as ridiculous amounts of chakra turned out to be less chakra than he had used to beat Mizuki, he supposed that it could be draining if used 100 or 200 times. As he still had time before the library's closing time, he decided to work on another original technique that he had been thinking about. As the library was about to close, Naruto found himself in a new predicament. The scroll he was reading was surprisingly helpful, and he had a large stack of scrolls next to him that he wanted to read, but he wanted to take them to the training grounds with him for quicker reference. Running back and forth between the library and the training grounds seemed like more of a hassle than it needed to be, especially with guys' weights. Mabui-chan. What is Naruto-kun? Is it alright if I borrow these scrolls? I'll bring them back, Sure, you can check them out. Do you have your library card? Library card? What's that? You're kidding. You don't know what a library card is. We've got to get you one right away. Why, what is it? Mabui, already filling out the paperwork to get Naruto's card, looked up at him as though trying to determine whether it was possible that he was actually standing there. After a moment she explained the purpose of a library card to him, which caused his eyes to widen. You mean people can just take stuff for weeks at a time for free? And all they have to do is get one of those cards? That's the purpose of the library, Naruto-kun. She shoved some papers at him, signed here, here and here. As he did so, she pulled out a library card that the machine had just finished making for him. Here you go. Now we just need to check out your scrolls, and you're free to go. Wow. Thanks Mabui-chan. When Naruto finally got back to the training grounds he did the most annoying thing Kakashi could imagine. He sat and read quietly. Kakashi had, of course, been hoping to watch Naruto develop another incredible technique. He had been so expectant, in fact, that he had left his perverted novels at home. All that he had left for entertainment was Naruto, who was reading. Actually, as Kakashi thought about it, he had no idea what Naruto was reading. Moving to another tree for a better look at the scroll in Naruto's hands, Kakashi almost face-faulted out of the tree. Naruto was reading a stack of scrolls that would be better suited to a first-year academy student. After mentally preparing himself for an extremely boring night, Kakashi settled himself in a tree and began to struggle to keep his eye open. Thanks again for coming, guys. Of course, Sakura-san. I would hate to see Naruto-kun's youthful spirit be tainted by the same lust for power that drove Sasuke-kun away. Everyone's sweat dropped, but secretly had the same reason for coming. So forehead girl, he honestly hasn't even tried to contact you in 6 weeks. No, he hasn't. From what Kakashi-sensei and Tsunade Shishu have been saying, I think he's spent the entire time in some kind of super intense training regimen. The part that worries me the most, though, is that his new best friend is the head librarian. Everyone stopped dead at Sakura's words. After a few moments of silence, Shikamaru decided that he couldn't resist asking an important question. How serious were those injuries from Sasuke again? A few more moments of silence went by, apparently they had all thought it was a sarcastic question. I'm serious. Tsunade Shishu said that he sustained a mortal wound to the stomach and his left arm looked torn up on the inside, but those injuries healed and other than that there was nothing wrong with him. And we're sure she's the best medic available. His comment earned him a rather hard punch to the back of the head, but he had expected it. As they entered the main clearing of Training Ground 7, they saw Naruto doing something they would never have associated with Naruto. Reading. Super intense training regimen huh? He's probably just inventing another technique. The reply came from everyone around her at the same time. Another? Yes, another, but I probably shouldn't tell you guys about the first two. That's really up to Naruto. The group walked up to Naruto, everyone wondering exactly what it was that he was reading. As Naruto hadn't noticed them, and Sakura was taking a remarkably long time to point out their presence to him, Ino took a peek at the title of the scroll. She was face-vultured. Basics of chakra molding. What kind of idiot are you? They gave us this scroll in our first year at the academy. Naruto looked up to see his 10 visitors. He also saw that most of them seemed to agree with what Ino had said, even Lee, who could never have managed any of the exercises on the scroll anyway. I was just checking to see if it had anything that would help me with my new technique. It's going to, Ino pig. Don't you have any manners at all? You don't just walk up to someone you're trying to help and call them an idiot. I can't help it if he's an idiot, forehead girl. Being dead last is one thing, but having to reread academy material. How he ever beat Kiba and Niji is a mystery to me. If you're quite done, we are here for a reason. Niji didn't want to have to deal with a fight between two loud girls, so he decided to save some time. Could we please get back to it? Sakura's interest instantly returned to the still-seated Naruto. Oh, right. Naruto, we're here to take you to lunch. Why? Naruto really couldn't think of any reason that the group would want to take him to lunch. It seemed extremely suspicious to him that they would suddenly take an interest in him, not to mention that he had promised to meet Mabui at Ichiraku's. Because, Naruto, you've been working too hard. Everyone, including Shino, was surprised that Shino had been the one to voice that. Somehow, despite the shocked faces, he forced himself to finish his thought. Sakura, Lee, Niji, Kiba and Ino have expressed worry that you are becoming too obsessive and the rest of the group seems to share the sentiment. He's right, Naruto. You're being too troublesome. Shikamaru didn't really want to become a part of the conversation, but he knew it was inevitable. Reasoning that it was less troublesome to involve himself than to be prodded by Ino, he forced himself to say something that he knew he would regret. Just come eat lunch with us. After lunch I might even let you play a game of shogi with me. Shogi with Naruto had really been Ino's idea, which was the only reason that Shikamaru knew he couldn't get out of it. He actually liked Naruto as a friend, but he couldn't imagine the blonde being any good at the game. What's? You don't know how to play shogi. Receiving a death glare from Ino, he decided to take the least troublesome path. I could teach you, I guess. It's just a board game, in answer to your question. I don't have time for games. What about my training? Naruto, we're trying to get you away from your training for a day. Tenten really didn't think that Naruto would leave the village, but she had a much more powerful worry. You don't want to end up like Lee and Guy-sensei, do you? She decided to ignore Lee's indignant look as his response was cut off by Naruto's. You think I'm getting as strong as Super Brows? Yada. As Naruto started jumping up and down, screaming yada. Over and over, everyone's sweat dropped. That's it. Not what I meant, Naruto. Naruto instantly stopped his celebration, looking extremely disappointed. Naruto, you can't spend all of your time training. Ino was getting seriously tired of the conversation. Just come get lunch with us and we'll go from there, okay? But I was going to meet Mabui-chan. Who? Looking around, Ino could tell that no one in the group, with the possible exception of Sakura, had ever met anyone named Mabui. Mabui-chan. Well, that clears things up. And Naruto-kun. Naruto finally noticed that Hinata was also in the clearing, hiding behind everyone else, with a face as red as a ripe tomato. Why don't we just go with you to meet Mabui-san? Naruto tried to think of some valid reason that they wouldn't be able to come, but he couldn't. Okay. But you guys had better be nice to Mabui-chan. Seeing them all not in agreement, he picked up his scrolls and began to exit the training grounds. Naruto, would you hurry up? Ino pig, I told you to stop being so rude. If you act like that around Naruto-kun. Are you alright? Lee, having experience with debilitating injuries himself, was genuinely concerned. You didn't tear your muscles, did you? Eh? Oh, the way that's nothing, don't worry about it. He put on a big grin, hoping that it would rid them of suspicion. But it looks like you're having trouble walking. It's just part of my training. Naruto really wasn't sure if he was supposed to keep the secret from Lee, too, but if Lee didn't know, Naruto wasn't going to tell him. Hi Naruto-kun. Who are all of your friends? Mabui looked around at the group, a little surprised that Naruto had brought company. What really seemed odd to her was that all of the boys appeared to be drooling, except for the boy with no pupils, who had immediately shut his eyes upon seeing her. He decided to go from left to right. This is Hyuga Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, Aburam Shino, Sakura-chan, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Chouji, and her. It starts with a Y I think. Ino, looking angrier than anyone could ever remember seeing her, took her introduction upon herself. I'm Yamanaka Ino. She forced a smile as she said it, which resulted in her looking like a sleepy serial killer. Yeah, that was it. He gestured to Mabui, this is Mabui-chan. I don't know why, but they insisted on coming, so maybe they're just realizing what a cool person you are, Naruto-kun. To everyone's surprised looks, she almost took it back. The quickest to recover was, of course, Shikamaru, who decided to ask another question. How old are you? He was immediately punched in the back of the head by Ino, Sakura, and Tenten all at the same time, causing him to fall over on the ground. He decided that that wasn't nearly as scary as their shouting in unison. You idiot. Don't ask a woman her age. No, it's okay, I really don't mind. Mabui, who had never understood that rule anyway, didn't mind divulging her age. I'm 20 years old. Why do you ask, Shikamaru-kun? Shikamaru stood back up and dusted himself off. I've just never heard of anyone more than 4 years older than Naruto that didn't dislike him when they first met him. Mabui's face got a look of deepest loathing for a moment, but quickly changed back to her normal cheery expression. That's because they're idiots and they're missing out. Anyways, it's nice to meet all of you. If you're friends with Naruto-kun, I'm sure you're all great people. Would you all care to sit down? There was some generally affirmative mumbling, and everyone either sat down or leaned on the counter. So how's that new technique coming to Naruto? Not as well as I was hoping, but Naruto, you've got to be kidding. No matter how hard Ino tried, she couldn't imagine Naruto having less of a life. You talk about training on your lunch break. Do you ever take an actual break? Why would I want to waste time? Besides, Mabui-chan only ever seems to want to talk about my training anyway. And whose fault is that? She probably doesn't feel comfortable talking about anything else because you're so obsessed, and that's not true, I really do like talking about his training. Everyone stared at Mabui for a while, thinking that she was one of the weirdest people they had ever met, but no one said anything. So, what were you saying about your technique? Well, it's not going quite as well as I hoped it would, but I at least know what some of the problems are. The hardest part will probably be getting my chakra to continue to apply the same amount of centripetal force constantly after it leaves my hand, but I also have to consider. Whoa, wait a minute. Did I just hear Naruto talking about centripetal force? Remembering all of the time that she had spent with Naruto, Sakura felt fairly confident, saying that his intellectual capacity was not one of his strong points. Since when does Naruto know anything about physics? Since Mabui-chan explained it all to me and found books and scrolls for me to read, Sakura-chan. Anyway, Mabui-chan, I also have to consider. Naruto, you're not supposed to do any more training today, remember? Ino was making an honest effort to be polite, if for no other reason than not having a fight with Sakura in front of their new acquaintance. I'm not gonna fall behind on my training just because you guys are being weird. If I skimp on my training, I'll never be able to bring Sasuke back. Naruto-kun. Don't you think you could indulge your friends for one day? Mabui-chan. Not you too. I don't really think you're going too far with your training, but your friends are worried about you. The least you could do is give them less reason to worry, even if you have to sacrifice a half day of training. Well. Alright, I guess. Finally, Ichiraku came to get the group's orders. Ino, Sakura, Hinata and Tenten all ordered 1 bowl of miso ramen, not wanting to gain any weight. Niji got 2 bowls of pork ramen, Lee 3 bowls of pork, just to outdo Niji, Kiba and Shino both ordered 2 bowls of miso, Shikamaru got 1 bowl of pork, and Chaoji got 2 of each kind on the menu. When it finally came to Naruto, he ordered 5 pork, 5 teriyaki chicken, and 10 miso. Naruto's order didn't surprise his friends nearly as much as Mabui's order, which consisted of 10 pork, 5 teriyaki chicken, and 5 miso. In other words, Mabui was planning on eating as much ramen as Naruto. Probably the weirdest part of the whole experience was that Mabui finished her ramen before Naruto did. She waited until he finished the whole 5 seconds and then headed back to the library to continue her shift. Seeing that his friends had yet to finish their ramen, although how it was possible to eat that slowly escaped him, he tried to sneak away to the training grounds, but they saw him and made him sit back down. Naruto, we already told you we aren't going to let you train anymore today. Just relax and be glad for the time off. Okay, but only because Mabui-chan thought it would be a good idea. Yada. Ino was punching the air for some reason, but no one found it odd. I guess that means you'll spend the rest of the afternoon playing shogi with Shikamaru. Shikamaru shuddered, but she didn't notice. Actually, I have a question to ask you guys. What is Naruto? How long do I have to get ready for the next exam? At this, everyone exchanged dark looks. Sakura was the only one who knew why, but they all knew that his training was being hampered and that the reason would probably prevent him from entering the exams. There are 10 weeks left, but I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. I only have 10 weeks. But I've only finished learning 3 techniques. I'm gonna have to get more serious about my training. More serious? Are you crazy? Forehead, you don't have to scream. Yes I do. He's already doubled his speed and strength and invented 1 B rank and 1 S rank ninjutsu. If he gets any more serious, he's going to kill himself. Those in the group that knew the ranking system, Niji, Hinata and Tenten, went wide-eyed, while Naruto just adopted a suspicious glare. How do you know about my techniques? Naruto, please. I'm the Hokage's apprentice, and you're my teammate. It would be ridiculous to think that I don't hear all about what you're up to. You mean to tell me, Tenten took a deep breath, that Naruto, the one sitting at the counter right over there, invented an S-rank ninjutsu? Sakura nodded. You do know what S-rank means, right? Sakura nodded again. What how who told you it was S-rank? Tsunade Shishu. As if merely to defy the laws of physics, Niji's, Tenten's, and Hinata's eyes went even wider. She didn't really tell me what it does, though. Biba couldn't take being left out of the loop anymore. What's an S-rank ninjutsu? Would you people speak plain Japanese please? Oh, you don't know about the ninjutsu rankings. S-rank means damn it Naruto. Stop trying to sneak off. Naruto sat back down, mumbling something about only a little. S-rank means that it's too difficult for most Kage to learn and it requires an ungodly amount of chakra to the point where most people wouldn't be able to use it effectively in an actual fight. All of the eyes that hadn't widened quickly corrected themselves. S-rank techniques are usually never taught because not many people have the skill or the power to use them. Naruto created one. He turned to Naruto, a look of disbelief obvious on his face. I'll believe it when I see it. Naruto's face lit up in a grin. You'll see it at the exams, dog boy. Unless you're afraid to come. Naruto. About the exam. Sakura hated being the bearer of bad news, but she was probably the only one who could tell him. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. What do you mean, Sakura-chan? I was in the finals last time, I'm sure that things have changed a little. Since Jiraiya has been threatening not to train you, I doubt that Kakashi-sensei will have the courage to submit your name. Even if he does, we still need another person, so Hiro Sennin is the reason I couldn't get a teacher. Why wouldn't anyone tell me? Naruto stood up and started shouting about pervert cheaters, and it took his friends 10 minutes to calm him down. When he finally did calm down, Sakura took the opportunity to switch the subject. A few minutes later, they entered Shikamaru's house. Unfortunately, his mother was home and she spotted Naruto. "Shikamaru, what is that thing doing in our house?" He looked around for a minute. "What thing?" She pointed at Naruto, causing everyone to raise an eyebrow. "Naruto? Yes. I told you a long time ago not to associate with him. Why is he in our house?" Her use of air quotes was, quite possibly, the most childish thing he had ever seen from her. "I was about to teach him to play shogi." Shikamaru had always thought his mother's orders to be troublesome and pointless and had completely ignored her when she told him not to speak, play, or fight with Naruto. As far as he had been concerned, Naruto was just another guy, which made the way his mother was referring to Naruto all the more perturbing. You were going to play games with him?" She couldn't quite find the words to describe how wrong it was without mentioning Kyuubi, but she knew that she needed to try. Unfortunately, for her at least, she wasn't good with words. "Get that thing out of my house. It's a terrible influence and I don't want you speaking to it ever again." "Did I just hear what I thought I heard?" Shikado walked into the room looking very angry, a side of him that Shikamaru couldn't remember ever having seen. "Oh. Shikado, I didn't know you were home." Shikamaru knew for a fact that he had never seen his father stand up to his mother, nor had he ever seen his mother back down from anything. For the life of him, though, he couldn't figure out why they were acting so strangely. "Shikamaru, take your friends upstairs. Your mother and I need to have a talk." Rather than question the turn of events, Shikamaru took the least troublesome path. Before anyone knew it, they were all crowded into Shikamaru's room, watching him explain to Naruto. After 3 explanations and a demonstration, Naruto thought he had a good understanding of how to play, so they began. 3 moves later, it was obvious to Shikamaru that Naruto had no idea what he was doing. "Naruto, you can't move that there, it's suicidal." "I have a plan, just let me try it." Shikamaru decided to let Naruto try whatever his plan was, as he knew the game wouldn't be a challenge, even if Naruto played normally. Or at least, he thought he knew. By the 15th move, everyone was watching the game with rapt attention, even though most had only stayed because they feared Ino's wrath. No one could figure out exactly what Naruto's strategy was, or if there were multiple strategies, or if he even had a strategy, but he was playing amazingly well. While Shikamaru's turns averaged about 90 seconds, Naruto's turns averaged about 3. Off to the side, the wagering pool was closed after the 20th turn. Shikamaru was in his thinking pose, realizing that he was having the hardest game of his life. How Naruto could possibly be that good in his first game, the super genius had no idea, but he was starting to question Naruto's status as a dead last. Not only were Naruto's moves quick, they were completely unpredictable and disturbingly well thought out. Every time that Shikamaru tried a new strategy, it was like Naruto had been waiting for him to try that strategy from the start. When the end of the match came, everyone was surprised except for Naruto, who was complaining that Shikamaru had obviously let him win. Hinata collected all of the money from the pool, and even she hadn't actually expected Naruto to win. Naruto tried to sneak out to go train while they weren't paying attention, but was caught by Ino. The group forced him to wait while Choji went to get Asuma, something that Naruto really wasn't looking forward to. When Shikamaru explained to Asuma that he had lost a game of shogi to Naruto, the cigarette actually fell from the man's mouth. He just stood there, mouth agape, until Ino punched him on the arm. Finally Asuma waved it off, saying that it was impossible for anyone to beat Shikamaru, let alone Naruto. In honor of Asuma's statement, they forced Naruto to have a rematch with Shikamaru. Although he considered losing on purpose just to get out of the whole thing, Naruto ended up playing seriously, complaining that Shikamaru was letting him win periodically throughout the match. When Naruto won again, Asuma refused to believe it, claiming that it had been staged. Naruto wasn't particularly eager to prove anything to Asuma, as he had already tired of the game, but he still ended up playing a 3rd round. At the very least, he was glad that the 3rd game finished much more quickly than the 2 before it, Asuma being totally crushed. Finally they allowed Naruto to leave, but only after he promised that he would not only refrain from training for the rest of the day, he would also meet them at the same time the next Saturday. Not many of them liked the idea, but Ino and Sakura were disturbingly persuasive. An extremely defeated Naruto headed home to at least read some more from the scrolls he had borrowed. "That was interesting. What did you think, Asuma-sensei?" "I have absolutely no idea, Ino. I don't get it. When the hell did that idiot become so smart?" "Well, now that I think about it." Sakura suddenly remembered all of the plans that she had seen Naruto enact mid-battle. "Our first real fight was with an S-rank missing nin from the hidden mist named Zabuza. When Zabuza captured Kakashi-sensei, Naruto came up with and executed a plan to get Kakashi-sensei free." Asuma's eyes widened a little bit at the mention of Zabuza. Kakashi never mentioned that he had help from his team. Then there was the fight with those from Hidden Rain, where he came up with a plan to trick them into canceling their prematurely. Oh, he also came up with a pretty good strategy when he fought you, Kiba. What? He didn't have a strategy. Oh, so you punched out your dog for the hell of it. Kiba glared at her, but Sakura continued to think. During his fight with you, Niji, he tricked you into letting your guard down after you attacked his Bunshin. He also tricked you at the end of the fight. I wasn't conscious when he defeated Gaara, but Naruto defeated Gaara. When the hell was that? During the Sand Sound invasion. I only know about it because I thanked Sasuke for saving me and he said it was Naruto that beat Gaara. Like I said though, I was unconscious, so I have no idea how he did it. After that, when we had to fight the Rain Genin again on a mission, he had his Kage Bunshin rotate the water with chakra to make a little vortex. The only other fight that I was around for was when Naruto fought Sasuke on the roof of the hospital. Other than using a little swirling wind ball to keep Sasuke's fireball from killing him, I don't remember Naruto using any strategy. So we've got 6, maybe 7 incidents where he used incredible strategies and the rest of his life he was a complete idiot. Shikamaru, trying to make sense out of the number 1 ninja and surprising people, was developing a terrible headache. Well, regardless of his abilities, his training obsession seems a bit unhealthy. Asuma-sensei, how could you ever imply that training with the burning passion of youth is unhealthy? If anything is unhealthy, it's those cigarettes you smoke all of the time. Hey, they're not that bad. Well, yes they are, but that's not the point. No, it's not. The point is that Sasuke already left me because he was obsessed with power and now Naruto's even worse about it. Sakura, I doubt that Naruto would leave the village. Tenten was not prepared to deal with Sakura crying. Not only would it kill his dream of becoming Hokage, it would defeat the purpose of getting the power. Naruto can't bring Sasuke back if Naruto is also a nuke nin. Sakura wiped the tears out of her eyes. I guess you're right. Thanks Tenten. Still. He does seem to have a power obsession and it probably isn't healthy to train quite as much as he seems to. Do we know how many hours per day he trains? Kakashi said 18 minus meal breaks. 18? Guy-sensei and I only train 16 hours per day and that's between missions. How can his body tolerate that? He got a hopeful look on his face, as though he was considering adding 2 hours to his training day, which Sakura took as her cue to crush that idea completely. Tsunade Shishu says that his body shouldn't be able to tolerate it. Her guess is that his body is actually being heavily damaged while he trains, but then he heals himself up and keeps going. But Naruto-kun isn't a medic nin. How can he heal his own wounds? Tsunade Shishu isn't entirely sure about that either. She says it might be the result of something that she can't tell me about or it might just be a byproduct of his own enormous chakra. Whatever the reason, he can apparently heal just about anything overnight and channeling his chakra to the damaged area seems to speed the healing up. So. Guy-sensei and I would probably end up killing yourselves if you tried to keep up with Naruto. Lee looked crushed, which Sakura took as assurance that he wouldn't try it. Anyway, we need to think of a way to get him to slow down a little bit. Why? What do you mean why? It's not healthy to train your body to the point where it falls apart. Besides, his training will probably be more effective if he slows down enough that he doesn't have to keep healing himself. But Sakura-san, the process of getting stronger is just the muscles breaking down and rebuilding, so the same principle. Shut up Lee. Forehead's right, we can't just let him keep up something so dangerous. Let's think about this logically, shall we? Shikamaru was getting a little tired of the pointless bickering. If Naruto continues to train the way he has been training, what are the benefits? His healing ability will probably become more efficient from practice, his chakra capacity will increase more quickly from the extra strain, and he'll get the benefits of the actual training time. Now for the negatives. The only one we've listed so far is that, if it weren't Naruto, it would be a potentially lethal process. I guess we could also add that his mental state will become less stable as he has less human contact, but from the sound of things that Mabui person is maintaining daily contact with him. This whole thing is too troublesome. We should just leave him alone. We can't do that. I'm sure there's something we're missing that makes it obvious that he should slow down. How about we wait until it's not missing anymore? No Shikamaru, I have a bad feeling about all of this too. You should all try to get him to let up at least a little bit. Enough that he isn't destroying and rebuilding his body on a regular basis. Asuma, so troublesome. Remind me why I'm here again. Because, Kiba, Naruto needs the support of all of his friends. But I don't even agree with what you're trying to do, Sakura. If he can handle the training and he's not going to run away from Konoha, he should just keep doing whatever works. Sighing, Sakura realized that she had no choice but to tell them. Alright guys, listen up. The real reason that we all need to do this is that Tsunade Shishu has taken Anbu and Kakashi-sensei off of watching Naruto. I'm supposed to report his progress in his training to her every week and the easiest way for me to find out how he's doing is for us to all meet like this every week. She decided not to tell them that it was only because of her own obsession with Naruto's training that Tsunade had agreed to her idea. Of course, there was no real need to keep Anbu on him anyway, as long as he thought they were on him. Wait, you mean we're spies now? Sort of. Does that mean that we don't have to try to convince him not to? No. For crying out loud, stop asking. As they walked up to the edge of the clearing, they saw Naruto form a cage bunshin. Not wanting to interrupt whatever he was doing, they just watched. Naruto was clearly audible, so he listened as well. Okay, so if we go 50 feet from the target, Naruto and his bunshin walked backward a few feet, the power shouldn't dilute at all. The bunshin began swirling chakra in Naruto's hand until he had a normal, and then it dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto pointed his hand at the tree, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, Naruto screamed Rasengan Dangan, spiral blast bullet. The others just watched in awe as the shot from his hand was almost instantly embedded in the tree he had been targeting, the trunk of which was quickly ripped to shreds before a small explosion of power came out the opposite side of the tree. While Naruto was celebrating the success of his newest technique, his friends were in shock. The technique he had just used was by far the most powerful ranged attack any of them had ever seen. Every piece of tree trunk that had come into contact with it was completely disintegrated, and the attack had moved through the air so quickly that, even with the first 5 gates open, Lee knew it would be a difficult attack to dodge. By the time they had all regained their senses, they were surprised to see that Naruto again had a look of concentration on his face. Apparently he wasn't quite done. Forming a cage bunshin, Naruto picked another tree that had plenty of neighbors. We can probably back up to about 75 feet. The effect is supposed to last for 500, so we might as well make sure it won't crap out on us. Slightly disappointed that Naruto was just adding distance to his attack, his friends prepared to come out and greet him, only to see his bunshin act completely different than the first time. Wanting to see exactly what was going to happen, Sakura held out her hands to stop everyone from entering the training ground. Naruto and his bunshin form then aimed it at the target. While they were still trying to figure out what the difference was between this and the one before, other than size, Naruto decided he was ready to try his technique. Idama Dangan, Great Sphere Bullet. Although it was covering a larger distance, it seemed to hit its target much more quickly. Naruto's friends probably would have been impressed by that if it hadn't been for the sheer destructive power the technique proved capable of upon hitting the tree. Even Naruto was somewhat surprised by just how much the effect increased the power of his technique. The sphere of destruction created by this technique was at least twice as large as that of its predecessor, and it spread out in all directions, while the other had only spread out in the direction of the thrust. Watching Naruto's attack disintegrate everything within 25 feet of the point of impact, while uprooting a half-dozen trees on the edge of that area, just to send them flying into other trees, breaking in half on impact, could only be described with one word. Scary. Not horror movie scary or axe murderer scary, but the sort of indescribable scary that they had once attributed to Gaara. As far as any of them could tell, Naruto had just created an attack that would kill virtually anyone, regardless of their defenses, with an indirect hit. The and Shikamaru cautiously made their way into the training ground, not quite sure how to act around their friend at the moment, while said friend danced around in celebration. When Naruto spotted the gathering at the edge of the clearing, he stopped mid-cheer. Oh, is that today? Naruto, I demand that you teach me that technique. Breemon dog boy. You couldn't do that technique even if I taught you how. Can you guys not have a fight right now? Everyone looked over at Ino. As fun as it would be to watch Naruto kick your ass Kiba, I'm hungry. He wouldn't kick my ass. I'm sorry, did you not see the technique he used just a moment ago? I'm pretty sure that that technique could take down Tsunade-sama in one shot. Naruto looked a little flustered. Heh, I don't know about that. If she used that seal on her forehead, she'd kick my ass with her without that technique. Seal on her? That little dot is a seal. I always thought it was some kind of religious thing. Can we just go eat now? I feel like I'm gonna die if I don't get some ramen soon. Medic nin instincts taking over, Sakura was on Naruto with a diagnostic before he realized she had moved. Sakura-chan. You're okay, but you really do need nourishment. Finally noticing the stares directed at her, she added, so, we should go right away. By the time Naruto opened his mouth to ask a question, Sakura was in a sprint towards Ichiraku's. Much to Naruto's chagrin, everyone else followed suit, leaving him and his ridiculous weights far behind. When Naruto fell far enough behind everyone else to arouse suspicion, he decided to show off the results of his training. Forming the rabbit and sheep seals, Naruto yelled Naruto Senku no Jutsu. Suffice it to say that Lee, who had been winning the race, was more than a little surprised when Naruto suddenly pulled into the lead. By the time he got to Ichiraku's, Naruto was completely worn out, so he ordered twice as much as usual. When Ino, who lost the race, arrived at the scene, Naruto had finished his meal. As the others' orders arrived, Lee felt a nagging urge to ask a question. Naruto-kun, your speed back there was incredible. How did you gain so much speed in such a short amount of time? Actually, I can go a lot faster than that. If I take the damned weights off. He adopted his sheepish grin. It's just hard work. Lee struck a nice guy pose, but Neji just shook his head. Impossible. You would have to have worked harder than Lee to improve your speed that much in that short a time, but you were spending large portions of your time on ninjutsu as well. Naruto's grin just got bigger. Sakura took the opportunity to tell Naruto that he was going to have to meet them every Saturday, which resulted in a lengthy childish argument. With Ino and Sakura working together, however, Naruto lost horribly. After a while, Sakura realized that something was off. Naruto, where's Mabui-san? Eh? Oh, I asked Mabui-chan not to come today, since you guys are going to be. What? You jerk. I was looking forward to getting to know her. Ino elbowed Sakura in the ribs, mouthed, remembered the plan, and went back to her ramen. Sakura, still angry that Naruto didn't think them good enough to mingle with Mabui, went back to her ramen as well. So, Naruto, what was that attack? Ino really hoped that question didn't sound too stupid, as the name pretty much gave away what the attack was, but Naruto didn't seem to care. But seeing everyone nodding, he continued. Just a projectile version of . And what are those? I thought you guys didn't want me to think about my training. We're curious, that's all. So, what's a? Naruto eyed her suspiciously for a few moments, but seemed to decide that she was serious. Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu that Iro-senin spent about a month teaching to me when we were looking for Bachan. Idama. Tsunade Shishu told me it only took you about a week. Oh, she told you about the bet. He pulled out the necklace and held it up, grinning. The week was just for the last step. I spent 3 weeks on the first step and a few days on the second step, and the third step took me about a week. So what's all this Idama crap? Ino and Sakura had decided beforehand to alternate speaking, hoping that it would disorient him and cause him to live more in the moment. Idama is my improvement. His grin grew wider with each passing moment. It's way more powerful than Yondame's stupid thing. How long did it take you to make Naruto? About a week. Naruto had to hold his hands over his ears to block out the collective voice, as everyone said at the same time. A week. Yeah, I know, I didn't think that it would take nearly that long, but Naruto, Tsunade Shishu said that you are an S rank, it would have taken any normal person years. Well, I don't have years, so I did it in a week. Everyone just stared at him like he belonged in a lunatic asylum. Are you saying, Naruto, that you were able to invent the technique more quickly than anyone else would be able to, just because you felt you needed to? Yeah. He started to look at Ino like she might have been crazy. If I'm gonna save Sasuke, I need as many good techniques as I can make in the next 3 years. I don't have time to waste, so I just keep reminding myself of why I need to have the technique, and it comes easier. He let out a sheepish laugh. Just like everything else. Naruto. Sakura wasn't exactly sure what to say. The plan hadn't accounted for the possibility that he considered the drive to save Sasuke to be the source of his strength. I told you, we'll save Sasuke together, you don't have to do all of the work. Don't you think you could tone down your training just a little? I already did. What? When? When I agreed to take off Saturday afternoons and nights. Everyone face faulted. I meant other than. Forehead girl, let it go. I want to hear more about him. They continued on through lunch talking about Naruto's accomplishments and strengths, but the plan didn't seem to be working. If anything, Naruto seemed to get more determined to train harder, something that even Lee didn't really want. When Naruto explained some of the details and power of, and every eye went wide, but other than that it was a total waste of time. After lunch was over, Shikamaru, really Ino, had another idea for Naruto. Go. Naruto had never played Go before, but he turned out to be a natural at that too. Using unpredictable strategies that Shikamaru had never seen before, Naruto easily won several games. The worst part of losing was that, although he didn't know how, Naruto seemed to have some intuitive knowledge of exactly what he was planning, and each of Naruto's strategies could easily be adapted into another on a moment's notice. Finally, when Naruto went home, another argument about how to convince Naruto to relax more occurred. In the end, Shikamaru suggested they not bother to plan anything, since Naruto seemed to have a sense for when people were planning something anyway. No one listened. Tsunade Shishu. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork. Ah, good morning Sakura. How did everything go yesterday? Okay, I guess. Seeing the distressed look on Sakura's face, Tsunade knew something big had happened. What's wrong with Sakura? Tsunade Shishu, I was wondering. Could I ask you a hypothetical question? Alright, but you still have to give your report. Sakura adopted a sheepish grin and scratched the back of her head in a very Naruto-like way. Well, I was just that is to say. If they weren't limited to close combat, if it were a projectile, what rank do you think it would be? Tsunade's eyes widened as she suddenly stared off into space. Sakura got the impression that she was slightly frightened by the mere mention of the possibility. Seeing her mentor stare silently into space for 30 seconds, Sakura was about to snap Tsunade out of her trance when the blonde finally answered. S rank, easily. If there were another rank above that, a projectile would definitely be difficult enough to earn it. Sakura couldn't believe her ears, she had thought it would be A rank, like the normal, and that even that would have been impressive. He created 2 S rank techniques in a month. And he's a genin. How the hell can this be Naruto? Sakura, I need you to be honest with me. The pink-haired looked up to see Tsunade wearing a very serious face. Is Naruto planning on creating such a technique? When Sakura stayed silent, she continued. I need you to tell me about Sakura. Also, I would advise you to tell him not to bother if he is planning on it. It's impossible to. Tsunade shishu. Naruto can already do it. What? Tsunade was considering the difficulty of getting the to maintain its form and power after ceasing contact with the hand when a horrible thought struck her. She forced her voice to be calm. Sakura, did you see the technique? Yes, Tsunade shishu, we all saw it. Was he able to use it in conjunction with the other improvements he made to the? Yes. After a long silence, she added, it's ridiculously powerful, Tsunade shishu. I know Sakura. Kakashi already told me about the Rasengan that Naruto created. I think I'm ready to give my report now. At Tsunade's nod, Sakura recounted the previous day's events. Tsunade was completely awestruck by everything about Naruto's new technique. The speed, the power, the apparent complexity, and even the speed with which he had created it. She briefly considered creating a new rank just for Naruto, as this was less than likely to be the most amazing technique that he would ever produce. N rank seemed to have a nice ring to it, in her mind at least. Finally, as Sakura was finishing her report, Tsunade snapped back to reality. Then, finally, Naruto played Go for the first time. After beating Shikamaru a few times, he, excuse me Sakura, but I think I misheard you a second ago. I could have sworn you said that Naruto bested Shikamaru at Go. I did and he did. But that's impossible. I can understand if Naruto's a genius with techniques, but he's an idiot when it comes to everything else. For him to beat Shikamaru should be impossible. He also beat Shikamaru and Asuma-sensei last week. There were a few moments of shocked silence before Tsunade found herself smirking. Remembering just who she was talking about, it really didn't seem that far-fetched. So he's a strategist now? He really is an interesting guy. Yo. You're late again, eternal rival Kakashi. And it was your idea to meet here. As interesting as watching Guy fume was, Kakashi really had something important to talk about. Guy, I have a request. What is Kakashi? Do you wish to make our challenges more frequent? Would you like to admit that I have overcome you with the power of? I'll save us both some time and say no to everything you're about to say. I want you to give Naruto one-on-one training, like what you give Lee. No. What? No long-winded speech. No. I've risked enough just by giving him my old leg weights, I can't afford to help him any more than that. You don't understand. Naruto, he. Kakashi realized that his voice had been slightly passionate and quickly composed himself. Naruto has, in the last 8 weeks, surpassed me in ninjutsu. If he can get some good taijutsu training now, he. Kakashi, while I normally tolerate your hip attitude, I'm not about to sit here and pretend to believe a lie like that. We both know that you are Konoha's #1 ninjutsu specialist. There's simply no way for him to have learned more techniques than you in. Resisting the urge to pretend not to be listening, Kakashi interrupted. I'm not saying that he knows more techniques than me, I'm saying that he knows better techniques. At Guy's questioning look, Kakashi continued. Not only does Naruto have more chakra than I do, he's invented some extremely powerful ninjutsu that I don't know. Why don't you just copy them? Kakashi noticed that Guy's question reeked of sarcasm, something very uncharacteristic of Guy, but he decided not to worry about it. I can't. What do you mean by that? Guy assumed, of course, that Kakashi was speaking of the moral difficulties that any normal person would experience when trying to steal techniques from their student, but he wanted to hear it from Kakashi. My Sharingan can't copy either of his original techniques. Guy nearly sweat dropped, but controlled himself. It took him a few moments to realize the implications of Kakashi's statement, but when he did he snapped to attention. With Guy finally being quiet, Kakashi managed to explain Naruto's progress to Guy. Beginning with Naruto Senku no Jutsu and moving through Adamura Sengen and Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakashi, even if he is good with ninjutsu, Kakashi gave him a glare, alright, very good with ninjutsu, that doesn't mean that he'll be good with taijutsu. You should have him stick to his strengths, since he has them. About that, Guy. You know those ridiculously heavy weights that you gave him? Kakashi proceeded to explain to Guy all of Naruto's physical training, both before and after receiving the weights. By the time he was done, Guy couldn't suppress his surprise. So you see, Guy, Naruto definitely has enough drive to become good at taijutsu. It will also complement his style well, with his speed-enhancing technique and the fact that he uses mostly taijutsu when he fights. Guy had a thoughtful look on his face during the silence that followed, but a frown when he ended it. I'll admit, Kakashi, that I would normally jump at the chance to train someone like Naruto. With such a brightly burning youthful spirit, Naruto really might become Hokage. Still, I can't. Have you tried appealing to Jiraiya? You know as well as I do that he's too stubborn for that. He sighed, but Guy got a sudden gleam in his eye. Kakashi, if you cannot convince him, then we will convince him. Kakashi again resisted the urge to add, did you say something? I'll go with you. Together we will convince Jiraiya to allow Naruto's youthful passion to be rewarded. He struck a nice guy pose, confident that Kakashi would think it the best possible course of action. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Guy almost face faulted. Not only would that not work, it would expose the help you've been giving Naruto to Jiraiya. It would also mean that Jiraiya would watch the two of us more closely and he would discover my help as well. We're not going to have his blessing either way, so my plan of doing it behind his back is better. I considered what Kakashi had said and he had to admit that it made sense. Funny thing about Guy, he never cared about making sense. Alright Kakashi, I will agree to train Naruto on one condition. Kakashi forced himself not to raise his hopes up because he had an idea of what the condition was. Is the condition that we confront Jiraiya first? How did you know? You're seriously asking that? With the way this conversation has been going. At the look on Guy's face, Kakashi nearly sweat dropped. Is there anything else I could possibly do? No. Kakashi's inner struggle raged on as he considered which was more important. His life or Naruto's training. Even if Jiraiya was unlikely to kill them, he was likely to injure them enough that they would be ineffective teachers for a few months. Knowing Jiraiya, he would even think to have Naruto's weights taken away if anyone could carry them. Still, I can't just leave Naruto's potential untapped. Even if I teach him Taijutsu, he'll never be as good under me as he would be under Guy. I really haven't been a very good teacher up until now, but is it really worth facing Jiraiya? Finally Kakashi reached his decision. I have one question to ask you before I can answer. What question is that, Kakashi? Is it possible that a death threat could get me out of this? No, it isn't. Alright, let's go see the perverted bastard who'll probably put us in the hospital. Yashi. So you see, Jiraiya-sama, we have agreed that you must allow us to train Naruto. He is living in the explosion of youth and no. Kakashi looked back and forth between the ridiculously enthusiastic-looking Guy and the extremely annoyed-looking Jiraiya. I knew my idea was better. Jiraiya-sama, I know that you're angry with Naruto, but I'm not angry, but I am disappointed. His eyes bored into Kakashi's, I'm trying to save him some pain. Sasuke is about as likely to come back to Konoha as Orochimaru, and even if he does come back, he won't be the friend that Naruto is looking for. Whether that's true or not, Naruto is free to make his own decisions, Jiraiya-sama. I understand that you have every right to refuse to train him, but you shouldn't be able to keep us from doing it. I never said you couldn't train him, I only said that I would break every bone in your bodies if you did. Don't you even want to know what his hard work has done, Jiraiya-sama? Guy's face betrayed anger with the pervert. If he continues at the rate he's managed so far, he very well could bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya couldn't help but be a little curious at a statement like that. Considering that, as far as he knew, Naruto was receiving no help, the blonde boy's progress should have been fairly slow. Alright, he let out a sigh, I suppose you aren't going to shut up until I hear you out. Yashi? Kakashi, you know more about it than I do, why don't you tell him? Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Alright, Jiraiya-sama. I guess I'll start with his physical training. In the course of several weeks, Naruto was able to double his running speed and his stamina is such that it brought a Kakashi to tears. The Kakashi? What's so impressive about that? Naruto had more stamina than that loser when I was teaching him to summon frogs before his exam finals. Yes, well, I thought it was important to note because it shows that Naruto's speed increase is enough to cause Anbu to become exhausted. Getting no signs that Jiraiya was impressed, Kakashi sighed. Moving on. He's managed to greatly improve his Taijutsu form and I'd say his skill in Taijutsu is now about level. Jiraiya still didn't look very impressed. As far as ninjutsu goes, he's already created 2 original techniques. Let me guess. The first technique would give me a nosebleed big enough to send me to wave country and, actually, no. His techniques aren't perverted in nature. Jiraiya's eyebrow raised at this bit of news, but it quickly lowered again. The first technique might still give you a nosebleed, though, if he used it and punched you. He calls it Naruto no, and it amplifies his strength and speed. The effect is proportional to the amount of chakra he puts into the technique and I've seen him become as much as 10 times faster when using it. 10 times, huh? That's not terribly impressive. It's more than Yondame's Shunshin and he has enough chakra to make it even more effective. What's the other technique? The vastly more powerful version of Jiraiya gave no indication that he was impressed, but he couldn't help but be shocked at the claim. In what sense is it more powerful? in the sense that it does more damage and to a larger area. He calls it because the area of damage is actually spherical. I saw one blast decimate at least 15 trees, tear up the ground, and assault everything else in the area with gale force winds. I described the technique to Tsunade-sama, and she has decided that it is to be considered S rank. Jiraiya, the incredible ninja that he was, managed to stop himself from reacting to the news in any visible way. Is that all, Kakashi? No. He also learned Kage Bunshin in 2 weeks just by reading a scroll. Where did he get a scroll for an A rank? Last I heard, we weren't allowed to be in possession of that scroll. Seeing no way out of it, Kakashi answered truthfully. I decided that I couldn't allow Naruto to go without some kind of direction, so I gave it to him. Ah, it's good to see that someone has some sense. All eyes were instantly on Tsunade, who was standing on the opposite side of the roof. I was beginning to think that no one would be willing to stand up to this bloward. Tsunade, you know as well as I do that Naruto is deluding himself, and his delusions will never allow him to realize his dream. I'm just protecting him. No Jiraiya, you're trying to change your past by living through him. That's not why I'm here, though. Tsunade-sama, perhaps you can reason with Jiraiya-sama. For no apparent reason, Guy struck his nice guy pose. We must not let Naruto's passionate youth go to waste. Actually, Guy, that's not why I'm here either. Guy's face fell into an overly dramatic pout, but she ignored him. I just wanted to impress on Jiraiya the quality of the student he's given up. I didn't give him up. Jiraiya couldn't help but think that everyone around him was an idiot, as it was clear to him that Naruto would quickly realize that Sasuke wasn't really his friend. When he realizes the truth and ceases his fruitless pursuits, I'll gladly take him back, and I'm sure he'll thank me for stopping him from being an idiot. I wouldn't be so sure of that if I were you. Tsunade's smirk was growing dangerously large. It seems that his drive to retrieve Sasuke is going to be one of the key factors to his growth. What with his new 18-hour daily training regimen, his friendship with the head librarian, and these new things he's been creating, he'll probably surpass both of us within a year or two. 18 hours. He won't surpass us, he'll kill himself. You're actually allowing this? Not only am I allowing it, I'm encouraging it. Oddly enough, he seems to be built in such a way that he actually grows stronger at a quicker pace when he puts his body under constant near-fatal stress. Jiraiya, sporting a look of absolute terror at Tsunade's attitude towards the situation, would have responded had a particular thought not struck him at that moment. Did you say he knows Mabui? Does this mean I'm not welcome in the library anymore? Yeah, she's even helped him with his techniques. Speaking of which, he's developed another new S-rank ninjutsu, which is the reason I came here. Tsunade just watched with a satisfied expression as Kakashi and Guy displayed obvious shock at the news, and even Jiraiya's front faltered for a moment. Not only is his new technique extremely powerful, but it's of particular interest to you, Jiraiya. Clearing his throat to make sure that his voice would be steady, Jiraiya prepared himself to ask the question he knew she was waiting for. And why exactly would that be, Tsunade? Think about it, Jiraiya. What was the only thing that Yondaime ever gave up on? Rasengan of. As realization hit him, Jiraiya felt a small surge of fear at what she was implying. That's impossible. We spent 2 years trying to figure out a way to make that technique work. I'll admit that Naruto's determination helps him a lot, but he's no genius. If you actually expect me to believe. Actually, Jiraiya, I don't really care whether you believe me or not. We have 10 witnesses to the success of Naruto's as well as its sister technique. Not only do these techniques add power and versatility to the originals, Sakura informs me that they move at ridiculous speeds. Idama apparently moves quickly enough that Lee's eyes couldn't even follow it. Staring at Tsunade in only half shock, Kakashi was considering inventing a new word for the look on her face. Smug just didn't cover it any longer. Once he managed to calm himself down from the thought of Naruto's technique, which didn't take long because of his generally cool attitude, he chanced to glance at Jiraiya. Zed was simply staring at Tsunade, his eyes open almost as wide as his mouth, as he apparently tried to convince himself that either Tsunade or Sakura had lied. Kakashi had to admit, it gave him quite a bit of satisfaction to see Jiraiya so utterly shocked. I, meanwhile, wasn't concerned with anyone else's reactions, as he was far too conflicted within himself. He really wanted to train Naruto because he knew that Naruto knew the importance of hard work, but he wasn't sure that he would be able to keep up with the boy. If Naruto was really training 18 hours per day, it would make even his training with Lee seem slightly lazy by comparison. Not only that, he didn't want Naruto to have an even more extreme advantage over Lee. Considering that Naruto already had the same hard work advantage as Lee, as well as the ability to use ninjutsu and the large, considering his age, arsenal of techniques, most of which would be able to kill Lee with a single hit, it just seemed over the top. Still, he had promised Kakashi that if they confronted Jiraiya he would train Naruto, and Guy was nothing if not a man of his word. Finally, after much thought, Jiraiya managed to compose himself. I don't care, it doesn't change anything. What do you mean it doesn't change anything? It changes everything, proving you wrong in the process. No, it doesn't. Jiraiya gave Tsunade the best cold glare he could, but he knew it contained traces of the shock he still felt. He'll still never convince Sasuke to come back, Sasuke still isn't his friend, he still needs to face that pain, and he won't realize his dream until he gives up on Sasuke. Even with a technique like that, he's hardly a match for Orochimaru. I'm not going to train him, and he's not strong enough to leave the village without one of us to protect him. Nothing has changed at all. You know Jiraiya. Naruto may be an idiot, but you make him look like one hell of a genius. Kakashi, I fully expect you to enter both members of your team in the upcoming exams. The exams are in Konoha, so Naruto can attend without much danger. As for his training, I think he's probably better off without Jiraiya, but if you want to line something up to help him, then I'll support you wholeheartedly. Don't worry about the old pervert, if he does anything to you then I'll fix you up and deal 10 times as much damage to him. After giving Jiraiya a thoroughly menacing glare, she turned and left. We're done here. Let's go. Yashi. And with that Jiraiya was left to his anger, alone on the roof. Chapter 4. Just an idiot savant with all the luck. As Naruto sat alone in the middle of the training ground, or what remained of it, he came to a startling realization. He was completely out of ideas. Having improved in every way that he could imagine, he had nothing of Yondame's left to work with. He had tried reading some scrolls in the library about famous ninjas, but most famous ninjas had relied on unique weapons or other specialties that he didn't have. Left with only one realistic option, Naruto turned to his own experiences, hoping to find a weakness to correct or a strength to develop. Starting with his academy years, he tried to remember as many of his fights as possible. A few sparring matches had taken place in the academy, but nothing serious enough to reveal his strengths or weaknesses. The bell test showed that his speed and forethought needed to be improved, but not much else. His part in Team 7's first fight with Zabuza was just a plan, and he didn't remember much of the second one. His recollection of the fight with the Grass Nin, Team 7's first real fight in the Forest of Death, was also fuzzy. The Rain Nin team was defeated with a cage bunshin trick, not much to work on in that department, and Kiba was basically defeated with a fart. When he came to his fight with Kiba, he was sure that he would find something to work on, but he was wrong. The only real problem he had in the fight was that he wasn't as fast as Kiba, and guys' weights were sure to fix that. Fighting Neji had also shown off his lack of speed, but not much else that could really help him. Getting frustrated at all of the dead ends, Naruto turned to the fight with Gaara. He briefly considered working on the 1,000 Years of Pain technique, but decided that it wasn't really worth the effort. Even the fight with Kabuto revealed nothing of interest, which left him with only one major fight that he could remember. Sasuke. Naruto had been purposely avoiding thinking about the fight with Sasuke, mostly because of the things Sasuke had said during the fight, but he realized that he couldn't avoid it forever. Going over the fight in his mind, he quickly realized that it had been the single longest fight of his ninja career. He decided to break it into sections. Both normal, Sasuke's bruise thing, no one had ever explained to him what the cursed seal was, Kyuubi's help, and both weird. The fight while they were both normal had been, in a word, pitiful. Sasuke had completely dominated that part of the fight until its end, which was pretty much a tie. All that Naruto could remember from that part of the fight, however, was that Sasuke's strength and speed had increased drastically for no real reason. Moving on, he was proud that Sasuke had resorted to his trump card first. The Chidori through his chest had hurt like hell, but at least Sasuke had felt threatened by his capabilities. Still, Naruto couldn't really think of anything of use except for a healing technique, which he really had no need for. Luckily, the Kyuubi chakra section was much more enlightening. While using Kyuubi's chakra, he had done things instinctively that had turned out to be very effective, and he knew exactly which one he needed the most. Before he could get to work, however, he heard a familiar voice. Yo. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? I'm just here to tell you about some cool training I've lined up for you. If you're interested. Of course I'm interested. When do we start? Kakashi-sensei's finally gonna train me. I'll get stronger for sure. Are you gonna teach me a new technique? Or some super taijutsu move? Oh I know, you're going to. Naruto. Naruto's rambling ceased instantly at the harsh tone. I won't be the one training you, it'll be. Again? Why won't you train me, Kakashi-sensei? To be honest Naruto, I don't think my training would do you much good right now. I got you something even better, though. How would you like to train with Guy and Lee? Kakashi's question was answered pretty clearly by the drool from Naruto's mouth, but the boy decided to respond verbally too. You got super brows to train me? Yada. I'm gonna get so strong. When do I meet him? Kakashi needed to calculate exactly how late he was. I'd say about an hour ago, maybe 2. What? I'm late. Kuzo. He proceeded to Team Guy's training area at a pace that Kakashi couldn't really describe. All he knew was that Naruto clearly couldn't handle Guy's weights yet, meaning that Guy would probably swap them out for lighter ones. Forcing his curiosity aside, he went back to his original task. Finding a third member to take the exams with Naruto and Sakura. Ah, Naruto, there you are. I expected you here 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes? Kakashi-sensei said an hour. I know Kakashi, and I didn't want you to be late, so I told him to get you here an hour earlier than I wanted you to be here. Brilliant strategy, Guy-sensei. Lee was about halfway to his nice guy pose when a question occurred to him. But why is Naruto-kun here? Good question, Lee. Try as he might, Naruto couldn't figure out how they kept making their teeth do that weird sparkling thing. Naruto will be joining us in our training for a while, as he is a shining example of the power of youth. But you guys talk like that all the time? Lee and Guy chose to ignore Naruto's question. This is great, Naruto-kun. I look forward to seeing you prove that dropouts can defeat geniuses with hard work. Yashi. Let's start training. Not yet, Naruto. Guy could tell that Naruto was anxious to get going, something that he admired, but he knew that it would be pointless unless he first gauged Naruto's skill. First I need to watch you spar with Lee so that I can see your taijutsu in action. What? I have to fight fuzzy brows already? Not only was Naruto not confident with his ability to move properly in his leg weights, he had finished his 5 hours of laps just 2 hours earlier. Relax, Naruto, it isn't a full-blown fight. The rules are simple. Taijutsu only, do your best, and don't give up until I end the match. Ready? Lee took his normal stance while Naruto shook his head furiously. Begin. Lee, overestimating Naruto, ran at him full speed. Naruto saw Lee's movements clearly, but couldn't dodge with the weights on, so he blocked the roundhouse kick with his arm. Seeing an opening, Lee threw a punch at Naruto's torso, using the remaining momentum from the kick to add speed and power. Naruto tried to jump backward out of the way, but wasn't fast enough with his weights on. Lee's punch sent Naruto flying into a tree, then tumbling onto the ground, where he stayed for a few seconds before standing up. Never one to take the defensive, Naruto charged Lee and threw a punch at the boy's head. Lee merely caught Naruto's punch and redirected it towards the ground before chopping the newly exposed back of Naruto's neck. Naruto, of course, fell to the ground with a dull thud. What surprised Lee and, to a lesser extent, Guy was that Naruto got right back up, even though Lee's attack had been a perfect knockout shot. Naruto, I think those weights may be too much for you after all. Maybe you should try without. No. I can do this, I have to. With that, Naruto renewed his offensive. He threw a roundhouse at Lee, which Lee blocked, but then he spun around and followed up with a crescent kick from his other foot. Lee barely had time to register the sudden increase in Naruto's speed before the attack hit his arm right above the first. While blocking the attack was well within Lee's capabilities, the fact that it was unexpected and several times stronger than Lee expected it to be, along with the fact that the first attack had weakened his guard, caused his block to give way. Lee, having been kicked full force in the face, found himself flying several feet through the air and landing in a heap on the ground. Naruto, who had fallen after using both of his legs to attack, got up with a smirk. Don't underestimate me, fuzzy brows. Seeing Lee getting up as well, Naruto charged again. On the sidelines, Guy couldn't help but wonder how Naruto had suddenly gotten stronger in the middle of the fight, even if the change hadn't been terribly significant. Dodging Naruto's punch, Lee went into a leg sweep to find that Naruto had taken to the air and was about to come down with an axe kick. In one smooth motion, Lee brought his kick upward and into Naruto's back mid-flip, changing Naruto's position and orientation such that his kick missed Lee completely. It wasn't that Naruto got up that shocked the green-clad pair, it was that he got up almost immediately, didn't seem winded, and showed no signs of being injured in any way. Considering that Lee's kick had connected with Naruto's spine, it seemed unreasonable that he could be completely fine. You were right, Naruto-kun. I've been underestimating you. I guess it's about time that I stop holding back. Yashi. I will. That's enough, Lee. Naruto. I think I know enough about your skills that we can get started. Lee looked a little disappointed, but Naruto just looked confused, as though he had forgotten what they were actually doing. Finally, after thinking about it for several long moments, Naruto remembered why he had been fighting Lee. So you'll train me now? Where should we start? Are you gonna teach me how to open the Hachiman? Oh. Are you gonna teach me? Naruto. Listen, when Guy, who was used to having his students, Lee, at least, ignore him to the point where a punch in the face was necessary, was surprised to see that Naruto was staring at him completely silently, clearly waiting for whatever he had to say. Yes, well. I'll start with your strengths. Along with a burning determination that can only be obtained in the springtime of life, you have great resilience. I've never seen anyone take attack so well before. You also seem to have plenty of stamina, and your ability to come up with unpredictable tactics is amazing. He struck his nice guy pose. I truly admire your spirit of youth. What tactics are you talking about, super brows? All I did was fight. Guy hadn't really been thinking about the sparring match when he had said it, but he was still able to think of one example. Well, for example, when you used your second leg to attack the same defensive point on Lee. Not only had the first attack weakened Lee's guard, but the second attack was so unexpected that he didn't think to block it anyway. Combine that with the fact that you maintained momentum from the original attack, meaning that the extra weight was already dealt with, and you're left with a brilliant maneuver which landed a blow on Lee, despite his vastly superior strength and speed. That's a tactic. I just did it because it made sense. That's what tactics are, Naruto. How can he not know that? Anyway, onto your weak points. Naruto's grin made a triumphant return at the thought of correcting all of his weaknesses. Speed, strength, and form are your clear weaknesses. Understandably, that statement made Naruto's sweat drop. Guy had basically just said that Naruto's weakness, as far as Taijutsu was concerned, was Taijutsu. I can understand that, training under Kakashi, your speed and strength are your strong points, but your form is your main weak point. Some of your moves almost look like you made them yourself. I did. You did what, Naruto? I made them myself. No one's ever taught me Taijutsu. Guy's mouth opened and closed several times, as though he had something to say, but couldn't put it to words. Finally, Lee managed to ask just the question that his sensei was trying to ask. Didn't the academy instructors ever teach you Taijutsu? That's one of the fundamentals that they're supposed to cover for every prospective genin. One of them tried in my first year, but they gave up on me when I didn't do well. Guy made a mental note to find out who all of Naruto's teachers had been in order to question them personally. Or, better yet, hand them over to Tsunade. Well, that won't matter, Naruto. As long as you continue to live with youthful passion and work hard, you'll learn in no time. Actually, that's where we're going to start for today. Lee, you can get back to your normal training while I get Naruto set up. Yashi. Lee resumed his training, which consisted of punching a log repeatedly. Naruto, for now you need to practice the form of a proper punch, as that seems to be your weakest attack. Although Naruto didn't appreciate the criticism, he was happy to learn the correct way to put his weight into a punch so that he didn't have to rotate his whole body with it. Practice that for now and come get me when you've finished 2,000 punches with each hand. 2,000? That'll take forever. It might take a long time, but it's the best way to grow stronger. Seeing Naruto's look of steely determination convinced him that his new student wouldn't let him down, so he went back to Lee. In the background, he could hear Naruto counting out loud, just like Lee always did. 20 minutes later, Guy heard some numbers that he didn't think could be right. 1,200. 1,201. 1,202. 1,203. Of course, for Naruto to have reached that number so quickly would mean that Naruto hadn't slowed down at all, which would require not only an incredible amount of stamina, but arms immune to fatigue. He decided to blow it off as his imagination until Naruto called for him about 13 minutes later. Oi. Super brows sensei. Now what? Evan Lee looked up in shock at how quickly Naruto had finished. Naruto, are you really done already? Yeah. Why is that so surprising? I didn't speed up or anything. Let me see your form to make sure you have it down. Naruto demonstrated 2 perfect punches, which Guy found somewhat unsettling. Yashi. Way to be youthful, Naruto. The next move that we need to work on is your roundhouse kick. Guy demonstrated the proper technique before telling Naruto to practice it 1,500 times with each leg. Not only will this perfect your form, it will also help you get used to your weights. This way you can work on all 3 weaknesses at once. He went back to Lee, hearing the familiar monotonous counting in the background. An hour later, he was glad to hear Naruto still at it, although he was surprised that, even with the weights, Naruto's pacing stayed even at about 12 kicks per minute. Suddenly, after about 10 more minutes, the counting stopped for a moment and Naruto mumbled something to himself before continuing at a faster pace. 2 hours later, Naruto was reaching the end of his count. 1,498. 1,499. 1,500. Oi. Super brows sensei. What's next? I walked over to him, not entirely sure whether he believed that Naruto had done it. Let's see your form. Naruto again demonstrated perfect form, leaving Guy to wonder what kind of idiot had actually given up on teaching him. Yashi. Now we need to work on your upper body strength. What's wrong with my upper body strength? Well, from the looks of it, I'd say you barely train your upper body at all. Your exercise this time will be, he paused for dramatic effect, spinning in place, 10 laps around Konoha. On your hands. Naruto stared, open-mouthed, at the utterly indescribable absurdity that was Guy's theatrical maneuver. Finally, after 10 seconds, he forced himself to process what Guy had said. Oh. So the leg weights will help my arms get stronger too. Yada. Not leaving time for a response, Naruto flipped onto his hands before, extremely, slowly making his way toward the village. Guy had actually expected him to collapse under the weight at first and was very impressed. Let's sum up the situation. Tsunade-sama said that I need to get both of my students on the exam. I have found one opening after asking around for 2 days. Tsunade-sama made it clear that Naruto's participation is more important than Sakura's, but Sakura knows both of Asuma's genin better than Naruto does. If I don't find Naruto a team, he won't be able to become one for years, and he'll probably hate me for it. Kuzo. Staring at the calendar on the wall nearest him, Kakashi had a sudden realization that changed everything. He quickly paid for his dango and rushed off to the training grounds where Lee, Guy, and Naruto were training. Naruto was making his way around the village on his hands again, but Guy was the important person of the moment. Walking into the clearing nonchalantly, he wanted to give the impression that everything was normal. Yo. Kakashi, you're late. Yeah, sorry about that guy, but I have the perfect challenge this time. Like I'm going to believe you actually thought about the challenge. What is it? The challenge this time is to be the first to find an opening for one of my genin to take the exam. Asuma's team doesn't count and you can't sacrifice one of your students just to win. Do you accept it? What kind of challenge is that? A shinobi needs to be able to gather information. After thinking about it for a moment, Guy decided that Kakashi was right. He had been looking forward to a sparring match, but he could see the value in such a challenge. Yashi. Lee, help Naruto with his training while I'm gone. If I cannot win this challenge, I'll have to do 50,000 push-ups. Kakashi couldn't help but think that, sometimes, it pays to be a genius. Saturday came, the group made their way to the training field, and Naruto was not there. Kiba found this particularly annoying, as he had no desire to meet with Naruto on a weekly basis anyway. Ah great, where the hell is he now? Naruto-kun isn't training. He seemed so adamant about convincing Guy-sensei to train him today, I thought that surely he would at least be training himself at Guy-sensei's refusal. Why would Guy-sensei train Naruto? Naruto-kun has been training with us for almost a week now, but Guy-sensei refused to train him today after hearing about what we do on Saturdays. Guy-sensei's been training Naruto? I thought Naruto was an ninjutsu specialist. He is, but he doesn't want to specialize in anything, so Guy-sensei is teaching him. Wait, he's gonna be as fast as you now. No Kiba-kun, he isn't nearly as fast as me, but he is getting significantly faster. He perhaps and Naruto-kun is. At home? Well, it wouldn't hurt to look, I suppose. That is, as long as the forehead girl doesn't scare him off. 10 minutes of bickering later, the group of 10 was standing outside of Naruto's apartment, with Sakura knocking on the door. She was only half surprised when it fell off of its hinges, but they were all surprised by the state of his apartment. Open scrolls, raiment containers, dirty clothes, and used saucepans littered the floor, and the floor was arguably the cleanest thing in the room. Niji, who had been polite enough not to use his in case Naruto had been in the shower or something, found the disorder to be somewhat frightening. How can he live in this? Well, at least we know how he was able to beat you and Shogi, Shikamaru. If he can keep track of all of his stuff in here, his strategies are simple by comparison. Everyone, including Ino, sweat dropped at Ino's comment. Even Akamaru insists on cleaner quarters than this. Then maybe he went ahead to Ichiraku's. Yeah, Hinata's right, he probably forgot that it's Saturday and went to meet Mabui. 5 minutes later the group arrived at Ichiraku's to find every stool empty, something they had never seen before. Frustrated, they could only think of one other place that he would go. The library. Even though they had seen Naruto reading scrolls and they knew that he had become friends with the head librarian, the idea of Naruto in the library was still very odd to them. And again, so was the idea that Naruto had invented S-rank ninjutsu, not to mention that he had defeated Shikamaru at Go and Shogi. As they entered the library, they immediately noticed Naruto sitting with Mabui, poring over an incredibly large number of the most basic chakra scrolls. He appeared to be studying from the ground up, which they found odd considering his extensive experience and recent successes. They all slowly realized that Naruto had told Mabui about the Saturday meetings and that Mabui was a super genius, which could mean only one thing. He was blowing them off. Ino, enraged at the idea that he would dare to ditch them to go to the library, opened her mouth to shout at him before coming to the sudden realization that they were in said library. While she stood with an angry look on her face and her mouth wide open, Lee failed to remember that fact. Naruto-kun. I admire your dedication, but even when living in the springtime of life, it is alright to take time off to spend with your friends. If it had been anyone else, it wouldn't have attracted nearly as many stares, but Lee had a way of being about 10 times louder than anyone else. Oddly enough, even when every eye in the library was on him, he didn't seem to realize where he was. Naruto looked at him like he had single-handedly brought on the end of the earth, but Mabui just smiled at him. Lee-kun. Luckily, she wasn't nearly as loud as Lee. Oh, you're all here. Good. Maybe you can help. Mabui-chan, I don't think they're here to help. Naruto's face lightened somewhat, but he still looked angry. They probably want to try to teach me some time-wasting game or something. They taught you games? Like what? Those games weren't time-wasting, Naruto. So troublesome. Why can't he just lie down and watch the clouds like everyone else? Go and Shogi teach strategy, something. You taught him to play Shogi? I love it. Naruto, finding himself unable to speak, stared at Mabui with his mouth open. Naruto, we have to play some time. His mouth was moving, but there was no sound coming out, so he gave up. Even if he had been able to speak, he wasn't sure that he had words to express how utterly horrifying he found the revelation that Mabui liked such a boring game. Mabui-san, why don't you come with us? I'm sure that there'll be plenty of time after whatever Asuma-sensei planned. Sakura-chan, can we please not do this today? I'm having a really hard time figuring something out and we just found something. Naruto, you can't just train all the time. Ino, having finally composed herself, couldn't help but express her annoyance. Well, her annoyance was actually at his sudden growth in strength, not his training habits. She didn't think he needed to know that. So how about Mabui-san? We're just going to grab some lunch before heading over to Shikamaru's house. Mabui really didn't have to think about it, as she had been hoping they would ask her, ever since Shikamaru had mentioned I guess I could get one of the other librarians to cover for me. Naruto, who had been trying to think of a way to get out of going, brightened significantly at the thought that Mabui would be coming. 10 minutes later, Mabui managed to convince another librarian to take over for the rest of the day, not that he could have said no to his boss, and they were off. When Naruto and Mabui turned to go to Ichiraku's, everyone else stopped. Ino was the first to speak up. Naruto, we were actually going to go get something other than ramen this time. We're all sick of having ramen every week. Naruto and Mabui looked as though someone had told them that the Kyuubi was attacking again. Their pure terror at the idea of anyone getting sick of ramen, of all things, was exactly what a normal person would have felt when placed in a room alone with Itachi. Not surprisingly, they spoke in perfect unison. Are you crazy? Ramen is the single greatest food that mankind has ever invented. You can't just get sick of it. The appropriate reaction was seen in the rest of the group. Sweat dropping. One very long conversation later, 10 genin, 1, and a librarian were standing outside of a dango shop. Naruto and Mabui had, of course, lost the argument, but that didn't mean they had to like it. Naruto even tried to run away, but was quickly restrained by Lee, Niji, Chaoji, Kiba, and Ino. Naruto, just get in the freaking shop. Eating something other than ramen won't kill you. It was getting to the point where Naruto was being dragged into the shop by 5 people, and they were barely moving at all. It's not that. The angry look on Naruto's face had been replaced by a strange look that none of them could place, and he seemed to be resisting more with each passing second. The people who own this shop don't exactly like me. He had completely forgotten about the argument and was far more concerned with where he was. Truth be told, the owners of that dango shop were among the most well-liked people in Konoha, but they were also among those who hated Naruto the most. In their minds, Naruto was solely responsible for every death that occurred during the Kyuubi's attack, including more than 20 members of their family. Once, when he was 5, he made the mistake of going into their shop. Although he managed to escape alive, it was mostly because of the interference of several Anbu who happened to be eating there at the time. Finally, with much difficulty, Naruto was dragged into the restaurant. It wasn't long before an angry scream was heard from the direction of the kitchen. Die, demon boy. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, an extremely angry old man ran from the kitchen aiming a knife at Naruto's head. With his reflexes, Naruto could have easily dodged or blocked it, but his friends beat him to it. Niji was using one hand to hold the man's arm and the other to close one of the Therians. Lee was twisting the man's other arm behind his back, and Kiba had a kunai to the man's neck. Needless to say, the man was terrified. Why are you protecting him? That demon should just die. Naruto, what the hell did you do to this guy? Sakura, who wasn't sure who to be furious with, decided to ask the obvious question. Mabui looked like she was about to try to kill the old man, but her answer was relatively calm. Naruto didn't do anything to this person, except maybe save his life. Save my life. He killed almost all of my family. I would have been killed too if Naruto hadn't taken the hit for you. He didn't kill your family. You should be on your hands and knees thanking him. It was at this point that all of Naruto's friends realized the same thing. Not only did they have no idea what was going on, but they couldn't think of any way that Mabui and the old man could be talking about the same event. Thanking him? What in the hell do I have to thank him for? Mabui-chan, can we just go? Naruto didn't look like his usual determined self. In his place was a defeated-looking boy with a severe desire to be anywhere other than that shop. Mabui was about to yell at him for allowing the old man to talk to him like that, but seeing his face changed her mind. Yeah, let's go. It took several moments for the rest of the group to follow them, the seeming randomness of the situation being too much for them to handle. Finally, when they arrived at Ichiraku's, no one made a big deal about it. Ino decided that she had to ask. Naruto, what was that all about? He didn't respond in any way, which she took as her cue to drop it. If he had gotten riled up or looked sadly up at her or grinned, she would have started yelling, but he was making it obvious that he wasn't going to say anything no matter what she did. When 5 minutes of silent ramen eating had passed, she decided it was best to get everyone's mind on something else. So, what technique are you working on? Suddenly the entire atmosphere brightened and Naruto had a huge grin on his face. His mood changed so quickly that it was almost comical to those who knew him well. It's gonna be really cool. With that said, he went back to devouring his ramen. Okay, but what will it do? He seriously considered telling her for a moment but decided it would be better as a surprise. It's a secret. Seeing that Ino was getting nowhere, Sakura turned to Mabui. Mabui-san, did he tell you about it? Nope. She also continued to eat, much happier at the thought that Naruto hadn't let the man's hatred get to him. As the only person who hadn't face-faulted at her answer, Shino asked the question that he knew everyone else would want to ask. How were you helping him without knowing what he was doing? As always, his voice was completely impassive, but Hinata and Kiba could tell that he was slightly curious. It wasn't so much the way he said things as the speed with which he said them, and he had spoken his question at a slower pace than his normal speech. She smiled up at him, to be honest, I probably wouldn't be of much use with his technique anyway. He just asks me whether certain things sound possible or not and how they would work, which doesn't really help me figure out what his techniques are. I can't wait to see it though. Mabui was very surprised to see that Asuma's plan for Naruto was an IQ test. It seemed a rather pointless thing to test a ninja for, in her opinion, but she was confident that he would do well. He had, after all, been learning everything she had to teach him extremely quickly. When Asuma finished calculating Naruto's score, every jaw, except for Naruto and Mabui, dropped in awe. How something like that could be possible, none of them had the faintest idea. Sakura found herself getting angry, although she wasn't sure what she was angry about. How the hell Naruto, how can your IQ be 85? That's near retardation. He grinned up at her sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I knew it. Everyone turned to Asuma, who was standing up and pointing at Naruto. I knew I couldn't have lost to you in shogi. So, how'd you guys cheat? Shikamaru was far too shocked to rebut. He, a super genius, had lost to Naruto, of below average intelligence, in 2 games of strategy. Repeatedly. On Naruto's first time playing the games. The shock that the others were experiencing was somewhat more appropriate. They couldn't figure out how he had invented cage-level techniques. Based on his performance against Shikamaru, they had assumed him some kind of closet genius, but that theory was left debunked. Unless. Asuma-sensei, did you cheat on Naruto's test? Asuma, still pointing at Naruto and waiting for a response to his question, turned to Ino with a look of confusion. You really believe I would do that? Seeing that she wasn't about to back down, he let out a long sigh. No Ino, I didn't cheat on his test. Ino was about to draw him into an argument when she was cut off by Mabui. Enough about the stupid test. Those things are worthless anyway. I want to play shogi with Naruto. Worthless? I was told you were a super genius, so you must have taken an IQ test at some point. Ah. She waved a dismissive hand, all of those things are unreliable, I'm probably just average. When I took this test it only gave me a 120 and then that other one gave me a 210. If the variance is that much, I don't trust either one of them. Your scores differed by 90 points. While that fact provided significant comfort for Shikamaru, it gave Asuma a huge headache. Aw, whatever. I'll go get the shogi board. 10 minutes into the game, Naruto was beginning to enjoy himself. Unlike Shikamaru, Mabui made all of her movements quickly and provided him with a real challenge. Asuma was off to the side trying to figure out exactly how Shikamaru could be giving Naruto signals once every 5 seconds from behind, and Shikamaru was standing behind Naruto in the hope that he would better understand how Naruto's mind worked from that vantage point. After a 30-minute match, featuring a total of 720 moves, Naruto emerged victorious. Wow Mabui-chan, that was really fun. Thanks for not holding back too much, unlike Shikamaru. Holding back? She looked up at Shikamaru, who just shook his head. I wasn't holding back, you beat me fair and square. Eh? He tried to allow himself to believe her, but he couldn't. There's no way that's true. You're so smart, I could never. But it is true Naruto. Mabui and I weren't holding back on you. He looked up just in time to see Shikamaru mouth troublesome before turning to look at the others, hoping to catch one of them mid-laugh. Although he couldn't see any sign that they were lying, it didn't make any sense to him. I haven't lost in a game of shogi in over 4 years. Mabui was positively beaming, which struck everyone as odd considering that she had just lost. You're the first person I've seen make moves as quickly as I do, too. Wanna play again? Yeah. After the second match, which Mabui won, the others started placing bets. Hinata quickly became the holder of everyone's money as Naruto won 7 of 9 matches before the 2 of them decided to call it quits. Sakura decided to make one last effort to complete her mission, taking advantage of the fact that his guard was down. What did you say that was going to happen to Naruto? It's going to, he caught himself at the last minute. It's gonna be really cool. With a heavy sigh, Sakura gave up and watched Naruto leave to walk Mabui home. I've told you 3 times, guy. You can't give Niji's spot away for the challenge. It's against the rules. No, Kakashi, I found a real opening this time. Guy struck his most enthusiastic nice guy pose, hoping to convey exactly how serious he was. It would have been lost on anyone else, but Kakashi knew him well enough to get the message. This year's top rookie and one of his teammates are ready, but their sensei doesn't think the third member is level yet. When I told him that one of the rookie 9 would be willing to join his team. Well, looks like you win. Jackpot. Now I just have to figure out who goes to which team. Kakashi, you know that you have to put Sakura with the rookies. You can't afford to have Naruto fail because of their inexperience. Tsunade-sama would. Did you say something? Kakashi tried not to let his eyes give away that he had been listening. Truthfully, he had been avoiding coming to that conclusion, but he knew the guy was right. Anyway, I should probably talk to their sensei. Who is it? Ieyashi. Iketsu Ieyashi. They let him teach his own son. It was no secret that Taketsu Kin was the #1 rookie of the year, or that his dad was the weakest of the villagers. Yeah. From what he told me, Kin's style is completely different than his, though. Later. Just like that, Kakashi was gone, leaving Guy to once again scream about hip attitudes. It only took Kakashi about a minute to find Ieyashi, and he was glad to see the man alone. Ieyashi, I need to talk to you. Ah, Kakashi, I was wondering when you'd show up. From the way Guy was talking, I expected that you would have been here an hour ago. He gave Kakashi a serious look. I should have known better. Yes, well, and old. Don't bother with your stories. Ieyashi let out an amused sigh, barely able to stop himself from chuckling. Let's just get down to business. Are you giving me Naruto or Sakura? It depends. How strong are they? Kin and Shimaru? They're stronger than should be necessary to pass the exam, if that's what you're asking. It's not. Seeing Ieyashi confused look, he let out a sigh. You probably haven't thought about this, but nearly all of the finalists from the last exam will be participating again. That includes almost all of the rookie 9, along with Guy's team and Gaara's team from Suna. Oh, I get it. You don't want to know if they're level, you just want to know if they're going to be weak enough to drag your student down. I wouldn't worry about that, though, they're both pretty strong for their age. Although he could tell that Ieyashi was confident in them, Kakashi had his doubts. Sakura. Tsunade-sama's apprentice. I was actually hoping to get Naruto after seeing him beat the Hyuga last time, but I suppose she'll do. Kin will be a little disappointed. Well, I'd better tell Asuma that Naruto will be joining his team. Later. Saturday rolled around and Naruto couldn't have been less happy with his progress. He wasn't any closer to figuring out even the basics of his technique. His progress in Taijutsu and strength training had effectively halted, much to Guy's bewilderment, and he was having trouble concentrating on anything other than the previous Saturday's Dango shop incident. Just as he was breaking through his concentration block and getting an idea, he was interrupted by Ino. Chakra molding. How does it work, anyway? Naruto, you're actually reading this? Although he tried to ignore her, his idea was completely lost in the newfound mental haze. Maybe we should all start reading remedial scrolls so we can invent S-rank techniques too. Akamaru gave a tip of agreement, which made Kiba's smirk grow. Hinata and Shino, the two who knew Kiba best, were the only ones who knew that he wasn't kidding. Wait, where's Mabui-san? Tenten, who had been interested in prying information from Mabui, found it odd that she wouldn't be there. Naruto, who had been glaring at Kiba, got a serious look on his face. I don't know. She said she had to deal with something personal today. Personal? He nodded. She wouldn't tell you anything more than that. I didn't ask. Reacting quickly, hoping to get his spirits up, Sakura changed the subject. How's your technique coming along with Naruto? Technique? Looking down, he noticed a scroll he had been reading and realization hit him. Oh, that's why I was here. Everyone face-faulted, but he didn't notice. I was just having trouble getting my chakra too. He glared down at her so quickly that Ino flinched before getting up. You messed me up. What? What did I do? You snuck up on me and made me forget my idea. What idea? I was thinking about starting by concentrating chakra in my that's it. Reading through the scroll quickly, he saw that his idea was possible and he couldn't wait to try it out. He jumped up and ran towards the doors before Lee and Niji, still very confused, grabbed him. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto, it's Saturday. Niji couldn't really say that he hated their Saturday activities, but he did find Naruto's attitude to be rather tiresome. It was getting worse than Lee's, and Naruto was becoming generally antisocial. Although he hadn't known Naruto before the exams, he highly doubted that Naruto had ever been the type to spend most of his time alone. Huh? Oh, right. He looked around at everyone pleadingly, can we not do this today? I need to go work on. No. Seeing that Sakura and Ino were already ganging up on him, Naruto gave in with a heavy sigh. Kakashi, Guy, you know why you're here. Report. Seeing that they were both content to stand in awkward silence, she added, "Guy, you first." "Hi, Tsunade-sama." When Naruto started training with Lee and his progress was phenomenal. His passion was burning brightly, and I'm going to have to ask you not to talk like that. You take too long to say things when you rant about the spirit of youth and whatever other crap. But Tsunade-sama. She gave him a menacing glare, which he took as a threat before nodding. As I was saying, Naruto did very well when he began training with us. Not only did he show good stamina, but his spirit, he caught himself at the last minute. He works hard too. This is going to be harder than I thought. Lately, though, he hasn't been doing very well. He's having trouble learning forms, his speed and strength are at a standstill, and he tires more easily. Do you at least know why? No. Deciding that he wasn't lying, she nodded. I would say that his speed without his weights is about the average for and his strength is just short of level. She nodded again. Now you, Kakashi. Hi, Tsunade-sama. I haven't seen him in action since you replaced me with Sakura, so my information probably isn't up to date, but cut the crap, Kakashi. I know you've been checking in on him and I expect accurate information out of you. Seeing the same threatening glare she had given Guy, he decided it was best not to ask how she knew. Alright, I'll tell you. In case you didn't already know, although I'm not sure how that would be possible, his chakra capacity is beyond cage level. Easily. It's probably considerably larger than yours, realistically. He knows 3B rank, 2A rank, and 2S rank, so I would place his ninjutsu at just below or barely at level. I cast a glare in Kakashi's direction, remembering the pervert saying something along the lines of surpassed me in ninjutsu. The glare was, of course, ignored. As for, I'm not sure that he knows any at all, and he's probably horrible at dealing with them. He doesn't know any? How can that be? I guess he never cared. It's not required in the academy, even if it is suggested, so he probably never thought it was worth his time. Considering what I've heard about his resistance, I would say he's barely better than the average civilian, to be honest. That could be a problem. We can't exactly count on Akatsuki not having a specialist. Actually, Tsunade-sama, we already know of one. Uchiha Itachi. Her eyes widened in recognition of the name, but she made no comment. Getting back to Naruto, I think he'll probably at least get to the finals again. His main weaknesses were speed and chakra control, and Guy's already been dealing with his speed. What about his chakra control? You didn't mention it. Let's just say that I wouldn't recommend him as a medic nin and leave it at that. So. Basically, what you two are telling me is that he's currently a ninjutsu specialist with level 2 jutsu and near Jounin level ninjutsu. After thinking for a moment, Guy nodded, but Kakashi shook his head. If you're going to sum him up so briefly, you should probably call him ninjutsu level. My earlier assessment was probably wrong, considering that he mostly relies on his BA and S rank techniques. What was the reason for your first ranking? Well, even if he does know mostly higher level techniques, he doesn't know very many. He shrugged, I guess it's a matter of opinion, but I'll call it level for now. Okay, but that doesn't really change much. Even if his growth is impressive, he won't be a match for any Akatsuki members for some time. At least we can expect the exams to go smoothly. She let out a heavy sigh, not entirely prepared to ask her next question. You found him a team, right? I'm putting him with Asuma's team and Sakura will be with 2 rookies. A vein suddenly became visible in Tsunade's temple. You're putting my apprentice with rookies? Unless you would rather she not compete, yes. Guy, seeing Tsunade's glare, couldn't help but feel jealous of Kakashi's ability to stay calm. Even though it wasn't directed at him, he was feeling chills all over his body at the thought of her rage. Oddly enough, Kakashi's calm appeared to be infectious. Was it really the only available spot? Tough year. Come on Naruto, at least tell us what it's going to do. Naruto just smiled at her, having a little too much fun at her expense. We might even be able to help. Let it go Ino, you're being too troublesome. Shut up Shikamaru. Naruto took a happy slurp of ramen, finishing off his 20th bowl and drawing her attention back to him. At least give us a hint. A hint? Thinking about it, he decided to do the most annoying thing possible. Give a ridiculously vague hint that could mean almost anything. It'll be loud. Everyone took a moment to process the hint before realizing just how vague it was. It didn't take a genius to realize that he had intended it that way, just to annoy them. What the hell kind of hint is that? He just smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Right as she was about to hit him over the back of the head, Shikamaru did something she had never thought him capable of. He took initiative. Leave him alone Ino, we've got a shogi game to get to. Several minutes later they were all gathered in Shikamaru's room again, something that most of them were getting rather tired of. Before the game could begin, however, Shikamaru had an important question to ask. Okay Naruto, I have to know. How do you do it? Naruto gave him a blank stare. How do I do what? How do you make your moves so quickly? Shikamaru was in one of those rare moods where he not only didn't feel like being lazy, he felt like specifically doing something, so he went for it. I could understand losing to you, but not when you don't even think about what you're doing. I think about what I'm doing. I know that, I'm asking how you do it so quickly. Oh. I don't know, I just do. Everyone's sweat dropped at his comment, not sure whether he was hiding something or not. Walk me through it. Walk you through what? A vein became visible on Shikamaru's temple, alerting Choji and Ino that he actually cared about the response. Walk me through your thought process. Oh. Okay, I guess. Why does he care? First I figure out what you're trying to do, and then I figure out the best way to counter you. After I figure out a way to catch you off guard, I set up my plan in the background, and I pull it off when you don't seem to be expecting it. You think all of that through on every turn? In the course of 3 seconds. Yeah. Slowly, everyone realized exactly how much thought was actually involved in that. It wasn't exactly an uncommon way of strategizing, but Naruto was claiming that, in the span of 3 seconds, he could analyze all of Shikamaru's moves to discern his ultimate strategy, come up with an effective counter-strategy, and begin deploying decoy tactics without disturbing said counter-strategy. Not only that, but it would require him to make his strategy seem like a decoy so that Shikamaru wouldn't perceive and counter it. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. Naruto gave him a suspicious look, not sure what Shikamaru could possibly be having difficulty with. So not only are you a brilliant strategist, you also think several times more quickly than a normal person. Eh? Naruto, it would take a normal person several minutes just to analyze my strategy, then another minute or so to come up with a plan. Not to mention that your plans are always too complex for me to figure out, and most people wouldn't even think to put in decoy tactics. You're kidding, right? Shikamaru shook his head, which almost caused Naruto to face fault. But that doesn't make any sense. It's not hard or anything. Suddenly, they all had a new respect for Naruto. 5 moves into the match, however, it was apparent that something was wrong. Naruto. There was no response. Naruto. Naruto. Did you say something? He's pulling a Kakashi. It's your turn. Eh? He looked around, not quite remembering where he was, until he saw the shogi board. Oh, right. What was your move? Shikamaru pointed to the pawn he had just dropped, and Naruto made his move in response. Throughout the rest of the game it was obvious that Naruto wasn't paying almost any attention, which made the trouble Shikamaru was having all the more frustrating. Finally, after 90 minutes and 175 moves, Shikamaru's strategy was almost complete. Somehow, against all odds, he had managed to slip by Naruto's defenses and was 2 moves from making a checkmate. Naruto, is something wrong? Shikamaru glared at Sakura, a rare sight, but she was too focused on Naruto to notice. You haven't been playing normally, and you keep getting weird looks on your face. It's nothing, Sakura-chan. Sakura, having forgotten about the incident at the dango shop after Tsunade had had the man arrested, took this the wrong way. Naruto, I already told you. We'll save Sasuke together. Naruto, who had forgotten about saving Sasuke altogether, suddenly jumped up. Chikishu? I have to train. He was, yet again, restrained by Niji and Lee, who again reminded him that it was Saturday. Grudgingly sitting down, he looked at the shogi board to find a rather odd sight. He was losing. Of course, he had a new strategy in mind, and he kicked it off by using a drop to halt Shikamaru's checkmate. 10 minutes later, Shikamaru was again glaring at Sakura. He wasn't sure how what she had said to Naruto had made the boy suddenly better at shogi, but he knew it was her fault. With Naruto's focus returned, it was obvious who would win, and it wasn't Shikamaru. If anything, Naruto's randomness had become even more severe than usual, and his plan was leaving Shikamaru in a tight spot remarkably quickly. 20 minutes after Sakura's comments, Naruto had a checkmate. 2 games later, Shikamaru was ready to give up on ever beating Naruto at either game. One of you plays against him for once, I need a break. Are you crazy? We don't stand a chance against you, how are we supposed to beat Naruto? I didn't tell you to beat him, Ino, I told you to play him. I'll play. Everyone's gaze was immediately fixed on Hinata, who was in a corner of the room and almost completely hidden from view. I mean. If no one else wants to. Hinata. You play go? Seeing Naruto smiling at her, she nearly fainted but still managed a nod. Honestly, she wasn't sure that she would be able to remain conscious, let alone concentrate, while he was that close to her, but she didn't want to let him down. Had she known how little he actually cared about the game, she probably wouldn't have bothered. Hi. Although he didn't really want to play anymore, he knew it had taken a lot of courage for her to speak up, considering how quiet she usually was. He still felt like he owed her for her words before his fight with Niji, and that event had made her one of his precious people, so a game of Go seemed like, and probably was, the least he could do. Sure, I'd love to play you, Hinata-chan. When she realized that he had added Chan to her name, she got an extremely heavy blush on her face, opened her mouth as if to say something, and fainted. As she opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was that Naruto's face was disturbingly close to her own. "Hinata-chan, do you feel okay? You look like you have a fever." Again, she fainted. At this point the others felt it necessary to remove Naruto from her immediate vicinity, so he was replaced by Sakura. Hinata woke and, assuring Naruto that she was okay, took her place by the go board. After the initial shock of being near Naruto wore off, she actually turned out to be quite good at the game, even if she was nowhere near his level. Even though she was disappointed that she wasn't as good at Go as Mabui had been at shogi, she was happy for the chance to play against him. No one was really surprised when Hinata lost, but it did surprise them that she asked to play again. She lost the second match as well, and there wasn't enough time for a third, but Naruto had to admit that he liked her more and more every time she found the guts to talk. He seriously thought she should have seen a doctor about that fever, though. Stopping at the door, Naruto turned to face her. "You know, Hinata-chan, you should really speak up more. Things are more fun when you do." With that he walked out, not even noticing that Hinata had, once again, frozen in place. Shikamaru, on the other hand, realized that he was going to have a lot of trouble removing her from his room. Saturday rolled around once again, and once again 10 teenagers found themselves headed to the library. When they finally arrived, Naruto once again lived up to his title as the #1 ninja in surprising people. He wasn't there. Mabui, hearing their grumbling from her desk, waved them over cheerily. "Hi everyone. What brings you here?" Seeing the vein on Ino's forehead, she was surprised it hadn't burst. She seriously needs to calm down. "Where is he now?" "Naruto. He said he finished his, but he doesn't want to show me until he's sure it's ready. He's been out testing it for about an hour, so I'm sure he'll be back soon." "He finished it." Hearing 9 voices screaming at once, Hinata's scream was about as loud as a normal person's indoor voice. In a library stunned Mabui a little bit, but she let it slide because they were Naruto's friends. "Did he tell you what it does?" "No. He said it should be really cool though." "Well, we should probably go check on him." "Bye Mabui." They all waved as they ran out of the library, and they were at the training area in under a minute. The first thing that they noticed was the unusually large number of branches that had fallen off of the trees in the area, and the second was what sounded like frustrated screaming. "I guess he didn't figure it out after all. Then he won't mind our intrusion. Come on Akamaru." A consenting woof was barely heard over Naruto's newest scream. Or. Maybe he will. As they approached the clearing they could clearly see him standing in front of a few trees, screaming once every few seconds. Akamaru suddenly started shaking and saying something to Kiba right before one of Naruto's screams. "Are you sure about Akamaru?" Akamaru gave an affirmative moan. "What did he say to Kiba?" "He said that Naruto's screams reek of chakra to the point that it's scaring him. But it's not doing anything. That's why I asked if he was sure." There's no doubt about it though, Naruto is definitely pumping chakra into his screams for some reason. After watching him for a few minutes Ino got desperately bored, so she went to stop him. Right as she was about to tap him on the shoulder, things started looking up for him. They watched in awe as his scream created wind so strong that they uprooted a few trees that were near him. It wasn't nearly as powerful as that they had witnessed, but considering that it was just a scream it was pretty damn impressive to them. What he said next made them all, including Hinata, very nervous. That should have been way more powerful. "I guess I'll just have to try again." Turning around to find another set of targets, he noticed Ino. "Oh, it's you." She would have responded, except that she still wasn't over what he had just said. From what she could tell, the technique was already far more powerful than Tamari's Kamitachi had been, yet he had said it should be way more powerful. Finally collecting her bearings, she was instantly filled with outrage. "What do you mean oh, it's you? I'm your friend damn it." He just scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I don't suppose you guys would mind letting me practice a little while longer." Figuring that it wasn't even worth the effort to respond to that question anymore, they just grabbed him and headed to Ichiraku's. Or, they tried to head to Ichiraku's. "Naruto, how much do you weigh? I know you eat a lot of ramen, but this is insane." Lee had a different question entirely. "Naruto-kun, did Guy-sensei start you on weights this heavy?" Seeing Naruto nod, his eyes went a little wide. "These weights are as heavy as mine, but you're getting used to them so quickly." "Wait, he's wearing weights as heavy as yours? The ones that made giant craters on the floor when you dropped them?" "No." Ino sighed in relief. "The weights I wear now are a little heavier." "Damn it Naruto, quit making us look bad." So he's gonna be as strong as Lee, a better strategist than Shikamaru, and the best ninjutsu specialist in the village. How are we supposed to compete with that? Fuzzy brows, "I'm not really used to the weights yet." He resisted the urge to add which is a good reason for me to keep training. And ran off, but only because he didn't think he could get away. "I never said you were, Naruto-kun. It's just that it took me over a year to work my way up to this weight and you were able to start at the same level." I just needed to get stronger, so I forced myself to use the weights. They all sweat dropped, not wanting to believe that they had really heard him say that. Not this crap again. Even Akamaru knows you're hiding something when you talk like that. Hey. Don't insult Akamaru, Ino. An offended bark was aimed in her direction. He's probably smarter than you. Using the argument as a distraction, Naruto tried to sneak away, but Shino stopped him. If you two are done with your childish bickering, I believe we were going to lunch. Niji's patience was at its limit, considering that he was giving up the opportunity to go on long-term missions for these, seemingly pointless, meetings. Also, I think Hinata-sama was interested in another game of Go. Blushing and pushing her fingertips together, Hinata nodded. That is, if you want. Naruto-kun. Of course, Hinata-chan. He was determined, one way or another, to get her confidence up, even if it meant enduring extremely boring board games. It was obvious that, if she talked more, she would make an excellent friend and she would probably be happier too. Naruto was starting to get severely frustrated. No matter how many times he tried the damn technique, he couldn't get it any more powerful. The worst part was cleaning up all of the fallen trees so that he could tell what portion of the damage was from his latest attempts, which always took an extremely long time, but the constant failure wasn't exactly a pro. Luckily for the group slowly approaching him, he had been right. His technique was very loud. If any of the villagers had known what it was they would have complained to the Hokage, but they found the noises to be a little too frightening for investigation. As for the ninja, they were able to sleep through it easily, so they didn't care. Just as they entered the clearing, which wasn't really a clearing anymore as Naruto had piled all of the trees and branches destroyed in his technique into the center of it, he finished his cleanup. Fortune smiled on them once again as he happened to face away from them, standing about 20 feet away on the pile of logs. Yashi. I'm gonna do it this time. Niji, more than a little bit curious, activated his to see how Naruto's technique worked. He seriously doubted that he would be able to copy it, but it couldn't hurt to check it out, right? What he saw amazed him, even before Naruto used the technique. Under normal conditions, when he wasn't preparing an attack, Naruto's chakra looked relatively normal. Slightly larger than average, but hardly impressive. The amount of chakra Naruto was forming for his technique was more than Niji had ever seen even Hiashi produce, and he was doing it casually. Some of the chakra was doing something in front of Naruto that Niji couldn't figure out, but most was concentrated to the base of his lungs. Just as he was figuring out part of the trick to Naruto's technique, Naruto let out a brand new shout. Unlike his previous attempts, which had resulted in a very loud screaming sound, this shout seemed almost silent, but that was hardly the impressive part of it. Finally, after all of that practice, Naruto succeeded in his technique. All of the trees that he had carefully piled up were blown away, some of the ground underneath them was torn up, trees as far as 30 feet in front of him were knocked over, and even trees and bushes to his sides were being damaged. Still standing 20 feet behind him, everyone except Lee was having trouble standing up to the wind. Akamaru had actually been blown off of Kiba's head and was lying on the ground an additional 20 feet back, unconscious. After what seemed like an eternity, but was actually about 4 seconds, Naruto's technique ended. They all started, mouths agape, at the calm form of Naruto standing in the middle of the clearing, not even registering their luck in not being hit by any of the trees that had rolled in their direction. It was obvious to them that this technique completely negated all of their fighting styles and made Tamari's Kamitachi look like a cool breeze on a hot day. The only one of them who could have conceivably stood a chance against the attack was Lee, and that was just because of his speed and his weights, and even that seemed a long shot. Their awe quickly turned to horror, however, as they realized that he was planning to take the exams with them. Even in their state of open-mouthed horror, they all, including Hinata, shuddered at what he said. I guess that'll work. For now. As he contemplated finding a new place to train, as he had effectively eradicated all of the targets in his current location, he noticed them standing at the edge of the field, mouths still open and eyes still wide. Are you guys okay? Just as they were thinking about all of the ways he would probably think of to utilize the attack, they found themselves backing away in unison. Catching themselves at the last minute, they forced themselves to remember that he considered them his friends and that he would never attack his friends without a good reason. Finally, Sakura came back to her senses. Naruto, what the hell was that? What, my technique? I couldn't really think of a good name, so I just called it Chikara no, Shout of Power. I didn't mean the name. What the hell did you do? He concentrated a large amount of chakra to the base of his lungs, then used it to force the air out before dispersing it. Everyone looked at Niji questioningly, which almost caused him to sweat drop. I have them, you know. I can see him molding chakra. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, he added, don't worry Naruto, I don't have nearly enough chakra to copy that technique, and this isn't as good for copying techniques as the Sharingan anyway. Oh. Okay then. Wait a minute, why would you want to disperse the air? Wouldn't it be way more powerful than one cannonball blast? I thought that at first, but Mabui-chan helped me figure out that it would end up about the same, except that I would waste more chakra and attack a smaller area. So you did tell her about your technique? No, not yet. I can't wait to show it to her, though. You might want to find a way to keep her on the ground first. Seeing that he didn't understand, Shikamaru let out a sigh. This guy's a strategic genius. We were standing behind you and you almost blew us away, so someone like Mabui doesn't stand a chance. Considering her figure, she probably weighs very little, so he was suddenly cut off by the fists colliding with the back of his head. He's right though, Naruto, it really isn't safe for Mabui-san unless you find a way to keep her grounded. I'm sure Mabui-chan will think of something. I thought you weren't going to tell her what it does. Oh yeah. Everyone face faulted. Well, I'll figure it out during lunch, I guess. Oh wait. You guys will let me show her, right? Naruto, you really need to learn to take a break once in a. It's not that. I promised I'd show her when I finished it. I can't go back on my word. They all gave each other the aw crap look, knowing that they couldn't possibly keep him from keeping his word. I guess, but only once. Yada. She's gonna be so excited. He started to run to the library, but his speed with the weights on still wasn't up to par and everyone was soon in front of him. As surprising as it was to him, he found that he didn't even care. Strolling towards Ichiraku's, Kakashi thought hard about how to break the news to them. He knew that Naruto and Asuma's two genin weren't likely to get along very well, but the teams were officially set in stone and there was nothing he could do about it. At the very least, he was glad that he had actually managed to find them both teams as he knew that they were both more than qualified to be dot. Making a flashy entrance as always, he gave the standard greeting. Yo. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? Actually, Naruto, I'm here to tell you about your team for the exams, if you're interested. You got me in the exams. Who's joining our team? About that. Sakura, Naruto, I had to split the two of you up to get you both in. Naruto looked crestfallen and Sakura didn't look very happy either. The truth was that Sakura felt cheated, not getting to be with her own teammate after he had finally become so strong, but she could understand that it would be hard to find a single applicant to join them. Sakura, you're with a top rookie and a teammate of his. Naruto, you're with Ino and Choji. What? You're putting me on a team with her. Why? Naruto, that's enough. I can't change the teams now, and even if I could I wouldn't. Just trust me on this, okay? Naruto gave him a powerful glare, but not at all the same. Ino looked absolutely livid, but didn't say anything, and Hinata looked utterly depressed. Oh, before I go, how's your training going? I was just about to go show Mabui-chan my new technique. You made another technique? Mind if I come? Sure, you can be Mabui-chan's anchor. Mabui and Kakashi looked at him in the same way at the same time before asking the same question. Anchor? They looked around at the others, who all nodded furiously. Arriving at the training grounds, Kakashi and Mabui were amazed at how much damage had already been done to the area. Naruto then proceeded to hand Kakashi his leg weights. Put these on and stay here. The pair looked at the teens again, all of whom again nodded furiously. Kakashi did as he was told and waited anxiously to see what the technique would do. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, keep a good hold on Mabui-chan. If she gets hurt I'll never forgive you. After seeing Kakashi awkwardly holding Mabui in a sort of loose hug, Naruto turned around and walked about 20 feet in front of them, facing the patch of trees that the others had been hiding in previously. Hiba instantly grabbed Akamaru and hugged the puppy to his chest, while the girls all tried to hide behind the guys, and the guys tried to brace themselves with chakra. Mabui, who had very little experience with ninja techniques, took these precautions as a bad sign and became very anxious. Just as she was realizing how anxious she was actually getting, Naruto unleashed his technique, which caused slightly more damage than it had the first time. Suddenly Mabui found that she was very happy with Naruto's anchor idea as she was blown back into Kakashi. Kakashi, acting as the anchor, was slightly less thrilled as her mass was suddenly forced into him, causing a surprising amount of pain. Even with the weights, they found themselves sliding back a few inches. When the attack ended, they were both left completely speechless. Pretty cool, eh Mabui-chan? With that, her speechlessness ended. Yeah, that was awesome Naruto. Is that why you ask all those questions about dispersing an energy flow? He nodded. I can't wait to see you use it in the exam. This is so cool. Naruto, what did you do? Neji gave Kakashi the same explanation he had given everyone else, and Kakashi's eyes widened. You were able to do that twice in one day. That must require an insane amount of chakra, even for you. Eh? No, it doesn't really use very much chakra. Kakashi was about to question that assertion when Neji cut him off. The amount of chakra I saw you use in that technique was a lot of chakra, Naruto. Easily 4 times as much as you used in the last exam and far more than I've seen even in Hiyashi-sama. The last exam? How much chakra did he use then? I knew I should have gotten Sasuke there in time to catch Naruto's match. Enough to completely enshroud his body, increase his strength and speed, and enable him to defeat my Kaiten head-on. He defeated Kaiten with a head-on attack. Damn. I would have liked seeing that. And you're saying that this technique uses 4 times as much chakra? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Somehow it just didn't seem right to Neji to refer to Kakashi without adding sensei at the end. Probably a little more than that, actually. Before he would let himself get too worked up, Kakashi decided there was one more important question. What did he use against the Kaiten in his attack? He charged me with a kunai. But that would require 4 times. Doesn't really use very much chakra. Neji, I don't think you were looking right. I was using way more chakra when I fought you, to the point where my body felt like it was burning. No Naruto, you definitely used more chakra on this. It was used more efficiently in the exam, but wait just a minute. Are you trying to tell me that Naruto is wasting chakra? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. He's using about twice as much chakra as should be necessary because of his poor control. Kakashi-sensei, how much chakra are we talking about? Tsunade Shishu said he's always had incredible reserves, so this shouldn't be a surprise, should it? Sakura, I don't have enough chakra to charge a Kaiten with a kunai, even one as weak as Niji's probably was. Neji got a rather indignant look, but it was ignored. What? He has more chakra than you? Oh, we always knew that. He waved it off like it was the most obvious fact in the world, but it was news to everyone else. The thing that I find impossible to believe is that using more than 4 times my maximum chakra output doesn't even tire him out. You must have seen wrong, Neji. I suppose it's possible. The chakra did seem to come from nowhere and he generated it very quickly. Naruto. Everyone looked over to Ino, who had just caught Naruto trying to train. Would you take a damned break? But you guys aren't doing anything and I don't want to just waste time, so I thought I'd practice it one more. How am I supposed to be excited about having you on my team when you work yourself to death? You won't do me any good if you're too tired to fight. The argument went on for several more minutes before Kakashi decided to break it up, and even then it was hard to get them to really deal with each other civilly. By the end of the day it was obvious that neither of them would ever be happy with the team arrangements, even if that wasn't what they were complaining about anymore. Luckily for him it wasn't his problem anymore, so he retreated into his book. Chapter 5. Of Flashes, Biju, and Crazy, Nerlinake. So you're trying to tell me, Tsunade got out of her chair, that Naruto not only used 4 times the amount of energy necessary to charge through Neji Kaiten head-on, he also said it wasn't very much. Sakura nodded. You heard wrong. I heard wrong. Yes, you heard wrong. Kaiten works by rotating chakra around the body to send attacks off course and weaken them, which means that breaking through requires not only penetrating a solid wall of chakra, but doing it with enough extra energy to stay on course despite being pushed to the side. Not only that, you also have to shield your body from the effect of the Kaiten while breaking through it. Charging with a kunai, I would probably only be able to get through the Kaiten once or twice in a day, even Niji's. What? That's why nobody's usually stupid enough to try it. You either wait until the Kaiten ends and attack, or attack indirectly with something that can either get around the defense or stop it. Naruto probably does have more than twice as much chakra as me, but definitely not by enough that he wouldn't even get tired from using that much. I heard wrong. Yes, you did. You still haven't described the technique to me though, so hurry up. Hi. Throughout her explanation of Naruto's Chikara no Sakebi Sakura couldn't help but notice Tsunade's eyebrow twitching, but she also couldn't figure out why her teacher would be angry. When she finished, however, it became obvious that it wasn't anger. Sakura, I understand if you care for Naruto, but I would prefer you not embellish so much in your report. I didn't embellish. If anything I toned it down. I don't think you understand exactly what you're claiming, Sakura. Although she should, considering how smart she is. I simply can't believe that unless I see it with my own eyes. Then why don't you ask him to show you? Maybe I will. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? The library regulars didn't even flinch at the all-too-familiar sound of Ino's voice. How are we supposed to work as a team if you spend all of your time training by yourself? Naruto, who had been on the verge of a breakthrough with his technique, could barely keep himself from crumpling up a scroll in frustration. I'm trying to work on my new technique. Why don't you just train without me? Do you listen at all? We have less than 5 weeks to get our teamwork down, so we need to train together. I'm busy. Go ask Choji or Shikamaru to train with you. A vein became visible in Ino's temple as her face contorted in anger. Naruto, did you already forget that you're working with Choji and me in the exams? All 3 of us need to train together or we'll be in horrible shape. I'll be even worse if I don't get this technique finished, Ino-chan. Either help me or go away. Damn it Naruto, you're coming one way or another. She started to form the seal 4, at which point Naruto made a simple connection. Does that let you go into people's minds? Ino allowed herself a smirk, causing Naruto to gulp audibly. Yup. And, when you're in people's minds. You can talk to them, right? What's with the weird questions? Naruto just gave her the most serious look she had ever seen on him, which caused her to be honest out of pure curiosity. The only time I've ever interacted with someone while controlling them was when I fought Sakura, and that was only because she had some kind of second mind or something. Why? Kuzo. Does Kyuubi count as a second mind? What if she goes to that weird solar place and sees it? Will she tell everyone? Just when I manage to find people who acknowledged me. I'll come to one condition. What is it? You have to promise to never use that technique on me. Ever. Ino, who had been looking marginally happier, turned brick red. I can't make a promise like that. How the hell am I supposed to know if you're going to attack me or something someday? I'm not gonna attack you. Not now, but that doesn't mean you never will. She put up a finger to silence his protests while she considered her options, if you could call them options. So I can either pledge to never use my technique on him, despite the fact that he can easily rip me apart without it, or I can choose not to have him train with us, which would probably cause us to die in that stupid forest. Great choices. How about I take secret option number 3? What's that? He could feel himself sweating, realizing a little too late that he could have been more lenient with his condition, as she again formed the seal. The option where I threaten to use it right now unless you come. No. A look that reminded Ino of a scared dog crossed Naruto's features, causing her to drop the seal. No. I'll go to your stupid training, just let me check out my scrolls. While Ino normally would have had an oversized grin after a victory like that, seeing that scared look on Naruto's face had completely unnerved her. It had almost looked like he had thought she was going to catch him and put him in a cage. A few silent minutes later they entered the clearing to see Choji and Asuma, along with 30 empty bags of chips. Asuma looked slightly surprised to see that Naruto had actually come, but decided that Ino was disturbingly persuasive. Still, Naruto was undeniably good at coming up with strategies, even though he had given up all attempts to deny it, so he doubted that Ino would be able to back Naruto into a corner. How'd you do it, Ino? I just found the threat that works against him, Choji. Ino was positively beaming, which Asuma took as a very bad sign. What threat would that be, Ino? It had better not be anything too bad, as you do need to work with him to pass the exam. Seeing her evil smirk forming at his words, he knew that he had been right. I just said that if he wouldn't come, she formed the seal again, I'd have to make him. Seeing the seal, Asuma nearly had a heart attack. You were going to use no on Naruto? Ino nodded, looking fairly happy with herself. I need you to promise me, in your life, that you will never use that technique on him. Ever. Her smile faded. But. Why? It's. Complicated. He glanced at Naruto, who looked ecstatic, before continuing. Naruto is, special. It could be very dangerous to use that technique on him, for both of you, so I need you to promise me right now that you won't. How could it be dangerous? It just could. While Ino stood dazed and confused, Naruto's smile grew wider and wider with each passing moment. Yada. Thanks so much, Death Stick Sensei. Asuma's eyebrow twitched at the name, as he realized that he would never be rid of it, but Naruto was too busy dancing with joy to notice. No. Naruto stopped his dancing, and Asuma's eyes widened slightly. I can't promise something like that. If I really need to use the technique, I don't want to put myself in danger just to avoid it. Asuma shook his head, hoping that someone else would suddenly appear and deal with the problem, but not really counting on it. Ino, you don't understand. That's exactly why I can't make the promise. It's also one of the 2 main reasons that you need to. Neither Choji nor Ino had ever heard Asuma raise his voice, and they found that it wasn't a particularly pleasant thing to hear. If you use that technique, you will find out why we're asking you not to use it, and you won't like what you find. Naruto has his secrets, and you have yours. You need to respect his secrets and trust our judgment on this. Wait. If it's such a big secret, why do you know it? Oddly enough, it was Choji that asked the question. Naruto doesn't even seem surprised that you know, but he's acting like he'll die if Ino finds out. That's it. Part of the secret, Choji. You can't know either, it's not just Ino. I don't care about all of that crap, I'm still not going to promise something so stupid. Asuma tried to stop the headache by putting his hand to the bridge of his nose, but he found that method rather ineffective. You want to try, Naruto? You're giving up already? If she's really that eager to die, lose her mind, or whatever else, then I know from experience that I'm not going to change her mind. He took a long drag on his cigarette, not really sure what else to say. Sorry, but there's nothing I can really do at this point. What about me? If she finds out about Kentucky that, everyone's gonna hate me. Ino and Choji had their eyebrows raised at Naruto's near slip-up, prompting Asuma to change the subject as quickly as possible. Don't worry, Naruto, if I thought she would actually use it, I would keep arguing with her, but she probably won't know that she knows it's dangerous. Now, don't you all want to know what training you're going to be doing to fix your teamwork? Asuma-sensei, you're going to train us? Of course I'm going to train you, Choji. Why else would I be here? Stupid brats. What do they think a sensei is? Actually, Kakashi gave me an idea for a teamwork exercise, so we're going to try that today. The three of you need to take this, he took out a silver bell from me. You're giving us the genin exam? Kakashi made you do this to become genin. No wonder he never passed anyone. Asuma-sensei, hold on. Ino, having already forgotten about Naruto's secret, was beginning to register what Asuma had just proposed. There's no way we can catch up to you. Are you so sure about that, Ino? Asuma cracked a smile, which almost made him drop his cigarette. I'm good, that's true, but there are three of you. If you coordinate your attacks well enough, I'm sure you can catch me off guard and get the bell. Hearing the term off guard caused Ino and Choji to smirk, while Naruto adopted a sort of I'm bored, but I'm still pissed pout. So Naruto, what's our strategy? Eh? Why would I have a strategy, Ino-chan? Remembering his matches with Shikamaru, all three of them face-faulted. What do you mean why? You're a strategy genius, you idiot. But I don't use strategies. I just do what makes sense at the time. That's what Naruto's strategy is, Naruto. How in the hell can you not know that? I thought strategies were those really complicated plan things. So Super Brow Sensei was. Right. Wait, why would I have a plan ready right now? Maybe so we don't look like idiots at the beginning of the fight. Come on, think for once. Ino, you shouldn't be so hard on him, you know. Choji, running out of chips, decided to end the pointless argument. They had all known for a long time that Naruto was a little slow about things like that, and it seemed unfair to demand strategies from him anyway. She certainly didn't demand strategies from Shikamaru. I'm sure he'll come up with something, but you don't have to be rude. But you can't just. Fine. Although, without a plan, my no might just miss. Hey, I haven't finished explaining the exercise yet. Seeing that he had their attention, Asuma paused to take a final drag on his cigarette. First rule. Naruto can't take off his weights. Second rule. None of you can eat until you get at least one bell. Third rule. No S-rank ninjutsu, because I'd rather not die over something like this. Satisfied with the way that their heads fell at his new set of rules, he threw his cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. Start. Ino and Choji were about to jump into hiding when they noticed that Naruto was smiling. Right when Ino was about to ask him why, he decided to divulge the information on his own. I don't need a team for this. I'll be back to working on my technique in no time. I appreciate the cocky attitude of Naruto, but I think you're missing the point of the exercise. Like I care. With that, he formed the familiar seals of rabbit and sheep and focused his chakra into his muscles. Naruto Senku no Jutsu. Asuma, who had never been told about the technique, was more than a little surprised when nothing appeared to happen. Just when he was about to mock Naruto's attitude again, however, he found that Naruto's knee was suddenly very close to his face. Asuma managed to block the knee without much trouble, but he hadn't counted on that being what Naruto wanted. With his weights on, Naruto knew that he wouldn't be fast enough even to hit an off-guard Asuma, so he went for power instead of speed. Not only did he put all of his strength into the attack, he put all of his weight into it. All of his weight, including the two 1,000-pound weights on his legs. Even though Asuma was strong enough to block the force of the attack, he hadn't been expecting anything remotely close to that level of power, and his block quickly crumpled into nothing. Watching from the sidelines, Ino and Choji found themselves amazed at Naruto's speed and power. The speed was similar to Lee's after taking off his weights in the exam, and the power was enough to not only break Asuma's block, but send him flying several dozen feet. Of course, they remembered him shouting the same technique name on the way to Ichiraku several weeks earlier, but they hadn't thought it was an actual technique. Taking advantage of his attack success, Naruto chased after the retreating form of Asuma, hoping to use the shock and the injury to get his hands on the bell. Most unfortunately, good ole Death Stick Sensei came to his senses before hitting the ground and was fully prepared for Naruto's assault. In less than a second, Naruto was on the ground with his arm behind his back. I have to admit, that was pretty damn good, Naruto. I'd hate to try again without your weights. Good thing that's against the rules. Hearing Naruto snarl, he decided not to push his luck. Even if S-rank techniques were against the rules, he knew that was only A-rank, and he wasn't eager to be on the receiving end of Yondame's attack. Looks like you'll need their help after all, doesn't it? No, damn it. I don't need their help. Chikyushu. In his blind determination and frustration, Naruto poured nearly all of his chakra into the technique to the point where it became clearly visible around him. Suddenly very much reminded of Naruto's fight with Neji, Asuma panicked at the thought that Naruto was about to unleash some of Kyuubi's chakra, but didn't loosen his grip. Let me go. He couldn't figure out how it was happening, but one thing was clear to Asuma. Naruto was overpowering him. Then realization slapped him square in the face. Naruto's weights were on his legs, leaving his arms at their best. Knowing Guy, he had probably had Naruto doing arm exercises that utilized the weights, meaning that the boy's arms were a force to be reckoned with even without his weird technique. Given that Naruto had a dim yellow glow about him, Asuma estimated that his strength was probably well beyond level at that point. Naruto used his newfound strength to free his arm and push Asuma off of him before pushing himself up and charging. Just as Asuma began to pity Naruto's lack of strategic thought, he realized that the boy's speed was continuing to increase. Not particularly eager to lose a fight with a genin, Asuma pulled out his trusty knives. As Naruto's technique still left him slower than Asuma, with his weights at least, he was soon covered in fairly large gashes, all of which were bleeding profusely. Seriously Naruto, needing help isn't a sign of weakness. If anything, getting hurt this badly because you won't accept help is what makes you look weak. Now we'll probably have to take you to the hospital, meaning that none of you can eat until tomorrow at the earliest. Damn it Naruto, you idiot. If you hadn't tried to do it yourself we could have had the bell by now, but instead we have to wait for you to heal. Ino-chan, what are you talking about? I'm fine. She briefly considered hitting him over the back of the head, but the look on Asuma's face was distracting her. Finally, after a few moments of thought, she realized that Naruto's chakra was still visible around his body and that the blood flow had seriously slowed down. In fact, it almost looked like it had stopped. From Asuma's point of view, it couldn't have been clearer that Naruto's wounds, which had been fairly serious, had completely healed in the span of about 5 seconds. He had heard from Kakashi that Naruto healed rather quickly, but he thought this was going a bit far. Still, he couldn't let himself show it. New rule. If you don't work with at least one other teammate, it doesn't count even if you get a bell. The entire point of this is to fix your teamwork, so it isn't a good idea to go solo. What? It'll take me forever to get back to my technique that way. Not everything is about strong techniques, Naruto. Sometimes you need to know what resources are at your disposal and how to use them. In this case, your teamwork is an extremely valuable resource. If you had been working with Shoji and Ino during that first attack, you could have already gotten a bell, but instead you tried to go it alone and lost. Kakashi told me that you actually had pretty good teamwork, but I guess he overestimates you. Naruto, Ino, why don't we come up with an idea now? It's already afternoon and we haven't had lunch yet. With a heavy sigh, Naruto followed Ino and Choji, knowing full well that they both expected him to come up with some kind of plan. So Naruto, what's the plan? He hated being right. How am I supposed to know? We've been over this. You're even better with strategies than Shikamaru. As far as this team is concerned you're the tactician, so you'd better come up with something soon. Tactician? I think I've heard that word before. What did it mean again? Well. To get through Death Stick Sensei's defense, we need an attack that has power and speed, and we also need to draw his attention to something else. He'll be expecting a ploy, so we should probably disguise it with another one, and the second one needs to be more convincing than the first one. Ino-chan, you start by throwing some kunai with explosive tags at him in a semicircle, ensuring that he'll think we want him to dodge away from you. Choji, use that rolling technique from the opposite direction towards the kunai, making him think that we're trying to trap him. You think that'll work Naruto? Huh? That's just the first decoy. How is that one decoy? It's the obvious one that he'll know is a decoy because Choji wouldn't willingly run into the exploding kunai. They both mouthed oh, but he didn't pay attention. The second, more convincing one is going to be some cage bunshin jumping down at him from the trees with kunai ready, because wait, how do you know where he's going to go? The only option we're leaving open is the air, with Choji cornering him in a prison of bombs. What, is she stupid? Anyway, when my bunshin jumps down on him with kunai, he'll think that's the real tactic and he'll focus his efforts on taking care of them. I'll use Naruto no to get enough speed to sneak up on him and grab him from behind, and you can use that weird body stealing technique to stop him from resisting. Then I grab the bell and we win. You came up with all of that. Just now? Yeah. Why? Choji just shook his head, deciding it was better to leave his comment unsaid. Oh, almost forgot, there's a chance that he'll use Kawarimi after I grab him, and if that happens he'll go to the tree that's behind me, but slightly on my left, since that's my weak side. I'll keep a cage bunshin there ready to grab the bell before he can figure out what's happening, just in case. Now that's a strategy. Way to go, Naruto. Other than the heart attack he thought he might have been having at hearing a compliment from Ino, Naruto was sure that his plan was going to work. It had to work, after all, so that he could get back to his technique and save Sasuke. That ploy was so pathetic. What are they thinking? As Asuma moved through the air, he prepared himself for the onslaught of bunshin that was sure to come. Right on cue, several dozen Narutos came down from the canopy and began a taijutsu assault. Too easy. I won't even need to use ninjutsu for this. Having seen Naruto's taijutsu style in action, Asuma easily took down a half-dozen bunshin in a matter of seconds. Suddenly the real Naruto appeared behind him and grabbed him around the waist, but just as he was about to tell Naruto it was no use, he was cut off. Now Ino. Yashi. As Ino formed the seal for Shintention no Jutsu, Asuma figured out Naruto's plan. If Asuma dared to escape the hold, Ino's technique would hit Naruto, meaning that he would be solely responsible for whatever damage resulted from such an interaction. Knowing that one of Asuma's goals was to keep Ino out of his mind, Naruto had positioned himself so that Ino's technique had almost no chance of missing, and his idea had probably given into the idea that he didn't care as much as she thought about whether or not she got into his mind. Shintention no Jutsu. Both Ino's and Asuma's bodies lumped forward before Asuma's head popped up with a perky smile. Way to go, Naruto. Your plan worked like a charm. Here, take the bell, she handed it to him, and I'll change back. Kai. Asuma looked slightly angry, but he had to admit that their teamwork was amazing, considering how badly they had been getting along. Good plan, Naruto, I didn't see it coming at all. Kid's got guts, I'll give him that. I guess you can all eat today, but I should tell you now about the special rule Kakashi came up with. Special rule? Asuma-sensei, why were you waiting to tell us if it's a rule for something we already did? Because Ino, this rule doesn't apply to today's game. Seeing that they were confused, he allowed himself a smirk. We're going to play this game every weekday until the exam. Every day, until the 10th day, you will be required to get the bell from me one more time than the day before. From the 10th day on, the requirement will be 10 times per day, and if you don't meet the quota on a given day, you don't get to eat that day. What? 10 times? How am I gonna find time to work on my techniques if I have to do this 10 times a day? That's your problem, Naruto. From what I've heard and seen of the techniques you already have, you don't really need more anyway. But the techniques I have aren't good enough. If I don't come up with some more, it'll just prove that Iro-Senin was right about me. Naruto, I think you've already proved him wrong. Naruto glared at Asuma with a cross between loathing and confusion. I don't know exactly what he said, but 2 S-rank techniques is nothing to sneeze at. Even Yondaime only ever had 1 S-rank technique, and Sandaime only developed 2. Considering that Sandaime is known as the greatest Hokage, I'd say you're well on your way to stealing that title. Asuma-sensei, are you saying what I think you're saying? Probably, Ino. Naruto, you have all the makings of a Hokage, so take your time and don't rush yourself. The way things are going, you'll probably be within a year or so of your exam, and don't rush yourself. How can I not rush when my best friend is going to be killed by Orochimaru? I'll be Hokage for sure, but I don't have very much time to save Sasuke. Now are you going to help with my technique or am I doing it myself? Help you? I guess I could try to help you, but… Naruto's outburst had left Asuma unnerved, and the way that Naruto had asked for help had been totally unexpected. Damn, Kakashi wasn't kidding with that title. To tell you the truth, your techniques are way above my level. How about we go get some BBQ and you can tell me what you want me to do over a meal. BBQ. Yoshi, let's go. Before Naruto could even nod an assent, he found himself being dragged, slowly, but dragged nonetheless, towards the restaurant. Ino, not wanting Chaoji's sole motivation to be food, glared at her sensei, but came along anyway, since she knew that he would be paying. Hearing Naruto's explanation, it took all of Asuma's efforts and a cigarette to keep his brain from exploding. Mabui had taught Naruto just enough to understand what he was doing, meaning that he had exactly enough information to be as confusing as possible. Naruto. Not only does that not make any sense, it sounds way too complicated to actually use. It makes sense. You're the one that doesn't make any sense. That was such a childish reaction. Be that as it may. How exactly am I supposed to help you with something like that? Even is out of my league, and this sounds harder. Hold on, Asuma-sensei, it didn't sound that complicated. Ino, have you ever tried to manipulate the physical properties of things with raw chakra? I've never heard of anything remotely like that before, even with molded chakra, and it's not like I haven't done it before. Asuma looked at Naruto in the way that most people would look at a raving lunatic holding a knife to the throat of a daimyo. When I was developing Chikara no I did the opposite, so it shouldn't be too hard. Still, it'd be easier to figure out if I had your help. Naruto, that weird scream thing did something like that. No wonder it took you so long to get it down. Chaoji kept his thoughtful look for a few more seconds before realizing that Naruto was eating a significant portion of the meat, meaning that he, Chaoji, was going to lose out. Chaoji, don't eat so fast. Naruto came up with a strategy, so we should let him have as much as he wants anyway. The Fa husky boy looked mortally offended by her words, which was an odd sight considering that he didn't even slow down in his eating frenzy. So Naruto, is that why that attack took you so long to develop? Naruto nodded, but he didn't look over to her because it would have slowed down his eating frenzy. What technique are you two talking about? Although he had considered not bothering to ask, he realized that if Naruto expected his help with a similar technique, he would need to know as much as possible about it. You don't know, Asuma-sensei. Some sensei you are. Basically he screams and, boy, Naruto. Ino turned towards the interruption, fully expecting to yell at whatever had caused it when she registered that it was Tsunade. Seeing a smirking Sakura by the Hokage's side, she couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Luckily, for her at least, the answer to that question wasn't very far off. I need to see this new technique of yours. The way Sakura tells it, you uproot half of the trees in the training grounds every time you use it. Tsunade shushu, I didn't say that. I just said that. I know what you said, Sakura, and I also know that it's impossible. There's no way that he could store enough air in his lungs for that, and even if he could, the air pressure would cause him to explode. Good timing, Tsunade-sama. I was just asking for more information about his new technique. So, what does it do, exactly? Why don't you come and watch, Asuma? If it is as powerful as Sakura described, it'll be quite a show. If not, which is far more likely, at least you'll have your explanation. Alright, we'll go right after. Turning back to the table, he suddenly realized that Naruto and Choji had finished off the entire lunch. A vein throbbed in his temple, and he craved another cigarette. I didn't even get one piece. Since you're done with your lunch, we'll be going right now. Come on, Naruto. Bachan, I was just about to get Death Stick Sensei to help me with my technique. Can't I show you some other time? No, for two reasons. You're always training, meaning that there's no such thing as a good time for you, and I'm your boss, meaning that you have no right to refuse me. But Bachan. Naruto, I have a third reason that she forgot. Seeing that Naruto was about to interrupt him again, Asuma raised a hand. That, stuff that you were explaining earlier. I didn't understand it at all. You said that you used the same principle in this technique, right? Naruto nodded slowly, not understanding where Asuma was going at all. Well, I guess I should say that I have two reasons that she forgot to mention. The first would be that, if they really work on the same principle, practicing this one will prepare you for the other. My original reason, however, was that if I saw this I might be able to better understand what you were talking about, which means that I could actually help you. Really? Why are we still here? Naruto grabbed their hands and hastily dragged them out of the restaurant, leaving three sweat-dripping teens alone at the table. Wait, Naruto, I haven't paid yet. Naruto. He had that much chakra left after the training earlier. That was. How? You just. Sakura, you lied to me. This attack is way more powerful than how you described it. This is impossible. Just amplifying the power of his lungs wouldn't do this, he'd kill himself long before getting this much power out of them. What the hell kind of technique did he create? Tsunade shushu, it wasn't this powerful last time. Naruto quickly turned around and grinned expectantly at Asuma for a few seconds. When it became obvious that he wasn't going to say anything, however, he took matters into his own hands. Death Stick Sensei, do you understand yet? Hell no. If anything, I'm more confused now that I've seen it in action. Not that I can even remember half of the technobabble you spewed at me. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at that remark. It's not technobabble. Really, Death Stick Sensei, it's pretty simple. All I had to do was increase the density of the air while breathing in, then quick launch it out with a burst of chakra and decompress it as it escaped my mouth before. Damn it, Naruto, how is that not technobabble? Not only are you not explaining how you do any of those things, you're not explaining why doing them has the effect you're going for. I'm not going to be able to help unless you explain it to me properly, and, Naruto, did you really increase the density of the air? Of course, Bachan. How else would I get that much air in my lungs? She managed to resist the urge to say however you do it the rest of the time, but just barely. Is it true that this technique doesn't use very much chakra? Huh? Yeah, it only uses about half as much as the dot. Half as much as. How can that be? This attack is far more powerful. Well, not really. Anyway, I don't know why it uses less energy, but I don't care. Death Stick Sensei, if I explain it all to you, do you think you can help me? Ugh. He's got to be kidding. Naruto, if it's going to be that big of a hassle, why don't you just figure it out on your own? You can already do the necessary thing in this technique, right? Not really. The thing I need help with isn't compressing or expanding the air, it's. Wait, now I'm confused. Naruto, angry at being interrupted for what had to have been the 100th time that day, glared at Sakura. If this technique uses so little chakra, why did Neji say it was so much? Sakura, half of the chakra necessary for it is hardly little. You remember what I told you about S-rank techniques, right? Oh, right. But Neji didn't seem to think the chakra for that thing was very impressive. Naruto, Asuma lit his cigarette. How much time do you have to work on it before you're supposed to meet Lee and Guy? About 2 hours, thanks to your stupid team thing. 2 hours? I guess I could help you out for a little bit. You're insane. This can't be done. You think I'm gonna let that matter? Asuma let his eyebrow raise, assuming that Naruto had simply worded his question wrong. I'll just do it anyway. If the stupid technique refuses to work, I'll make it work so I can use it to save Sasuke. Naruto. What a stubborn kid. That's it. The dumbest thing I've ever heard. Anyway, you're better off working on this technique without my help because I still don't really understand what you're trying to do. You're giving up already? What the hell kind of sensei are you? A sensei is someone who passes knowledge on to his students, not someone who helps his students develop new knowledge. What you're looking for sounds more like a partner, which I'm not. I'm really just going to get in the way here, so I'm going home. See you tomorrow at 9. Hey. You can't just Asuma had disappeared and Naruto had no desire to talk to himself. Kuzo. I really could have used his help. After jumping out of the way of Choji's giant fist, Asuma saw that Ino was jumping down at him from above. The real problem was that he wasn't sure if it was Ino or not, and if it wasn't he wasn't sure what Naruto's Bunshin was planning on doing. Not wanting to take any chances, he aimed a full-strength kick at her gut. He wasn't terribly surprised when she disappeared in a puff of smoke, and the barrage of shuriken from both sides was even more predictable. After quickly deflecting all of the shuriken, he turned his attention to the spot on the ground where he was sure to land. It was easy for him to spot the Naruto's waiting underground as he was, but he decided it would be better to pretend not to notice. Seeing Asuma landing on the ground, Ino took the opportunity to throw some kunai in his direction before jumping down to charge him. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out why Naruto's Bunshin hadn't attacked him yet, but he was getting nervous. Of all of the ninja in Konoha, Naruto was the least likely to wait patiently for an opening, meaning that he had some kind of strategy worked out. Although he got the feeling that he was falling right into their trap, Asuma caught the kunai and threw it right back at her. One of Naruto's Bunshin took that as his cue to jump out of the ground right behind Asuma, a big foxy grin on his face. Ino quickly used Kawarimi no to switch places with the Bunshin that had jumped out of the ground, meaning that she was within striking distance of Asuma. Seeing their plan, Asuma made a mental note that there were 3 Bunshin left underground, knowing that the plan would most likely include all of them somehow. Right as he was about to hit her with a punch she switched with another Bunshin that had jumped out of the ground, leaving 2 more. Gaining a little more confidence in himself, Asuma threw a roundhouse at Ino, completely ignoring the sound of a Bunshin popping out of the ground behind him. Ino again used Kawarimi no, and Asuma's kick dispelled Naruto's Bunshin. Turning around to attack Ino again, Asuma was very surprised to see Naruto running at him. He went to attack Naruto, but then Naruto did the thing that Asuma least expected. He exploded. The was sent flying into Choji's enlarged hand, which closed around him as Ino popped out of the ground. She couldn't have looked happier when she pulled the bell out from between his giant fingers. Good work, Choji. You really did it. Ino. Naruto did most of the work. He let go of Asuma, who took a moment to dust himself off before looking around. Where is Naruto, anyway? Right here, Death Stick Sensei. Looking up, Asuma saw Naruto hanging upside down from a tree branch. Oh. Well, that's the 10th time, so I guess you can go to lunch now. Choji let out a shout of joy and ran off to find Shikamaru, hoping that the lazy would be willing to buy him lunch. Naruto, before you go. How's that technique coming along? Naruto gave him the biggest grin he had ever seen, which meant either very good or very bad news. I'll have it down in 3 days. 3 days? It hasn't even been 4 weeks. How could you have possibly made something so advanced so quickly? Well, that's because. He took a moment to scratch the back of his head, I'm just that amazing. Oh. Damn confusing kid. Wasn't he a complete idiot a few months ago? Was something just holding him back, or is something pushing him forward now? Because of him they still haven't missed a day of eating, not to mention that he's been growing ridiculously quickly. What the hell is up with him? Well, see you tomorrow. Yashi. Naruto ran all the way to Ichiraku's to find that Mabui was already waiting for him, which worried him a little bit. I'm not late, am I? Of course not, Naruto. It's just that, since this is one of my days off, I figured I'd get here a little early. Mornings are boring now that you're off training with your team. Sorry about that, Mabui-chan, but I haven't got much of a choice. But why can't I watch? Because you could get hurt, Mabui-chan. I still don't really understand why you like watching me train, but I'm not gonna let you get hurt doing it. Oh. Well, as long as there's a real reason, I guess it's okay. They just sat there smiling at each other until Ichiraku came over to get their orders, at which point they both ordered the customary 20 bowls. Mabui-chan, you know what I just realized? What? I don't know almost anything about you. You always want to talk about me, so I never really get a chance to ask you about anything. What do you want to know? She smiled warmly, but was secretly getting nervous. It wasn't so much that she had something to hide as that she didn't want him to find out about her family. If there was one group of people that she couldn't stand to think about, it was her relatives. Well, for example. Why didn't you become a ninja? You could have been really strong. You want to know why I didn't become a ninja? Well, my dad was a ninja, and he really wanted me to be one, but I really didn't have any desire to become one. When all of my friends started in the academy I just decided not to. I thought you said you didn't have any friends. Her smile quickly faded into nothing. I thought I had friends back then. It wasn't until I was 8 that I learned what jerks they really were. As quickly as it had disappeared, her smile made a triumphant return. Really, though, I wish I'd found out sooner. Then I might not have wasted my time talking to them at all. They're really that bad. Yeah. I can't stand those bastards. Oh. All because of me. But you still haven't said why you didn't want to be a ninja. That's it. Complicated. The simple version is just that I don't want to hurt people. Naruto couldn't help but grin at that, admiring her ability to not get violent even when overwhelmed with anger. He had already witnessed that part of her several times when various villagers had treated him poorly in her presence. She had a way of handling things without getting violent that still ensured that her point got across, and he found it amazing to watch. Besides, I like spending most of my time in the library. It gives me a chance to meet new people and help them, and I also get to read as much as I want. For me, there's no job more fun than that. At that point their orders came, so they broke their chopsticks while shouting in unison. You guys think he's got his technique down yet? It's been what, 4 weeks? Maybe. Why Kiba, are you gonna run away? Oh, of course not. It's just that, if he's finishing a technique right now, we should probably be a little cautious. What makes you think that he's going to finish it today? Haven't you noticed that he always seems to finish his techniques right as we show up? After thinking about it, everyone nodded with wide eyes. It's like we're cursed or something. What do you mean cursed? We get to see sneak previews of all of his new attacks. Exactly my point, Ino. Remember the last one? I'd rather not have a front row seat for that preview, thanks. None of them were willing to admit it, but they all thought that he had a point. Well, we're not gonna just wait here all day, are we? Between Asuma-sensei and Guy-sensei he's probably been too busy anyway. Actually, Ino-san, Naruto no longer trains with Guy-sensei every day. He changed it to a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday schedule so that he could work on this technique. Oh. Well, she glanced around at the shocked faces, maybe it wouldn't hurt to be careful. They soon found out that she had an interesting way of defining care. Neji and Lee had to walk 10 feet in front of everyone else and she was at the very back behind Hinata. As they approached the clearing, Neji and Lee found the silence unsettling. Just as they were wondering whether Naruto had changed training grounds again, he came into view. Seeing Neji and Lee stop ahead of them, the rest of the group became very anxious. When they saw what Naruto was doing, that anxiousness was quickly replaced by curiosity as he was placing small orange balls on the ground and in tree branches at random. After he had placed all of the balls he went to the middle of the clearing and stood completely silently. His friends all came to the same conclusion. They didn't want to be anywhere near any of those balls until he was done. Over a minute later, Naruto still hadn't moved at all. Just as they were all wondering whether he was waiting for them to leave or say something, he quickly formed the dragon, rabbit, and sheep seals. Ryu no Hiku. Ninja arts. Flight of the dragon. Although they kept their eyes on him, they couldn't tell if anything was happening. The only ones who had noticed anything at all were Neji, Lee, and Hinata, who had their eyes wide at what they thought, correctly, had just happened. Sakura was about to ask them why they looked so surprised when Naruto's head turned to them with a big grin. Pretty cool, huh? She turned to him instead. What's cool? Nothing happened. Sakura-san, you didn't notice. Notice what, Lee-san? The balls, Sakura-san. What about this? Looking around, the rest of them finally noticed that the balls were nowhere in sight. When did he do that? Sakura-chan, you should see your face right now. Naruto fell to the ground laughing, but the laughter was soon replaced by panting. I guess I used more chakra than I thought. Where are Naruto? Everyone looked at Neji disbelievingly, wondering why he didn't just use his to find them. All I could see was your body flickering, and then the balls were gone. You couldn't have taken them very far, so where are they? This question resulted in confused looks from Sakura and Ino, as well as more chuckling from Naruto, who was putting his weights back on. Check your pockets. Neji's hands shot into his pockets, and when they emerged they were grasping 3 orange balls. Searching themselves, the others all found balls as well. Naruto. Don't put things down my dress. Shanro. I'll freaking kill you. Sorry, Sakura-chan, but you don't have pockets. So you only multiplied your speed 8 times. No way. I wouldn't invent a technique that pathetic dog breath. 8 times on top of the 5 from the other half of the technique, for a total of 40. Naruto-kun, you can become 40 times faster, just with ninjutsu. Even with hard work, I can never match something like that with just taijutsu. Yeah, but it's draining as hell, and it hurts afterwards. He took a big slurp of his ramen. I'll probably only use it if I absolutely have to. 2 fists quickly made contact with the back of his head, causing his face to smash into his empty ramen bowl. If it hurt that bad, why didn't you have me take a look at you? I am a medic, you know. What if it's tearing you up like Lee Sen's gates? Yeah, Naruto, listen to forehead girl for once. It's reckless to go around tearing up your body just to learn a technique. Do you not realize that the exam is only a week away? Naruto instantly snapped to attention. A week? Do you realize what that means? Yeah, it means that Gaara's probably here. We've gotta go find him. They were all shocked for the same reasons. Naruto wasn't at all concerned with the exam itself and he wanted to go see Sabaku no Gaara. Are you crazy? That guy's a psychopath. He almost killed Lee, Sasuke and me. That's why you're upset. Don't worry Sakura-chan, that's not what he's really like. He closed his eyes and sighed before getting up with a smile. He's really just like me. Now come on, we've gotta say hi. Everyone got up and, grudgingly, followed him in his random wanderings around Konoha. Rather than asking around at hotels or even asking around town, he chose to wander around at random. Nearly 3 hours later, even Naruto was almost ready to give up. Naruto-kun, don't you think we've been looking long enough? Maybe they haven't come to town yet. No, Tenten-chan, they're here. Last time they were here more than. Gaara, who had been in the middle of listening to Temari and Kankuro talking, turned towards the voice he heard. When he saw who it was, he did something that frightened nearly everyone in the vicinity. He smiled. It was a very brief smile, barely more than a smirk, but it was enough to remind them all of his old psychotic self. The thing that Temari and Kankuro noticed, however, was that even if it looked the same, the smile was completely devoid of menace. It was a real smile. Uzumaki Naruto. When the pair just continued to stand there, staring at each other, it became too much for everyone else. Unfortunately, they weren't prepared to stand up to Gaara, so they ended up just enduring it for several minutes. You wanna go get some ramen with us? I know great, Naruto. We just ate damn it. You may be a bottomless pit, but that doesn't mean. Ino-chan, don't be so rude to Gaara. It's not like. It's alright, Uzumaki Naruto. We already ate. Temari, Kankuro, we're going back to the hotel. They murmured their assent and turned to leave. Okay. See you around. Sakura was beginning to doubt her teacher's ability to blink, thinking that she must have been imagining things when she had seen it before. Tsunade's eyes had become progressively wider throughout a relay of Naruto's explanation for no, and they were showing no signs of closing anytime soon. Of course, there was a perfectly good reason that Tsunade was so surprised, but Sakura had no idea what it could have been. Sakura, are you sure that that's exactly how he said it worked? Yeah. Pretty sure. Why? It doesn't sound all that complicated really. Oh, it's complicated. In fact, it's so complicated that Jiraiya wasn't able to learn it. Did Jiraiya-sama have the same idea? Not exactly. She let out a sigh and closed her eyes, wondering exactly what she should say. How much do you know about Yondame's techniques? Yondame Hokage. Tsunade nodded grimly, throwing Sakura off a little bit. Well, I know about this because you told me, but other than that I just know that he invented Shunshin no, and that he was called Konoha's Yellow Flash because of some other technique. Why? Has anyone ever told you? Oh, I guess only about 3 people know. Well, I'll just come out and tell you then. Shunshin no was an A-rank ninjutsu that Yondame invented shortly after he passed his exam. It was the technique that got him labeled as a ninja genius and he spent a year figuring it out. As the name suggests, it was a technique that greatly increased his speed. To be precise, it made him almost exactly 8 times faster. 8 times? Are you saying that? He explained the way the technique worked to only one person. Jiraiya. When Jiraiya failed to learn the technique, he asked Orochimaru and I to help him, but we couldn't figure it out either. Yondame became fairly upset with him for telling us, but that's a story for another day. Tsunade Shishu, are you actually trying to say that Naruto, based on the explanation that Jiraiya gave us and the explanation that Naruto gave you, I would have to say that it's the same technique. But that's impossible. Who could have taught him? No one. Sakura suddenly sympathized with her teacher's reaction, which was mirrored on her own face. He had to have developed it on his own. Not only that, but he managed to tack it on to the end of another technique he had that was already superior to Yondame's Shunshin, meaning that his technique is better on nearly every level. Not every level, Tsunade Shishu. What does that mean? Using it once left him out of breath and he said it hurts too. I'd say that's more because of his poor chakra control than because his technique is flawed. If I remember correctly, Yondame said his technique hurt at first too, but he got used to it eventually. So? What rank is the technique? Probably S rank. I never understood why Shunshin wasn't S rank, but there's just no way that something this amazing could be anything less. Does this mean that Naruto can go on missions again? No. Seeing that Sakura was about to argue with her, Tsunade became slightly agitated. Even if he has some powerful techniques, his combat skills aren't nearly good enough to fight the people that are after him. Almost forgot she isn't supposed to know. We're talking about people that are stronger than Jiraiya and me, so even with Kakashi there it wouldn't be safe for him. Oh. I guess that's alright then. Yes, it is. What else happened? Naruto went and met up with Gaara and then the usual stuff at Shikamaru's house. Gaara? Who's that? Oh, right, you weren't here for that. Basically a homicidal psychopathic genin from Suna that tried to destroy Konoha during the last exam. Oh, is that all? Wait. Do you mean that he was part of the invasion force? No, he sort of went berserk and attacked on his own. He uses a weird technique that lets him control sand and he almost killed me and Sasuke. Oh, I remember him now. I sent him to help bring Sasuke back. So he tried to kill you and Naruto still likes him. Naruto's the one who stopped him. He wouldn't tell us why he wanted to see Gaara, all he said is that Gaara's really just like him. Oh, so he's I mean. Damn, this is irritating. How did Sarutobi-sensei deal with this all the time? He's a what? Sakura had an extremely excited look on her face, as though someone had offered to tell her the meaning of life. Never mind. Sakura's face fell, but Tsunade could tell that she wasn't going to give up on it, which was probably a problem. Still, it sounds like it's probably a good thing that they found each other. The good thing? Based on what I told you just now. Where the hell did that come from? Never mind, it's none of your concern. Anyway, we should move on to that technique I was going to teach you today. Boy, Gaara. Tamari-chan. Puppeteer cat guy. Over here. My name's Kankuro, damn it. Uzumaki Naruto. You didn't pass the last exam. Only Shikamaru passed last time. I see. Gaara caught sight of Ino and Choji running after Naruto and noticed that they looked a little wary of him. Your friends are here. Naruto turned around, saw Ino and Choji, and turned back to Gaara. You guys better make it to the final exam. It'll be boring without you. Gaara nodded his assent and left, closely followed by his siblings. Naruto, don't run off ahead like that. We're supposed to enter as a team. Sorry about that, Ino-chan, I was just saying hi to Gaara. Several loud minutes later, everyone was again cramped into the exam room, waiting for the first examiner to show up. Everyone found it odd that Naruto, who had every reason to be far more confident than he had been the first time, seemed to be avoiding drawing attention to himself. In fact, he was simply sitting in a corner with his arms folded and his eyes closed, something they never would have expected from him. Finally, after a 20-minute wait, the door burst open to reveal the examiner, as well as about 20. Everyone shut up and listen. I'll be the examiner for the first portion of your exam, Marino Ibiki. Here's your official warning. There will be no fighting without the permission of your examiner, and even then killing will not be tolerated. Failure to uphold this rule will result in immediate failure. He held up a set of numbered cards, everyone came and took one of these to determine your seat. We'll hand out the tests when all of you are seated. The examinees all quickly took a number and sat down. Alright, you won't be allowed to ask any questions, so you'd better listen up. This is going to be a simple written exam, designed to test whether you're ready to be a. There are 3 rules for this exam, and they're all very easy to understand. First, anyone caught cheating will fail. We have plenty to watch you, so don't expect to get away with anything. Second, you will pass or fail as a team. All 3 members must pass in order for you to proceed. Finally, you fail if even one question goes unanswered. Many of the candidates complained loudly about the last rule, but Ibiki put up a hand to silence them. Test takers do not get to make the rules for the test, that's my job. If you don't like them, you don't have to take them. When they all went silent, he allowed himself a smirk. You should be able to answer every question on this test if you're becoming a, and if you can't answer one of the questions you aren't ready for that position. We have 10 questions for you, and you have 45 minutes to answer the first 9 before the 10th is given to you. With that, several examiners proceeded around the room handing out tests. Naruto, who found that he really didn't care whether or not he was allowed to cheat, was greatly surprised by the questions on the test. They didn't even sound like test questions, and they were all very vague. Question 1. An enemy has a knife to the throat of one of your teammates and threatens to kill that teammate unless you give them a scroll, but retrieving the scroll was your mission objective. What do you do? What kind of lame question is that? Looking around the room, it was obvious that everyone else thought the questions were stupid too. After considering the question for a few seconds, he decided that there was no guarantee that the enemy would let his teammate live even if he gave back the scroll, so he would have tried to get the ally back another way. It only took him 20 minutes to work through the questions, and he was quickly bored with waiting, so he decided to watch everyone else. Sakura and her teammates were all struggling, which he thought was kind of funny, but other than that everyone was doing fine. No one bothered to cheat, probably because the questions were so ridiculous that there was no reason to. When the time came for the 10th question, all of the papers were collected and checked to make sure that every answer had been filled in. Numbers 95, 97, 82, 64, 23, and 13, you failed. He waited for them to leave the room before continuing in the most dramatic voice he could manage. Alright, there's an extra rule concerning the 10th question. You have to decide whether or not you want to take it. We get to choose. It was a rookie from Iowa. Why? You get to choose because of the impact it has on you. If you don't take the question, you fail the exam, but if you take it and fail it, no one on your team will ever be allowed to take this test again. There was the usual set of protests from the first-timers, but the veterans were busy deciding what the purpose behind it was. Naruto found that he wasn't entirely sure. In the end he decided that it was probably the same kind of question as the one from the previous exam, but with higher stakes. Of course, it didn't really matter to him nearly as much as it had the first time, and he was sure that he would be able to become Hokage even if he couldn't become a dot. Ino and Chaoji were both fairly nervous, but they saw Naruto sitting calmly and misinterpreted that as his knowing what Ibiki was going for. Several people decided it wasn't worth it and several teams ended up leaving. Unfortunately for Ibiki, this left him with over 70 people again. He just knew that Anko was going to give him a hard time. Alright, is everyone here sure that they want the 10th question? There were murmurs of assent, causing him to sigh before smiling. Okay, you all pass. After a few outbursts he held up a hand of silence. Let me explain the test to you. The first 9 questions probably seemed somewhat vague to you, but they were checking whether you have what it takes to be a as a leader, a person who has to take responsibility for the lives of others, as well as the actions of a team. You can't make your decisions based on how much you like your teammates, the rank of the mission, or who your enemy is, or else your decisions will be irrational. At the same time, you can't become so emotionless or racked with indecision that your teammates die because of it. Of course, the reason that you weren't supposed to cheat wasn't just that this was a test, it was also that in real missions the leader can't rely on the judgment of others. Even if you might ask one of your squad members for their opinion in some situations, the decision and responsibility are ultimately yours, and you need to know the difference between a good choice and a bad one. He paused a moment to let the lesson sink in, just in case they didn't understand what he meant at first. The bad decision is, of course, the one that gets the most squad members killed. Good decision-making won't always lead to the success of a mission, and you need to realize that before becoming dot. Wait a minute. It was the Iwaruki again. You didn't even check our answers. How do you know that we passed? Ah, I'm glad you asked that. You see, well that was the point of the first 9 questions, it was not the point of this test. The difference between passing and failing, as far as those questions were concerned, was being decisive and being indecisive. I just thought I should mention it to those of you who passed, since that responsibility might be placed on you. He enjoyed seeing so many people sweat drop at once, but he knew that he had a limited amount of time, so he continued. The final question was the most important, though. In a real mission situation, you won't have the option to drop a mission just because it puts your team in danger. Chunin takes on C-rank missions and above on a regular basis and has to deal with enemies constantly. Death, which is much more serious than never taking this exam again, is a constant threat for your team. If you're too cowardly to lead a squad into a dangerous situation but are forced to anyway, it's highly likely that you will get them killed. To become it, you have to show that you have more guts than that. After his speech, several minutes of silence went by before Anko crashed through the window, making the same entrance she had made the previous year. You're late, Anko. Ah, sorry about that, I was early last year, so I guess I overcompensated. She looked over the crowd in front of her for a moment before grinning. You went easy on them again. 72 people. Okay everyone, this exam may have been easy, but don't expect the next one to be. I'll be your second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Your sensei will tell you the location of the second exam, so be there by 8 tomorrow morning, or you fail the exam. The group of candidates assembled once again, this time in front of the Forest of Death. It was a somewhat nostalgic scene for those who had participated in the previous exam, and the explanation that Anko gave was almost exactly the same, excluding, of course, Naruto's interruption. Just as some people began to wonder whether she had memorized a script, Naruto chose to interrupt her again. Anko-chan, couldn't you think of anything new? I'm already bored with this one. She instantly recognized him as the one who had interrupted the speech during the previous exam, smirking when she remembered her own reaction to it. Wow. You've still got quite a bit of spirit. She couldn't, for the life of her, figure out what had given him the idea to add Chan to her name, but she didn't like it. Deciding that he hadn't learned his lesson the first time, she threw a kunai at the same spot on his cheek. To her immense surprise, he caught the kunai with a bored look on his face. Even worse, as she ran around to get behind him, he watched her with the same bored expression. Granted, she had never specialized in speed, but this was the brat that, 6 months before, hadn't even seen the kunai coming. She had been kind of thirsty, too. Snapping back to reality, she realized that all eyes were on her. Somewhat embarrassed, she walked back to the front of the group, knowing that she had lost her precious intimidation factor. You have a half hour to fill out your waiver, and then you can exchange 3 waivers for a scroll. As for you, blonde brat, I'll need to speak with your team privately. Damn it Naruto. If I failed because of what you said back there, you're gonna be sorry. Naruto just waved off Ino's complaints, and they were soon alone with a suspiciously smiling Anko. How'd you do it kid? They could only assume that she was talking to Naruto as she was looking directly at him, but none of them quite knew what she meant. What? How'd you get so much faster so quickly? It's only been 6 months, after all. Although they found it creepy that she remembered the incident, Ino and Chaoji were actually slightly curious about that as well. I trained. Yeah, but what kind of training did you do? I've never heard of any training that increases speed that quickly. I trained with Super Brows Sensei, and I ran a lot of laps, but that's about it. Super Brows? You mean Mido Guy? Naruto, having never bothered to remember Guy's full name, looked confused, but Ino nodded for him. That still doesn't really explain it though. Well, you'd better pass the exam. Huh? If you don't, I'll look like a complete loser. A special that can't even outpay someone that failed the exam. Come on. So? You're saying that you want us to pass just because you couldn't hit me with a kunai? No, I'm saying that if you don't pass, I'm going to make your life a living hell. Her cheery smile, combined with the cheery tone with which she spoke, was seriously creeping them out. You'd better go fill out your forms now. You'll fail if you take too long. Naruto suddenly smiled, causing Chaoji and Ino to feel a small streak of fear. You know. That threat doesn't really carry a lot of weight with me. Yeah, but I had to try. Now get going, you stupid brats. With that she disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Chaoji and Ino to their very confused thoughts. Naruto went off to talk to Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, giving them no opportunity to ask him what he had meant. Reasoning that they had 5 days to ask him about it, they filled out their forms before going off to talk to Kiba, Hinata and Shino. Because of the scene with Naruto, Anko had a little trouble getting everyone's attention when the 30 minutes were up. It wasn't so much the fact that he had caught her kunai as the fact that she had stopped cold mid-assault, but she still blamed him. Not a single person dropped out and the 24 teams were sent to their respective entrances. Naruto, Ino and Chaoji received a heaven scroll and all of their friends had earth scrolls. Taking advantage of the time in front of their entrance, Ino made her move almost immediately. Naruto, what did you mean when you told Anko-san that threat doesn't really carry a lot of weight with me? Needless to say, he hadn't been expecting the question. I meant that. You see, Ino-chan. It's really not important. Aw, come on, just tell us. You've been acting too mysterious lately, it's not like you. Naruto couldn't help but adopt a sheepish grin at being called mysterious. Really, Ino-chan, it's not important. Let's just focus on the exam, okay? Okay. Can you at least promise to tell us later? Tell you what later? A vein throbbing visibly in her temple. What you meant when you were talking to Anko-san? Huh? Oh, right. Nope. Chaoji and Ino's sweat dropped, but Naruto didn't notice because their gate was opened right at that moment. They reluctantly followed him into the forest, unsure of exactly where he was headed. Naruto wasn't exactly sure where he was going either, but he knew it would be a bad idea to stay completely still. After 2 hours of non-stop running, Chaoji and Ino couldn't help but admire Naruto's stamina. Of course, that didn't mean that they were inspired to try to keep up. Naruto, could we take a break? I haven't had a chance to eat any of the food I brought and it wouldn't be good to run into other teams while we're still hungry. Taoji, you brought food again? Of course. I don't want to starve to death. Ino just shook her head, almost ashamed to know him. I guess we can stop. I was kind of hoping to get our scroll today though, so let's not stay here too long. Today? Why not wait until everyone's tired out from fighting? Because I was hoping to get some training in at the tower before the preliminaries. Ino cocked an eyebrow. What makes you so sure they're gonna be preliminaries? Think about it, Ino-chan. Last time, when there were only 21 people left, they said there were too many. Only 9 people actually got to go to the finals. We know that Niji, Tenten-chan, Fuzzy Brows, Gaara, Temari-chan, Puppeteer Cat Guy, Hinata-chan, Kiba, Shino, and Sakura-chan's team are all going to pass, and that's already 12 people. Add us in, and there'll be 15, which is probably too many. Ino instantly jumped up and pulled a kunai out of her holster. What have you done with Naruto? Seeing Chaoji's lack of a reaction, she almost face-faulted. Naruto might be good at strategy crap, but he's not smart and his memory sucks. There's no way he'd figure something like that out. Naruto just waved it off. Ino-chan, put that away, it's me. We should come up with some way of identifying each other, though. I'd rather not have the same problems I had last time. An image of being tied up while he was trying to pee came to mind. Ino slowly put her kunai away, not completely satisfied that she was talking with the real Naruto, and sat cross-legged on the ground. You mean like a password or something? No, I'd never remember a password. It'd be better if it was different for each of us though, just in case. Okay. What do you have in mind? I have no idea. I take it back, you are definitely the real Naruto. It took a moment for Naruto to understand that it was an insult, but he glared at her as soon as he did. How about some kind of gesture or something? We'll ask for the password, and if the person doesn't do the gesture we'll know it's not really them. What kind of gesture? It doesn't really matter, as long as someone impersonating us wouldn't do it out of habit. She thought about it for a minute before deciding on the perfect passwords. Chaoji, you can pat your stomach and say you're full, no one would think to do that. He looked mildly offended, but she didn't care. Naruto, you should stand on one leg like a stork. What? Why do I have to do that? Because no one impersonating you would think to do it. Of course they wouldn't. It's so stupid. That's the point, Naruto. Just deal with it, okay? He mumbled something, but didn't seem to be offering anything better. As for me, I'll put my 8 on my forehead, then back on my waist. You guys got that? They nodded, but neither of them looked very happy about it. Let's just hurry up and find an earth scroll so we don't need the passwords. Gin, we should slow down, Sakura isn't keeping up. You're the one in the rear, Shimaru. Sakura-san is doing just fine, and I want to try to get our scroll today if possible. You're so cold. Keen gave him an extremely dark look that made Sakura cringe, but Shimaru just smiled. Quit it with the crappy puns or I'll bash your skull in, even if it means I have to wait until the next exam to be a. I see some people off to the right, let's go see who they are. Keen-san, we really don't want to fight them. Sakura would recognize those 3 people anywhere. That's Ibaku no Gaara and his team, they'll tear us apart. Really? Sounds fun. Keen, maybe we should listen to Sakura on this one. Shut up Shimaru, I'll fight whoever I want to. Keen jumped down several feet from Gaara, followed by Sakura and Shimaru a few feet further back. Gaara completely ignores Keen and Shimaru, but stares intently at Sakura for a few moments. Uzumaki is Naruto's precious person. What was your name again? Sakura was definitely not happy that he remembered her. Haruno Sakura. She tried to smile, but failed miserably. The best she could do was not grimace. Do you need a scroll? We have. Extras. You would give us one, just like that, if you want one. Keen looked disappointed, but Shimaru couldn't have looked happier. Temari and Kankuro were confused as to why Gaara would bother to give her a scroll, but he had been acting oddly ever since he had lost to Naruto. Sure, I guess. We're looking for a heaven scroll. He used his hand to hand the scroll to her, and she took it with a non-forced smile. Thanks. Maybe Naruto wasn't as wrong as I thought. Do you guys want to go to the tower together? Gaara was hoping to see Naruto, actually. Temari looked happier than usual, which left Kankuro even more confused. He thought it would be best if we ensured that Naruto got to the 3rd stage. We've been looking for him for quite a while, but he seems to be moving around a lot. Oh. Well, we could go with Sakura-san, I would prefer to get to the tower as soon as possible. Keen still hadn't worked out his disappointment at not getting Naruto on his team, and he definitely didn't want to encounter the boy. No offense to you 3, of course. None taken. If we see Naruto, we'll tell him you're looking for him. Keen quickly left the clearing, hoping to drag Sakura and Shimaru away with him. The less time he spent thinking about Naruto, the better. Took a bit longer than last time. Let's go to the tower now, I could use a good night's sleep before we start getting ready for the prelims. Akamaru yipped in agreement and Hinata and Shino nodded. How many people do you guys think will make it? 18. Shino's voice was, as usual, completely devoid of emotion. Team Guy, Team Asuma, Team Kurenai, Team Taketsu, Gaara's team, and one other. What makes you so sure, Shino? It's the most logical outcome. Right after Shino finished his response, which wasn't really much of a response, Akamaru started shaking. What is Akamaru? Some yipping ensued, and Kiba shot a scared look over at the others. He says that Gaara is nearby. Gaara-san. Naruto-kun said that they were alike, but let's go around, I'd rather not die today. Akamaru let out a little whine, which caused Kiba to stop suddenly. Well, that's bad. What is Kiba? Has he noticed us? No, but he's headed straight for Naruto, Ino, and Choji. What's bad about that, Kiba-kun? Hinata, I know that Naruto likes Gaara for some reason, but that doesn't mean Gaara likes him. Remember what he did the last time we saw him in this forest. Of course, there was no way that she could ever forget. The day had been permanently etched into her memory as one of the most terrifying of her life. Maybe we should go help, just in case. Without waiting for approval, he ran ahead towards Naruto. Shino followed, but he couldn't help but think about how much he hated Kiba. Hinata followed a short time later, but only because she wanted to make sure Naruto would be okay. When they closed in on Naruto's location, they were surprised to see that Gaara was not only already there, but he was handing Naruto a scroll. Naruto was laughing about something, and Choji and Ino looked like they were about to have simultaneous heart attacks. Without any warning at all, Kiba jumped down to greet them, leaving Hinata and Shino with no choice other than following suit. Naruto, Ino, Choji, you guys need some help. We don't need your help, dog breath. What did you call me? I went out of my way to provide support for you, and you insulted me just like that. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, just call me Naruto. It's weird hearing my whole name all the time. Naruto, we're going to the tower now. Sounds good to me. Come on guys, let's go. Chaoji and Ino, relieved that they didn't need to fight, happily went along with him. As far as they were concerned, Gaara was like the ultimate protective escort since he seemed to care about Naruto for some weird reason. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just ditch us like that after we came to help you. Kiba-kun, you don't need to yell. Hinata wasn't hurt over Akamaru's barking, but Kiba was done yelling anyway. Well, we don't want to be the last ones there, do we? Let's go. He yet again left without their assent, assuming that they would follow just because it was him. They did follow, but only because they needed to go to the tower to pass the test. Anko strolled casually into the tower's monitor station, wondering whether anyone had managed to get to the tower during the first day. She was greeted by a particularly excited examiner who couldn't seem to find the words to describe what he was talking about. It's okay, whatever it is, don't worry about it. Why do I get all the uptight losers? I just came to see if anyone's gotten to the tower yet. That's what I am. You need. Just look at this. He pointed to 4 monitors, all of which showed people entering the tower. Wow, 4 teams on the first day. That's pretty impressive. That's not. They're in. Look at the time. Stupid speech impediment. Upon examining the time of entry, she noticed something that made her jaw drop. Not only did all of them enter at almost the same time, but 4 teams passed within the first 3 hours. Suddenly she formed a mischievous grin, completely unnerving the man she was talking to. These final exams might just be fun after all. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.